pessimistic about Black Americans and say, these people don't understand how it works, how the system works, and they feel like there's no possibility. Whatever we do, even though we see other races doing the same thing, right, and being successful, it's like we cannot do it. It's like I feel like a lot of Black people think like that. That whatever they do, we can't do it. I'm just simplifying it, but I'm just I try not to think like that, but sometimes is sometimes can be very obvious.
Yeah. Um, so let me clarify the difference. So I think an unconscious sleepwalking person isn't aware, almost like a I hate to use the word a child, but it's got to be very much like that in terms of unawareness. How children are, they could be in a room full of adults that are having all kinds of conversations about adult life, and a child will be there, be present, but have no idea what they're talking about. Um, and I think that's what, it's not that we can't do it or that we won't do it or anything like that. It's more or less that the level of unawareness is so grand that that's like the first wall I think that has to be broken down, is figuring out a way to help make people more aware of what's going on around them, around us. um like, because even in that space they were talking about, how, and the person who hosted the space is like a big platform person. They're on all these news shows and debating different people, whatever. So they've got they got a voice, they got a big platform, and they were saying how 5 months of planning is what it took to get 300 people to show up to an event. Um,
Right.
and just like just kind of looking at things from a numbers perspective. In that event, there's a lot of Black celebrities there. That's why I'm just thinking, wow, you would think you got all these high powered Black celebrity names. This should be like something you could put together in a week and maybe a month later, and get the ticket sales and blah blah blah. But um yeah, that was an interesting admission to me, that it would take 5 months to get 300 people to show up to an event. But it's a political event. And that's where I think the sleepwalker unawareness, like, so someone who's unconscious literally is like someone who's in a coma. And again, if someone's in a coma and you're in a room, people are having conversations, they're completely oblivious. Some people wake up from a coma and they'll say, oh, such and such was in the room. They might have got bits and pieces of certain people over the course of that time, but for most of that unconsciousness, they're completely unaware of what's going on in this world. So
Hey, see, when you use the word unconscious, right? What comes to me is like brain dead,
mm,
like unintelligent, like
no,
not unable to figure things out,
no, 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 no.
unable
Mm-mm.
to interpret things, you know, uh, because unaware, to being unaware. I guess even the most intelligent person can be unaware of many things, right? Of
Right,
different things.
right.
Um, like for me to be aware of situation, right? I felt it took me leaving the country and going out of the country, going to another country,
Mm,
and seeing how things work, seeing how people live in different countries, and and then I compare that to America, that's what made me conscious. Because, like, good example, for me to live in Australia or South Africa, what I did was I had to learn the laws. I had to I had to read their constitutions, right?
Mm.
And figure out what are my rights, what are my capabilities, what can I do? What are my limits in this country, right? And that's how I learned about the Constitution, right? And then I compare that to America's Constitution, what the possibilities there, and that's how I became conscious of the Constitution. Because believe me, I think 90% of people never even read the Constitution before.
Mm.
They don't know how the Constitution actually is how it what's that word I'm looking for? How it actually how it rules over their life. That everything that's in the Constitution, it rules over your life. Your every single day of your life.
Mm.
So if you don't know the Constitution, there's no way that you can make your life better if you don't understand the Constitution. You understand what I'm trying to say? I mean, I'm a little bit incoherent right now. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, and no, I don't. When I say unconscious, I don't mean ignorant. And even though sometimes ignorance, I mean the definition of ignorance is just not knowing, but I don't mean it in anything of not being capable. It's just not knowing, not being aware. For instance, if we think about Abraham Lincoln or JFK or whatever, so these they were assassinated, and there was an assassin's bullet or gun aimed at them, and they were completely unaware of it. They were essentially the one was in a parade, the other one's in some type of theater. Um, you know, basically going through life, enjoying the life that they're living, completely unaware of the threat and the danger that was, bearing down upon them, on top of them. And, in the streets, they call it getting caught slipping or whatever. But it's it's essentially the same. If you can take that, thinking about that, and transfer it over to a person who is just, they're going to work. They're very functional. They're very good at their job. They're paying their bills. They're enjoying entertainment. They're doing.
Now that's okay. Now you're going into something that I say to myself sometimes, that people can be very conscious. They know exactly what's going on, but they don't care. Well, sometimes that's my angle, that people know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what they need to do, but they just don't care.
Mm.
That's an angle I use. You use the unconscious angle.
That's interesting.
I'm using the they don't care angle. What do you think about that?
That is interesting. So I would think that we would have to come up with a second group, because that's the willfully ignorant, is what you're saying. The people who just don't care, willfully not caring. I think these unconscious people don't even know to care or not care, one way or the other. It's the same way. Like me, I've voted my whole life, but I know plenty of people that never voted. They don't care about politics at all. And you know, if you're into politics and you think about it a lot, you could look at them and say, well, either they intentionally don't care or maybe they're just oblivious to it. So I think we probably have to cut that sleepwalker group into those who are aware and those who aren't aware. um the ones
Right.
who
Yeah.
are aware, though, they're man, like, you can't reach them because they already know.
Right. Good example. Look. Most Black Americans have the capability. Even the poor Black Americans, right? They have the capability of getting their passport and visiting another country. Almost, I say 90% of Black Americans have that capability or
Right.
the opportunity to get their passport and leave the country and see how other people are living in other countries.
Right.
But the thing is, you know, these are, you know, I saw some, I can't remember, but, I saw some statistics like 10, 15 years ago, uh, less than, was it? I think it was like less than 3 or 5% of Black Americans ever got their passport and left the, and tour outside the country.
Hmm.
It's extremely low. Most Black Americans, right? Like when I tell people I travel out of the country, the first thing they will say is, "Oh, what? You was in the military? Were you in the Army, Navy, Air Force?" I said, "No, I was never in the military. I just got my passport and decided to leave the country and visit other countries." And they found that extremely rare and unique in the Black community. When you say, "Hey, I'm traveling," that I travel all these different countries. So to me, that's being aware or unaware, but you had the opportunity to leave the country. You can get your passport. You're not. Black people are not not in a cage in America. They have the right to leave the country. So but most Black Americans don't take that opportunity. And what do you think about that?
That may be a question of affordability. First of all, how many of us?
Now they always see a lot of Black Americans. Look, I tell people when I first started traveling in 1990, I got my passport. I paid for my flight, and I only had $1,000. That's all I had. And I was 23 years old, and I left the country. I don't think you need. If you want to sustain yourself outside the country, yeah, you need money, but to just actually just leave the country for
a 12-year-old boy in Ohio said.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, to just actually leave the country for a couple of weeks. I don't think that might be a couple of $1,000. I know a lot of people don't want to. $2,000 is a lot of money, but I think travel is important because I think it will change your mindset if you can leave the country even for 2 weeks. I think and then when you come back to the United States, I feel like you just have this different mindset, this vigor, you'll see ideals or you'll see things that's happening in other countries. And so, oh man, I think I can do that in the United States. Because when foreigners, when they leave their country and come to America, they see a lot of opportunities here because
we are here to say
there's some things that are happening in their country that's not happening in America, and they see opportunity in America. So that's why foreigners always do well because they see opportunity here. To me, Black Americans don't see opportunity in America. That's why they don't do well in America. I'm just simplifying that. A lot of Black Americans are doing well, but I think we can do even much better. Yeah.
Yeah, but the issue is not our lack of desire, because we have the desire, we make the attempts. It's the fact that the white degenerate society is intentionally um setting up society in a way that we can't prosper. We can't prosper in our neighborhoods, black neighborhoods, because they're full of impoverished people. So you try to set up a store in a black neighborhood, which I grew up in my whole life in black communities, majority black neighborhoods, and there were stores. There were barber shops, there were beauty salons. Um, there were some national franchise restaurants, etc. But what ends up happening slowly but surely over time is there's no continuous investment into the community. There's no continuous investment into the younger children, the teenagers that are growing up, that should be the leaders of the next, you know, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever the case may be. There's no investment into the people who want to do more things for the community. So over time, it creates a situation where buildings start to crumble, because that's what physical things do. The roof goes bad, the pipes are leaking, etc. Um, and then you have some members of the community that want to target black businesses in the community. Unfortunately, it does happen. It happened in my neighborhoods growing up.
Yeah.
And then you have the introduction of drugs and a lot of criminal activity. So you start thinking, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. And where you're going to go? You're going to move out of the black community into, either a racially mixed community and or a white community. To be perfectly honest, that's what most sane people will do, because they're trying to just live a normal life. They're trying to get away from all of the problems. And then all your resources now are no longer being spun in the black community. Now you're spending all your resources in the white community. But at the
Right.
same time, these black businesses, if they need any type of product, everything that they're buying is coming from other people that are making the goods that they're selling. So even if you had a contained black community within a black neighborhood, you're still buying all the resources ultimately from the white supplier, agent, supplier, whatever the case may be. Um, so I think it's much more complicated than, foreigners come
Yeah.
over here and they have success where black people don't. It's
Right.
much more complicated than that, because these foreigners also have investment grants, either investment from their home countries, grants from this government, SBA loans, whatever the case may be. They are supported in a way that we are not, and that is there's a real big difference in it. I don't know if traveling across seas changes the mind state, or the perspective of um
See, good example. Okay, Filipinos, right? Okay, when I when I talk to Filipinos, even in my wife's family, right? They think there's no opportunities here in the Philippines. They think there's a lot of opportunity in America, and that's the place they want to go to. Almost all my wife's family, people, my neighborhood, even though the people here are generally wealthy here, but guess what, man? If they had the chance, they would rather go to America. Almost look, if you do a survey in the Philippines, right? 99% of the people will say they will want to leave the Philippines and go to America. So, and they see opportunity in America. They don't see opportunity in the Philippines. Therefore, if you have this mental thing that said, hey, there's opportunity in another country, and when you go there, you're going to do better. Because guess what? When Filipinos go to America, they are doing much better than they are in the Philippines. Philippines is a poor country. But look, man, when they come to America, man, they got their doctors, their lawyers, their scientists. They go to our top universities. They doing well in America. So I'm trying to figure why is that? Why is that? To me, when Filipinos are working for me in the Philippines, they're lazy. But when they go to America, they're like model workers and citizens, and I hear these American companies. They say, "Wow, Filipinos are great workers and all that stuff." I mean, what's behind that? No, that's what I'm saying, man. When people leave their country and go to another country, they do much better in another country. I guess I'm a proof of that because I'm in another country and I'm doing much better in another country than I would in America. I mean, I'm just using that as an example, but
Yeah, I understand the example. It is what it is. It is the reality that we are intentionally held down in this country. Like it's not really more complicated than the most simplest answer. If every other group can come to this country and, like you say, have success, and then the question is, well, why can't the people who are already here have the same success? There's two options. One, we don't want it. We don't want success, or we want success, but we are intentionally held back from success. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, it's not that we don't want to have success. It's not that we are not filling out job applications. We're not applying to schools to get further education or whatever the case may be, applying to union apprentice shops to get those skills. It's not that we're not leasing out buildings and opening up businesses, because we have been doing that. We continue to do it. Matter of fact, the pandemic said that there were more Black businesses opened than any recent time in history. So it's none of the what we're not doing, it's everything that's working against us to actually have success. And I say that as somebody who had a brick and mortar restaurant. I've had bars. I've had to deal with these groups of people. When I had the restaurant, the thing that they do with that is they go on Yelp and they give false reviews.
right.
And that you can see. But what you can't see is what they're saying in their homes, in their community centers, at their schools, at their churches, whenever they get amongst each other and they simply say,
in their government office. Yeah, I mean, my uncle was trying to get a liquor license and they couldn't get it. But if they go through, they usually had to go through a white person to, open up a nightclub or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, that's why to me the only solution is Black American taking, having political control of a whole state, because the state is in control of, has the authority over, liquor licenses and dealerships and all these things. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, man. It's but the thing is, how do we get people to understand this? I think that's our problem. How do we get people to understand this? How do we get people to uh, to join this join this and I mean it's difficult, man.
Yeah, so you focus on like minds, number one, um,
Mm-hmm.
because you're not going to really convert people who are set in whatever ideology there are. There's 38% of us who don't vote currently. So there is a wealth of opportunity in the people who don't vote. There's like 20% that are independent voters. There's a wealth of opportunity in that. So there's more independent and unregistered voters than there are Democrat voters. So the opportunity is huge. It's just a matter of having not really one-on-one conversations, because in order to take over a state, you got to be talking to hundreds of people, if not thousands of people. But you got to get in front of those people face to face in a room, in a theater, a hall, even a bar, or wherever, a barber shop, and you got to take the message directly to the people and help them understand it fully before you leave. That takes 5 minutes, or if it takes 5 hours, so be it. And then you got to get them to be ready to move when it's time to move. Um, to be honest, the next 2 years, it's time to move. 2023, 2024, it's time to move, because we can get Delaware in the next election. In 2024, we can get the state of Delaware. So it's time to move. And then there are no foreigners coming over here and setting up shop and exploiting our communities, and the police abusing us and the system abusing us. It's going to be, you are going to be held responsible for your actions. If you're a criminal, you're going to get treated like a criminal. If you're someone who wants to work hard and do the right thing, then you're going to get all the opportunities to work hard and to do the right thing. I so I went to this it's a restaurant slash grocery store, and it started as a this is a great example, because this is a Muslim business. I'm assuming they're Arabs. They started in the college area of town maybe 2 decades ago in a small storefront, and they did their meat, they basically sell meats. They're like a butcher. They chop up meat. They sell meats. They also sell, traditional foods from their country. They started in this really, really small storefront that was on an off street, and really embedded in a college town area, right? So they were there for however long, maybe 10 years, and then they moved from that part of town to what is called the Strip District. It's like a warehouse area. They got a much bigger building, and to where they could have a restaurant on one side and a whole grocery store on the other. And they're still, the restaurants probably medium sized, the grocery store is relatively small, but they're selling their products that they're shipping in from wherever. I'm assuming overseas, or New York City or wherever. And they've been there for about a decade now. Okay. They advertise on Black radio. They advertise on other radio as well, but they have specifically targeted the Black community. They hire local Black people to work in their stores. I'm not sure if they got to be a part of the religion or not. I don't know. Maybe that's a part of it in order to work there. I don't know. But they do hire local Black residents to work in their stores, in this store.
Right.
So they have an event center. You can lease that out as well if you want to do that. Recently,
Okay.
in the historic Black community, they had a grocery store. It was a local chain that probably had a dozen grocery stores. They were there for about a decade. They pulled out. So you got this empty grocery store that they spent whatever how millions of dollars to build this shopping center. The white grocery chain pulled out. The black community was trying to get the money together, the resources together to have it a black owned grocery store. There was some sort of closed door bidding process where the white ran city decided, instead of giving it to the black store owners in this black historic community, they gave it to this Arab company that's, again, been in the community for about 20 years. And that's just the way it goes. That's the way it went. And so I'm saying all that to say this, to prove the point, because right across the street from this grocery store is something called the Hill House Association. And this Hill House Association is one of the oldest black advocacy organizations in the city. They've been there forever, probably longer than I've been alive. Behind them, what used to be a church became a mosque. I don't know how long ago it became this huge mosque. Across the street from that mosque is now going to be this Arab's grocery store. Now, this mosque does get a lot of black Muslims in it. I've seen black Muslims working in his stores. There's some of them are local, some of them are immigrants. The city set this guy up to not only have his store in the Strip District area, which is being gentrified in the most insane way. They got loft apartments. They're building $1 million homes up against the river. Everything is unaffordable for the black people in this city. That they're building down there. He's going to have this location that's been there for about a decade. He's going to have this huge grocery store imprint that the city basically gifted him, and all to the detriment of black ownership in a historically black community, right? But he's hiring black people. He's putting black people in positions of, maybe they're managers, but they're not owners, right? They're not able to own a grocery store in their own community. So I was in the store today. And this is the shit that really frustrates me. So there's a black woman behind the register. First time I've seen her. This is the first time I've been there in a few months. I try to stop in there once a month or whatever. So I get my food. I see my nephew's mother. She's got her picture. She's got cupcakes for sale in this restaurant. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I see it. I see how it's working. Even though the guy is fucking the black community over in ownership, he took this small little business and is trying to work with the black community in that way to put our products in his market. It's right at the checkout counter. So it's like people are going to look, glance, and be like, oh, let me get one of the, let me get a cupcake. Let me get this. Let me get that on the way. It's one of those impulse purchases, right? And again, I haven't been there in a month or so. Before, it was their products, their cheesecakes, their stuff. So they got rid of their stuff and made space for her stuff. So as I'm standing in line, it's a black couple talking to the black lady behind the counter, and they're like, "Oh," because they see the black woman's face.
You in a in that matrix.
Damn it. Okay, how about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? Still in it. Still in it. Oh man, I put it right up to my face too.
It's funny, you was out of it for a second there, but you went back into it.
How about now?
Yeah, you okay now?
Okay. So yeah, so the black woman's behind the counter, black couples at the counter, they're paying for their food. This impulse buy, they see the cupcakes, they're like, oh man, how are these cupcakes? They see the black woman's face. She starts closing her eyes, rolling her eyes, and shaking her head no. This is the black woman and working in this Arab store with the only product in this fucking store by a black person. She's shaking her head, rolling her eyes no. And I'm like, damn, because this is personal. Because I know the woman. She's, like I said, she's the mother of my nephew. So I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. You know, they make their purchase, whatever. I don't interrupt. You know, I'm like, oh, you know, but I gotta say something when I get there, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. So it's my turn. I get up there, I do my purchase, and then I do the same thing. I asked her, I say, hey, what about how are these cupcakes? She does the same fucking bullshit, rolling her eyes, shaking her head, no. And that's when I just politely say to the lady, look, I say, look here, the woman on that picture is the mother of my nephew. And then you get, and her eyes got real big, like, oh, you know, that type of shit. And I'm like, you know, the thing about it is everybody has different tastes. Like what you like and don't like doesn't really matter to another customer. Number one, that's the first thing I said, because there's got to be 100,000 products in this store, at least 100,000 products. But you took the time to point out the one product that's owned by a local black person and deny that person the opportunity to make their own choice and own decision. And then you did it again to me. And then I'm like, and then she says, "Oh, okay." She's like, "No, no." She starts explaining, "I like the cakes, but I don't, because there's, I guess she has some cakes as well." She's pointing to the cakes that she likes, but she don't like the cupcakes. I said, "Well, you could have said that. You could have just simply said, I like the cakes. Why not get a cake? Why not help promote the only Black American product that's in this Arab store?" I said, look, in this city, they're decimating Black American businesses. We don't control anything in this town. We got to support each other. Like, period. We got to support each other. And then she says, yeah, they sell a lot. She said, yeah, they sell a lot of these cupcakes. I just don't like them. And then I was like, damn, why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say they sell a lot of cupcakes and just end it at that? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that element, like, there's all these different elements to address what you were talking about in terms of how these foreigners come over here. They get elevated by the society, by the people in positions to make the decisions. And then when you have the opportunity and you've worked, and this is your dream, because when I had my restaurant, she was wanting to put her cupcakes in the restaurant at the time. You know, she wasn't as organized as she is today. So I was actually like, wow, she did it. You know what I mean? Because back then it was just all conversation. That was about 5 or 6 years ago. It was all conversation. But I'm like, wow, she finally did it for herself. She did it. She put it together. She made it happen. And then and after you have those emotions, then you got the emotions of quite literally there's a couple Black people in there, but it's like the one Black person on the register is telling other Black people not to buy this shit because she don't like the taste of it. And sometimes we wonder why we don't have success.
You know what? Greg, sometimes
Bro.
because I travel, right? Sometimes I look at this on a grand scale, like on an international scale. Like, I've been to African countries, right? I do see this in the African country where these different groups, they're not supporting each other. Corruption. They will help their group, their tribe, but they will try to destroy another tribe, or they will discriminate against another tribe. I I don't want to think this, that I guess I'm just I don't want to be pessimistic. I don't want to be uh, you know I'm just I don't want people to take this the wrong way, but I feel like is it a something that is inherent in Africa? That's something that like we we talk. They talk about that new movie that's out, right? How the Africans, right? And they sold neighboring tribes to the Europeans, right? It seemed like some of these African people do not see value in their own people, and they are willing to destroy or willing not to support their own people because there's some type of inner hate or inner there's something that happens. Something happens, man. Happened 1,000 years ago. That is possibly that's in our DNA, and that's happening to all black people, like in Haiti, Brazil. Because don't forget, man, we're struggling. Black people struggling all over the world. It doesn't matter where we go. Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Haiti, Jamaica, all the African countries. So for so many people, when I went to Australia, it seemed like I don't know, man. I want to be quiet about that, but I don't know, man. It's I want to say it, but then I don't want to say it. I'm sorry, man. I'm being weak right now.
No. It's a safe space, man. Feel free. It's like sometimes we gotta say what needs to be said. I mean, to be quite honest, because
But see, the thing is, right? Like that TS Gazelle, that the trans person, right? He's trying. I'm gonna call him he or her. He's trying to say something that could be true.
Yeah, but it's the delivery.
But people don't want to hear it.
Well, the truth. There's different ways to tell the truth. You can tell the truth without being disrespectful, and that's the problem when it comes out of a person's mouth, such as that, is that they're doing it to be arrogant, to be disrespectful, to get a little giggle out of it, versus someone who actually cares about the people and expressing the truth to them in a caring way. So
right. Well, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be obnoxious and all knowing. What I'm doing is I'm just thinking. I'm just observing, because that's what type that's all I do, man. I like to observe people and in situations, and I like to compare, and and sometimes the reality, it hurts. Sometimes the truth hurts. But look, man, look. Good example. I tried to live in Africa, man. I've been to several African countries, and and I said, man, Africa is not ready. It's not ready. So for me to be living in an Asian country, it's almost like I chose a Asian country over in the African country. Even though I would think there's a lot of opportunity for me in an African country, but I'm living in an Asian country.
Mm.
Freddie, like I asked myself, Freddie, why do you make that decision? Even though I made this decision a long time ago,
Mm.
in the '90s, you know, but the older I get, I question why I made this decision,
Hmm.
and and this decision I made can be embarrassing. You know, Freddie, why did I choose to live away from you know, well, one thing, once you choose to do something and you have a family, right? You got to take care of your family. It's not easy to try to take care of your own family, then try to take care of other family.
Mm.
But once you make a decision, man, and that's the way I am. Once I make a decision, I have to, you got to sleep in the bed that that you made, because because if I change and try to do something else, then usually that's going to be failure. You know, because you got to think long term about everything. When you make a decision, you got to stay at it. You got to keep at it, and eventually you will have success. But if I change what I'm doing right now because it's not politically correct,
Mm.
then I can fail.
Mm.
That's my biggest concern. Do you find it interesting that I live in Asia? Or what has been your thought on that? I know you had some thought.
Um. Well, that's interesting. There was a time when I thought about leaving the country. I think, if anybody's honest about it, they've given some thought to it. Um, and quite honestly, when I thought about it, it was South America or an Asian country, but I never really thought about moving to an African country. Um,
So you never even thought about moving to an African country? Okay.
no, because I mean, all we saw growing up is like, starving children with flies all over their face.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, the American propaganda of what Africa is not it never seemed like a place that I wanted to be perfectly honest. Um,
Right.
and that could be intentional, I'm sure it is because that's what they do. But
Mm-hmm.
and then the other thing, I mean, before I got on this particular path 4 years ago, I was, and I still want to retire in the Caribbean, but I've focused it in on the U.S. Virgin Islands. But I was seriously considering a Caribbean island.
Right.
Just for the fact that you would think the expenses are a little less. The only issue was, how can I take care of myself? How can I survive? That type of thing. The internet has changed
Right.
that because if you can develop e-commerce or some sort of internet economic activity, there's really nowhere on the planet that you can't go. And there are people called remote workers that do travel all over the planet and do that because they can afford to do it based on all they need is a Wi-Fi connection or whatever. So I think matter of fact, Mexico is being there's like this large migration movement of Southern Californians into Mexico because they can work remotely, and they're kind of raising the prices of the rents and things of that nature down there. So the Mexicans are a little upset about it right now. But yeah, I mean, it'd be an interesting life. The older I get, and again, I've spent 4 years thinking about this, so I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I want to establish the first state, establish the second black state, and then after that, look into settling down, that type of thing. But
Right.
yeah,
Because
I don't. Hmm.
just imagine, right? Like, you know, my what I read and heard about Africa, back in the 70s and 80s, yeah, it was all negative. But for some reason, I decided to give Africa the benefit of the doubt, and I decided to go anyway.
Hmm.
I went there in 1994. For some reason, I had this positive, this outlook about Africa, that there's a lot of opportunity out there. That it's a beautiful continent.
Mm.
That I had this positive outlook on Africa, and I went there. I stayed 2 years,
Mm.
and when I left, I was almost completely crushed mentally.
Mm.
That's how bad it was.
Mm.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I was mentally crushed about Africa. I was extremely frustrated that the people were unwilling to work together. That the corruption that I have never seen. Imagine, like a company get $1 billion from this happens all over the world, not in just Africa, but it hurts Africa more because, they don't have, the resources. But, you give a company $1 billion to build roads, and they never do it. They never build a road. And when you don't build the roads, man, the highways, the bridges, there's no progress in the community because there's there's no roads, there's no bridges, there's no schools, there's no, there's no logistics, there's no shipping, there's no, the mail doesn't work. The electricity doesn't work. The electricity is out 8-10 hours a day. That type of corruption destroys a country and destroys a people. And that's why I think Africans do not want to work with each other in Africa, because I think there's no trust. The trust is completely broken. It's gone. I mean, it's possible it can come back, but man, look, man, like I said, I see a lot of Africans in the Philippines, and I say, hey, man, where you from, man? I'm from Nigeria. Why you here in the Philippines? Oh, man, in my country, there's a lot of corruption. There's no job. There's no this. But the thing is, the Philippines just can be just as poor. I mean, the Philippines is more modern, is more better infrastructure than Nigeria. But it just, man, it hurts, man.
Yeah, waiting. O's had his hand up for a minute, so after you're done, he could jump in.
Oh, we got more people on. Go ahead, guys.
Well, actually, I'm a female. I'm a born fallopian tubist. I am a woman. I think you know me, but there was a couple of things you guys spoke on. I'll go backwards. I think that's one of the reasons why they don't build those infrastructures, because they don't want them to somehow get connected, because then everyone would start to see, how better or worse the other tribes are doing. And I do find it odd that that they're always constantly, their electricity isn't running properly. It's just kind of bizarre. the other thing, and like I say, I'm trying to go backwards. I have a passport. I've traveled, and coincidentally, I have a aunt who lives in Germany. She's an entertainer. Her name is Pat. But anyway, she says that she was speaking to them. She went to Africa, and she says, I've been called a lot of names, but I've never been called white until I went to Africa. And so she's kind of she's a sister, okay? And so she said she couldn't, stand it, and that they were just, for lack of a better word, out for themselves, scammers. You can be out for yourself and not be a scammer. They're out for themselves, and they're scammers. So she said she found nothing, any type of connection, because they were asking her, how do you feel coming to Africa, the motherland? And she did that FBA readout. I have no connection. My grandfather, we are from slaves. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no connection. I don't feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It's not happening with this Black woman. So when she told me that, I was like, wow. And I asked her, I said, have you been hearing anything, over there in regards to us delineating ourselves? And so she says, yeah. And I said, really? She says, Brenda, like 6 or 7, sorry, I didn't mean to say my name. She says about 6 or 7 years ago, I forget the person that came into office or out of office. She says, ever since that person left, there's been crime, there's been rapes, and then the Arabs are over there. They're very disrespectful. She was at this one event signing up Americans for voting in the States, or not, out of the States. She's that type of proactive person. And there was some Iranian guys or whatever, and they were looking at this little girl who was with the other people that she was with, and she peeped it. But the woman wasn't very, cognizant of what's going on around her surroundings. Like I said, she's FDA. And so she told the men, why are you looking at that little girl? And, they got all hot and bothered and, stormed off, cursed her out. But she says, a lot of Black people in different areas, they don't have what we have in us to know. When I go into a room, I'm looking for the exits. I need to know where the shit is, okay? So some people aren't aware of that, but she is. But she says now, to this day, right now, it's been nothing but immigrants coming in, and the whole situation of Germany is becoming like America. And I think a lot of the other countries, they're starting to feel this too. And she says that there's a lot of Hispanics. So she's aware of it. Okay, I'm gonna go back again. For Giselle, him, when you go into a room, a lot of people don't know who you are, so you just can't come into a room thinking, if I'm, popping my gum or whatever, everybody knows I'm intelligent, but I can still get down that way. She prefaces herself, the wonderful Miss Giselle, she starts off to be an irritant. Nobody wants to know anybody in a room, and you have their entire resume. That's just too much information. You need to keep something close to your non-existent breast or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that's why she could have something beneficial to say, but she coats it with a bad taste. And then the last thing that you guys were saying, how the Africans are, they're when the Black woman was, not giving her approval for the cupcakes, how she's, undermining anything that could possibly happen.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we fail at businesses because of situations like that.
Oh my God.
But have you noticed we are no longer calling each other kings and queens? And that came out of Africa. So when I was speaking to my aunt, she was saying, it would irk me to no deal. Hey, king, what's up, queen? She says there's over 1,000 castles in Germany. There's no castles in Africa. So they were with that panhandling type of scenario. They were spoon feeding us. Hey, what's up, king? What's up, queen? We respectfully took to that because we find ourselves, in that high regard. But pop that bubble. She was like, I could never understand why we're Black people, Black Americans, that's how she calls herself, how we Black Americans are walking around talking about what's up, queen, what's up, king. Ain't no damn castles over there. So I think I went back to everything that we spoke about. So I land my plane.
Hey, my apologies on the gender, obviously. So I recognize your voice. It's such a distinct voice. Do you have another account or did you change your avatar?
Well, hell yeah was my first one. My very first one was
Hell yeah.
well, I'm no big time city lawyer, but
Okay.
they tried to come after me. But you know how we do what we do. But uh, yeah, I spoke with you and DJ one night. We were just kicking back. I think it was the other night. But it's me. Hi.
Yes. Hello, hello, hello. So, do you know about social? Social? Because when we
Yeah.
started tonight, we talked about how they're deplatforming and kicking us off of Twitter, especially. So we are trying to get people to go over to social and interact with us over there as well.
I
Just
just listened. I just listened to your YouTube. It was the hour one where you guys were talking about. Oh, it was really good. I made a comment, and I think I even posted it. But I got to the point where you have to answer the question. Why are you coming over to Social X? And it said pending. So
okay.
I I want to be with the cool kids, but no. It said it was pending, and I haven't checked my email, but I'm trying. I'm going to download the app as well, the other app.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. I do those approvals, a couple times a day. So I certainly will get to it if I haven't got to it already. But yeah, I thought we were 75. I just checked. I think we're getting much closer to 100. I think it's like 85 now. So and like I said, News Toter, is really, really supporting the platform and posting a lot of content. So yeah, just let me know how you like it and everything else like that. And I'm gonna start doing social spaces during the day to try to, you know, explain to people what it is and try to get people to jump over there as well.
Just a quick FYI, you're going in and out. My microphone has come on several times and I didn't push it. So just FYI.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what.
Well, I do have a question for the young lady.
That's
You say
right.
you have a background in law?
Let me
Pardon?
see.
No, I don't have a background in law. No.
Okay.
Oh, my first original Twitter user handle was I'm no big time city lawyer, but nobody got that because it was just too much. I don't know, but yeah, no, I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we've been broadcasting on YouTube, and I just did the Zoom integration on the social post of the event. I'm on Zoom, but I just now realized they limit your time on Zoom. So I had to restart that little room. I guess I got to figure out how to buy a membership to Zoom so I can have an unlimited time window on there. But for whatever reason on social they were only letting me do 3 hour Zooms, and then I got on here and I don't think I got a whole hour out of it. So I have to figure that part out. But um yeah, the other option is to go live stream on social as an event. And so I may give that a try next weekend just to see, the difference between the two. But um yeah, everything's moving.
Have you tried Telegram?
I had that Telegram because so a year ago I had Blabbar. 2021 I started Blabbar, which was a platform. It was very politically minded, very politically based. Didn't have all the features, but Telegram was something that I was supposed to be able to integrate into Blabbar to make it to where I could get all these Telegram features on there. I did the integration and could not do anything, and it was rather disappointing. Um, and a lot of these platforms they don't really have tech, what do they call it, customer service or whatever. You got to email them. They give you brief answers, but they really want you to search through their log of questions and responses, and you essentially are on your own to figure it out. So I decided to to deplatform Blabbar back in April when Elon said he was going to buy Twitter. And we went, and I first saw 6zeros.net. Shout out to 6zeros.net. And I was like, okay, well, here's another black platform, and he's an FBA B1. And I was starting to send people from Blabbar over to his platform, and I promoted that for at least a month or two. And some people went over there and they checked it out. I think it to me it operates kind of like Discord, and Discord is a little confusing for me because it's just a lot of choices, a lot of menu options or whatever.
But me too. It's not very friendly. And I agree with you with the questions, frequently asked questions. That little part of any type of social network is very frustrating because the questions that you want to ask are deeper than just the basic. So I understand, but I'm gonna give social. What was the app that goes along with it? I was trying to go back to your page about a day ago, then I got busy. But there's an app that you guys were promoting that we needed to download.
Yes.
Was it social app? Or there's another.
No, yeah. So Mighty Networks is the platform that is built on. So when you're logged in on your phone, and or some other device, I'm not sure. I haven't tried on a laptop yet. I don't really download a lot of apps on my laptop, but if you have it on your phone, when you're signed in on the browser, when you download the app, it automatically just opens up to social because that's the app. The app recognizes the fact that you're logged in. If it doesn't, for some odd reason, you just put in the same information and it'll bring you to social. So unless you're on one of their other platforms, which I noticed that on the app, it has the option to switch platforms. So they probably have thousands of these different platforms on there. But unless you're signed into one of those, more than likely it's going to bring you right to social. And then you just kind of go from there. When you're posting, what I've noticed is the app works a lot better for posting links to different stories. The Twitter links only show up as the bird, like a big blurry bird, and then you got to click that link, and eventually it will take you to Twitter. But the content doesn't show up on social. For whatever reason, I don't know if that's a function that Twitter has, like some type of block or whatever out there like that. But everything else that I've tested, YouTube especially, goes right on there. You can see it. You see the whole graphics or whatever goes along with the story. Most people know Miss Pamela Denise. She has a space coming up this week, but she had a story in Newsweek, and I came across it and posted that right up on there. So anytime we find, and we try to keep it black positive for the most part from the social account, we're posting positive stories. So it's a lot of like black excellence that we're posting over there, and people are starting to really engage. There's DMs and private chats and all of that stuff over there. So yeah, it's really nice, and it flows really good. It's really easy to use. It's a little different, but it's really easy.
I think I may have been accepted because I just went back in and I'm downloading the Mighty right now. But let's see. It's saying I'll just put this up. Here we go. And then this one. So I think I'm in. I'm putting it in the community thing. So here we go. Tweet all. You already sent that. Oh, wow, they're getting really disrespectful, Twitter. Jeez. if you try to post something and you try to change it, they'll say it's already been posted. You already said that. And I hadn't. But if you look in your comment section did it post?
Let's see.
Let's see. Are they even letting you get out?
So on social, I can if you give your money, you give your power. Is that your if that's your avatar? Then I see you on social. Miss Just, is that you? Can you hear me?
Mm, no, I don't know.
No, that's not you. Hmm.
Hold on one sec. Let's see. Let's see if this is what you're seeing. They didn't post it. I just sent something. Wow. Okay, I'll do it again. Hold on. Here it is. Is this? Okay. Oh, it went public. I'll do the foundational. Maybe that's the reason. Here we go. Tweet. Should show up in foundational. There, your tweet was sent. And then I'm going to send it to the room. Daywalkers. Okay, so that's that. But what I wanted to show you was this. Oh, come on. What's this right here? Here we go. Now, that's what I just saw a few moments ago. Welcome, Brenda, which is my name. My name is Brenda.
Oh, okay.
Go to drafts. Oh, they're not letting me put that out to you. Well, nah, son. Try. Here we go. Tweet.
Okay, I see you.
Okay, there it is. Added to promote. Here we go. And then I'm going to send it to, and you can take it off the Jumbotron. I'm just letting you see. So I think I'm in, if that says that, right?
Yeah, I see. When you said your first name, I see that name in here. It looks like it was 7 hours ago or whatever that you signed up.
Yeah, you can take it off the Jumbotron. Okay.
Yeah, that's the right, because once you yep, and you got the screenshot. That's it. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Waiting for oh my gosh.
Waiting for what exactly?
Waiting for
Play on words. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. You remember we were talking about well, I was talking about how you know I live in the Philippines, and in the Philippines, you know, Filipinos, they feel like there's no opportunity in their country, and when I have businesses here. I got Filipinos working for me.
Yeah, I got the Zoom,
and
I decided to try the Zoom
to that reputation they have in
integration
America, where
on
they're
social.
great workers in America.
And
so, what is your opinion on?
So I am on Zoom.
When people leave their
Zoom
country
up and running,
and then
but
they come to America,
doing
and
it as
to have this
audio only with a
this
picture instead of video.
Outlook on the world, and they seem to do.
I got to figure out how to buy
America,
the membership so they can go longer than 30 minutes or an hour or whatever they give you on Zoom.
Fake it till you make it. I think that they.
But I'm gonna try the.
It has to
social
be
live
kind
next
of,
weekend. To see how that looks.
A kick to your butt when you realize that you're going to leave your own country.
This Zoom look
to go find something better.
So
just on that level,
for people, for people who are used to Zoom,
to your
it'll give them an option to
I have to leave my country. Nobody wants
do
to leave
Zoom
their home.
events right through
so
social.
For that to happen, you've already
link.
Put yourself down a peg or two. So when they come over here and they
you still got to have the Zoom app, and you still got to start the Zoom from your Zoom app.
In their mind,
and then
thinking,
people who are on social will be able to click right through
because we're in this country.
The social
link
sort of like to get to the Zoom app.
They don't.
So
meaning they don't. Value what
but
we
it
have.
Works.
Because
I can see the value in it.
But this is our country, and we have our own
for people
issues.
that are used to running
So when
Zoom,
they come here and they take upon themselves to have that, that superior attitude, it's because when you leave your land, that's saying something. Just for some money or for freedom. You couldn't get that where you live. That's like having a man or a woman
now that I
at
think
home,
about it, I may try to set up the social live event tonight.
I'm just gonna go find me another family. So you didn't make it.
Just to
It's
test it out
obvious because you're
and see what
here,
it's looking like
and
now.
then you have to make
'Cause you can
yourself
go
feel better
live,
because everybody
right?
knows
You don't have
you
to
came over
schedule
here
them
because
if
you couldn't make it.
I'll just have to read on how to
I
do
mean,
it real
that's
quick.
a scarlet letter right there. So I just think that they fake it till they make it, and a lot of us, meaning foundational Black Americans, we had yet to come to the mindset of when we hear about these murders and rapes and all of these things that we didn't just automatically say, well, was
The
it a
Twitter is
foundational
still
Black American?
people coming in and
Because
out.
9 out of 10, it
So
probably wasn't, because we don't do those type of things.
it's still
So
what it
now that
is
we're
with
coming
the
into the realm of
not
you hear
letting
anything
people
about
sit in the
something
space.
happening and they're Black, we're immediately, our antennas are up. That wasn't one of us, because a Jewish person would not let that shit ride. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's because they already know that they're losers, just putting it out there, and that they're coming over here with their tail between their legs and their hands out. Do we ever hear of anyone coming over here saying, no, I don't want your assistance? Riddle me that. But that's what I think.
Right. Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
I like that. That was a great point. A very great point. Yeah.
Yeah, so I got something in the Jumbotron about the corruption over there. Let me see so I don't misquote it. Okay, yeah. So the Africa Growth Initiative notes that sub-Saharan Africa received nearly 2 trillion in foreign direct investment (FDI) and ODA between 1980 and 2018, but lost more than 1 trillion to illicit financial outflows, noted the report. And this is in the People's Gazette, which looks like a Nigerian paper. So out of $2 trillion over the span of looks like 40 years, roughly 38 years, they lost $1 trillion. Have no idea where it went. Just pure corruption. Pure fucking corruption over there, man.
Yeah. Hey, you remember the former well, he's dead now, but he was the dictator of the country of Zaire, and he stole $5 billion from the Zairean government treasury.
Crazy.
Wow. It all went to his family.
Wow.
Right? And then he took the money and he put it in Swiss accounts and different accounts in Europe, and he bought mansions in France and
crazy
and in England and all this stuff. But
just outright, I couldn't believe that, brother. I was like, wow.
Yeah. And this happens. I hear it from a lot of African leaders. They steal money from the country, and then they buy property all over the world. In America, Canada, Australia, Europe. Yeah. And then they leave their people, devastated. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we gotta have hyper transparency. We gotta have monthly audits. We got monthly reports. Because even in this country, whether real or not, fabricated or not, they always seem to bring down Black American politicians with they got $100,000 in their freezer, or they got a suitcase full of money and they got them on video camera accepting it, things of that nature. They brought down Jesse Jackson Jr., Kwame from Detroit, the one congressman, his name escapes me. He was the one that had the money in the freezer, an old Black man. It's just like, come on, man. Like, it's crazy, because you look at the Georgia person who's running for governor, and her value went up $3 million over the course of the pandemic. It's like the money is there to be made, I guess, in a legal quote unquote way. So why accept backdoor bribes and all that, and get set up when they're gonna do it for the white politicians. They're not gonna let you get away with it. That's just not the way the country operates. Go ahead, Miss Waiting.
We Black Americans within our own homes, we know what we can do, what we can't do, whether it's because of our brothers and sisters, meaning our brothers and sisters like siblings, or our family members, our cousins, aunts, or whatever. We foundationally know if you try to do something, you're going to get called out. I mean, I'm the last out of 6. I mean, I don't know how many times I've heard mama, and me saying mama is telling on my brothers or sisters. If we have that same type of innate type of, if you do that, you're going to get busted. You're going to embarrass your family. A lot of us didn't get pregnant when we were teenagers because it was just embarrassing. I mean, it was like, if it happens, it happens. I'm not putting anyone down, but it was like frowned upon. Okay. So I think with these politicians, every politician that is doing something unscrupulous to their community, they have a wife. Their wife has brothers and sisters. Somewhere in that family, they could have been called to the carpet. So I think if we go back to our beginnings and we hold each other accountable, I think a lot of these so-called Black, and again, they may not just be African American. I mean, they may be African American and not Black American. So they're not us. But I think if you knew in the back of your mind, your wife or your husband would find out that you did something that you should not have done, and then their family knew about it, they would embarrass you. So I think a lot of times when we see these people doing this, I mean, they got to walk from their office to their car. They have to live in a neighborhood. So if we can't catch them, at the office, then the church. I'm sure they always go to church. The congregation, they don't call them to task either. So I think we need to start embarrassing them, so they will think maybe twice about doing something like that. That's what keeps me in line. If somebody found out or whatever, it's like I'm going to embarrass my family. So I think maybe that would stop them, because I don't understand why they do that. They make the money, they make the salary. I just did a post about the guy who did the, there's been so many things happening, so I apologize. But, I was saying he goes to work. He's looking at his fellow coworkers and all the time just scamming. It was for the softball stadium or something.
Oh,
I forget.
Brett Favre.
Things mush together after a while. But I think we need to start embarrassing our people from the family and out. Maybe that would curtail it. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think it's a lot easier to do that when you're in a Black majority state society. I think because of us being scattered, there is a lot more opportunity for that. And oftentimes Black politicians don't really live in the community like that.
Yeah, but wouldn't Stacey Abrams' family tell her, "Hey, sister, why are you saying those type of things? Why are you making it so hard for our people to, to get ahead? You're making comments that we don't matter, and no, you're not giving, reparations, with finality in your voice. What's wrong with you?" That's what I mean by calling them, pulling their ear or whatever. Their own family saying, "Girl, why you say something like that?" You know what I mean? That type of, I don't know.
I get what you're saying. So Stacey Abrams, this is 3 days ago, put out this basically a Mexican PSA. And I mean, this is recorded on film. This was done by a professional studio with lighting and I mean everything. And it's a 1 minute long propaganda video, and what really pissed me off is she's talking about how the Latino community is driving growth inside of the state of Georgia. And I mean that could not be anything further from the truth. The fact is they are like single digit percentage of the state, and she wants to open it up to where they become, double digit percentages of the state and push black people out in that state. It's such a disgusting display. The so-called guy who wants to be governor in Maryland is essentially doing the same thing. He put out a video where he's wrapping his arms around some immigrant group, and espousing the fact that he's going to make sure that these immigrants have a equal place in the state of Maryland as well. It's really, man, it sucks that this is going on right now as people are
There's nothing we can do about it. That's I, mean, I think I heard something about them opening up an office or something, or giving them some type of
Americans.
government building. Well, not so much that, but giving them an office such as it is. But there's nothing we can't call her to task to say that statistic that you just said was a lie. I mean, what about the newspapers? They don't hear her.
Then they all know, they're all aware, they see it, they don't say nothing. The silence is deafening, because the black Democrat Party thinks, for whatever reason, they still believe in black and brown. They believe if they help these people, it's going to help them. They're so, and this goes to the unconscious sleepwalkers. Some of them have got to know because they've been getting called out, and I've been calling them out. Other people have been calling them out. These campaign managers, they are aware of it. They just don't care. They see this black and brown coalition, for whatever reason, as a positive to their careers, but it certainly is not a positive for Black America.
Now, see, this reminds me of when Obama was doing his, talking to get us to, like him. Trump said it, but it was misconstrued that he was being racist. He kept saying, "Look at his birth certificate. Look at Obama's birth certificate," and we didn't listen. I mean, he was giving us little, hints and stuff. But after everything has come out, even for Kamala, for her dealings with the prison, now everything is coming out now. But where was the newspapers and our journalists then, when they could have told us when this was happening, and she would have lost those votes for people who didn't know that was happening. I myself knew, but you know what I mean. It's like, so we're going to hear about this after the fact. It's just I don't know.
Hey, so you're saying that maybe Trump should have said, "Hey, Obama's not a real Black American." They're maybe American.
Well, he was in court saying it was something about the Native Americans, and there's a video quoted at where he says they don't look like Native Americans to me. He's talking about the $5 Indians.
And he was also, when he was debating Joe Biden, I'll see if I can find it. It was hilarious. He was talking about the immigrants. The illegal aliens. He said, "Well, why do we let them come over here? We house them, we feed them, and they stay, 2-3 years. And the ones that we do let go, they never come back, Joe. They never come back." And I don't want to say this in any type of way, and I almost lost my mind. He says the smart ones don't ever come back. I'm going to find that, because I was rolling. In their debate, he kept saying, they don't. Why are we housing them? No other country will say if you are going to stay here or not, but we'll keep you here. We'll spend our money on you until we figure it out. And then that's when they started to say about the cages. He's like, these people send their kids over here because they know they're going to come get them, and then Joe gives them $450,000 in the end. I mean, it was just priceless. But yeah, he tried to tell us. He even told us, "Why don't you change? Vote Republican." You know, what do you have to lose? He was right on the time. He was right on the spot.
You know, in my experience with travel, America is the only country in the world that has a court system where if you're a legal alien, right, you have the right to go to court before they can send you out of the country. Any other country, if you are illegal, they will put you in jail, and then in the next week or two, they're gonna deport you out of the country. So I don't know. You know, America is the only country where you can actually go to court to get a judge to overturn your, being deported. So very interesting.
And for our student visas, I think it's Switzerland. It's something with an S. Once you're out of school, you can't stay. You have to leave. Now, if you come back, you can be on your student visa. But unlike America, where you can just kick it and you can become a professional student. You never have to leave. But in that country, I can't remember. I think it was Switzerland. They say, okay, see you later, but you're not going to stay if you're not enrolled. And we're talking about colleges, but not America. Mm-mm.
A lot of countries, it's impossible to become a citizen. You can become a permanent resident, but you can never be a citizen of that country. There's many countries like that.
So there was a space, Vox. Just put it up here. Vox is like some news outlet. They held a space earlier this week, and it was only an hour long, hour and a minute. They had almost 8,000 people attend that space, and it was called "The Power and Potential of Latino Voters." And essentially, from what I gather, they're basically, because they're getting bolder and bolder and bolder. And the last election, the Democrat Party said, "Oh, it's black women. They're the foundation." I can almost guarantee you that if not this midterm election, definitely in 2024, it's going to be the full erasure of Black American voters, and it's going to be all about how Latino voters are the saviors of democracy, and they're the reason why blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, half of them are voting Republican, and the other half are voting Democrat. And in Texas, it's like 90% of them are voting Republican. So yeah, it's, man, all into what Miss Waiting was talking about in terms of these governors and these mayors and whatever else is going on. We can stop it in the states. We if we get control over the states, just like the governor of Arizona and Texas and now Florida, who's under investigation for flying people out of Texas into Massachusetts. We can actually get those people on buses and deport them. We can make sure that they can't work and they can't get driver's license or whatever it is. They have no access to actually benefit in the society, and we can charge the businesses that hire them. So it's like, yeah, we could actually insulate ourselves from a lot of it. They won't want to come to our states anyway, especially if we have the majority population and we have control over the state. So while we keep thinking of ways to fix the problem through these white structures and white society, we could actually do it for ourselves. All we got to do is move.
See, and I don't understand why I find it entertaining that Kamala has to step over immigrants, but if they can put them on the bus to get to her house, why can't the bus driver be directed to drive to Mexico? I did a little I love Tyrese. But anyway, this one was for Justin Timberlake. You know, I'm bringing the Mexicans back because that's all they're doing. If we get them out because of ICE, and then the companies say, okay, you know, you just deported all of my workers, we're going to bring them back, and you're going to pay for it, the taxpayers. You're also going to pay for their medical and all the rest of it. We weren't going to do that. That's the reason why we hired them, because we don't have to treat them with respect like, you know, normal American workers. So they brought them back. But it's kind of weird that whenever we think about us being replaced, is I don't think a lot of people realize just how close we are for that balance to shift. I really don't think. I think a lot of people think because of our numbers that we're still going to be, you know, not erased, and we are, but it doesn't have to be actual. It could just be through words. Just like you said, you know, how they're going to be, how the Mexicans, Hispanics are going to, you know, be that base. Even if it wasn't true, they are erasing us with their words. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people aren't informed. And they'll start to think, oh, the black people don't have any votes. They don't have any votes, whatever. It could be true. It could not be true. But they can erase us on paper and by words. And that's what they're doing. It's clear as day to me anyway.
Absolutely. Paper genocide is what I've heard people say, and that's really what it is. There's the Latin actress off of one of those TV shows during the 2020 election. She was out there saying, you know, finally the Latinos, you know, blah 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 with the Democrat victory, and she got a lot of pushback because black women are still like the bedrock in the heart of the Democrat Party. But I don't think that's going to happen the next time. I think they're going to be in such a state of euphoria, if you will, that you know they're just gonna steamroll over all of that, and then as you know, wrote in my book, and as we've been talking about for 4 years on social media, it's gonna be like you're left there standing there holding the bag with nothing in it, and everybody else has their whole kingdom set up here. To Black American homeland's point about why is it that these other communities come over here and they're able to be successful and we're not? It's because the system continuously ensures the fact that they can be successful, while at the same time simultaneously ensuring that we have a bunch of obstacles in our path.
You know, why don't they ever bring up the fact that if they are doing so well, that when they come over, I mean, that the Hispanics that are here, why don't they tell their own to say, stop taking these government handouts? If we're supposed to be, you know, so much better than the black people or whatever, because we know, you know, how to make this situation work, why are they the main ones with the high percentages of government assistance? You know, I wish they would start telling that little essay, and I'm playing a word like essay, like an essay, but you know what I'm saying? But, you know, why don't they tell their own people, stop taking the handouts? You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing to us. We would do it. You know, a black person would say, girl, you need to get off welfare or whatever. They never tell them amongst themselves to say, stop taking the government handout.
Well, here's a news story. It's a screenshot of New York municipal workers, and it was a pay equity report for New York City, and they probably got one of the largest municipal workers in the country, just like the police force and everything else. But at any rate, it said women make 73 cents on the dollar, black workers make 71 cents on the dollar, Latino workers make 75 cents on the dollar, Asian workers make 85 cents on the dollar. I got to assume white men make $1 on the dollar. So here it is. You got this graphic where black American workers are at the bottom of even this. We got another speaker up, Roy Richardson. Okay. Hey, feel free to jump in. I see DJ's up here. Shout out DJ. Yeah, feel free to jump in.
What's up, everybody? Reparations up, Black State of America. Yeah, I'm just looking in the jumbotron. See somebody threatening to want to raise family, man. Who the hell is this Joseph J. Digger?
Yeah, that's the first one, and I didn't even get there yet. I've been bouncing around, but yeah, please check out that first post. Ray is, he's active in news Twitter spaces. I believe he's related to Judge Joe Brown. He is a nephew or something like that. And yeah, so whoever this person is looks like a Latino from what I can tell. Made some threats about looks like his daughter. And man, that's disturbing and disgusting all at the same time. But we'll see if Twitter decides to get rid of this guy, because I mean that is absolutely a violation of their so-called policy. But we all know and understand you can be banned on one account and turn around and open up another account the next day, or really like the next minute. So what does that really do? Go ahead, DJ.
No, I was about to say, if hopefully Ray blocked him back, and any account he'll try to make in the future, it'll just be blocked again or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, he could make another account, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't take that shit lightly at all. You know what I mean? Had a boy show up right to this motherfucker's house. You know what I'm saying? Or we find out where he live, we pull up to his house. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how we got to start rolling from now on out, man. One motherfucker threaten one person in the group, we roll over there 10 deep. You throw a chair, I might shoot you. You feel what I'm saying? That's how I got to go down, because that's how they be playing it, bro. Real talk.
Yeah, and I know. I mean, Ray's a real level-headed, level-minded individual, so I know it wouldn't have been something that he started and or where he got it to a level to where that was justified in any way, shape, or form. I think what it is
well, hopefully he'll have a cousin Pookie who's not so level-headed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think they called it Twitter fingers a few years back, but I think that's what it is. People be online. They know they're thousands of miles away. They might not even be in the country, but whatever. They run off at the mouth a little bit. It kind of is what it is. Mm.
Well, a little FYI, I've noticed that whenever I say something that I get, because they'll tell you now, are you sure you want to post that? I don't know if anybody else has gotten that little message. It's like they try to give you a heads up, but after I say something that I could possibly be putting Twitter timeout, if you say something like entertainment purposes or allegedly, I tend to get away with a lot of stuff that people try to call me on. So just FYI, if you say something from your heart, from your chest, and you think, okay, maybe they'll try to suspend me, just put behind it allegedly, just joking, because when they bring that up and the person is trying to get you in trouble, it clearly says they were joking. It was alleged. So just FYI, if you want to keep your page up or whatever, put those things behind it, and they tend to leave me alone.
Yeah, I was getting those a lot, and then I just self-censor myself on here as much as I can. I hashtag some words, and sometimes that they seem not to come down on you when you hashtag it, and it's probably all based on their keywords and algorithms and whatever they do. But yeah, that's good advice. I've decided, man, I'm at I think 60,000 tweets on here or something like that. That I don't want to have this account snatched away, because I do a lot of searches on the account. A lot of questions are repetitive over time, and instead of me just answering the same question over and over again, I can kind of search my timeline and just repost something I've already answered before. But I've said a lot of shit over this time period that is very controversial, and to be honest, they could go back and find something to deplatform me at any point in time. So, it just kind of is what it is when it comes to that. Go ahead, DJ.
Hold on 1 second. I'm about to make this left. 1 second.
Yeah,
So with that being said, the best thing for you to do specifically, because we're content creators, is to go into your settings. Everybody up here, you know what I mean? Go into your settings and download your data, bro. You know what I'm saying? Start making it a habit of doing that at least every week that you do we do the Black State Space. No later than Monday, request to download your data. You see what I'm saying? And like you said, you got X amount of followers. You got X amount of tweets. I'm trying to get on quick, so I'll go straight.
I've tried that, DJ, and they keep telling me it's going to take some time.
No, it does take a couple of days, but eventually they'll send you the notification and your Twitter notification, and it should be in your DM too, I believe. So once you just got to keep an eagle eye out for it. So you probably overlooked it throughout notifications, and
it's been like 4 months, bro. It's been like 4 months.
Yeah, check
No,
check
you just forgot about it. Just request it again. You forgot about it. That's all. Because they definitely send a notification within like a day or two, maybe 3 days at the most. And in worst case scenario, you still don't see nothing in the notification or the email, then contact Twitter support, which unfortunately we already know at this moment in time, there's nobody there to answer to. You're talking to the algorithm, aka Skynet, you know what I mean? BKA the Terminator. So
you're right. That's what it is, because I've requested it like 3 times. Through Twitter, that's what it is. They're ignoring me. Okay, I got it.
Well, no, not necessarily. It could just be, maybe you just didn't look at it or people through a notification. You're inside one of these threads. You're constantly tweeting. So it could get, lost in the sauce or whatever. It's like any other email that could have came through your spam folder, but it's really a government email that you needed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I got you. Yep, you're right.
I was going to say check your spam because it might have went there, because I've done it for the spaces and they do, just like he said, a couple of days later they'll send you a link to download it and then it downloads right onto your device or whatever. So
they got a spam section, right? They got a spam section for like notifications of emails, right?
And
if I'm not mistaken, I think so. You gotta go in your settings, Sister Baby.
Yeah, check your spam.
My Twitter settings, right?
Yeah. And I think it's account and then privacy, Twitter settings, privacy and data, something like that.
I think it's like the third one from the bottom up or something. Yep. Okay, I'm going to check it.
And it'll say, you know how to do it as far as like downloading the data. Other thing is too, make sure your application is up to date. See what I'm saying? Twitter has been updating, a lot over the course of the last 6 months or whatever. And plus, it's still buggy as hell. Check for updates for your phone, the operating system and any other app. It could be a network issue.
And you know what, DJ? There's an area on Twitter where it says all the updates that Twitter itself has done, like the bugs it's fixed, like how they're throwing out beta testing and all types of stuff. There's some good stuff behind the in Twitter if you know where to look for it, but it'll tell you everything that they've debugged for every year, every month. So yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm gonna keep my eye on it, but yeah, there's some good stuff.
Now for that, right, that we call that a version build, So you might, like me, I have Android 12, but it also depends on the model of the phone. You see that? So it doesn't matter if you got an Android S22 and I got this A71 right here, still running Android 12, the operating system, but the Twitter build, the application could be different. You see what I'm saying? The actual version number of Twitter you're using. If you got like the higher end Samsung phones, like a Galaxy, whatever, S22 or Note, you might have version build 105 while I'm on build 103 or something. You see that?
Yeah, I see where you're going. I'm Apple, but yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it'll be the same thing. It'll be the same thing, depending on what. Damn, this joker just ran the light. Both of these jokers stolen cars, so you already know. So,
DJ, you said it's possible to download all the tweets that I have done, I have made since
yeah, one shot.
2014 when I.
Yeah, if you give me a second, I'm actually about to head to my house right now. See everybody in their mama house on this nice night. But what you call it? Yeah. Everything America Online, all in one shot. You know what I mean? Just go to your settings. I think it's privacy and data or privacy and something, and you'll see download my Twitter data or whatever. And it tells you it takes like 2 to 3 days. You know, just look out for the notification. You know what I mean? Keep your apps updated. I'll post something to the Jumbotron when I get a second. I'm gonna yell right here real quick though.
Okay, this gives me a chance to talk about this Birmingham mayor, black man in Birmingham. He pardoned over 15,000 people convicted of small marijuana possessions. He says these pardons are a strong start, but our work is far from done. That is from the black mayor in Birmingham. And I did not know that mayors have the power to pardon within their state.
I did not know that either.
Yeah.
That's so that has to be in that has to be in the Birmingham jail. Or is it a Birmingham prison? So I thought a prison was
Birmingham
a jail,
man.
Okay. Okay.
So basically, they're using the word pardon, but they're going to be just basically throwing out probably misdemeanor charges and any type of felony agreement, like suspended, suspended sentences. The person they go to prison, but it's still within their jurisdiction.
Right.
And he had to work with the prosecutor, obviously, or local DA. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. A mayor can pardon anything within its jurisdiction. However, when it comes to the state, it has to be the governor. Yeah.
Correct. We're just breaking this thing down logically. You know, he can only go so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to read the story a little bit. So it goes back to between 1990 and 2020. Anybody convicted in that time period for small amounts of marijuana. Now, when you made the distinction between the city and the state, is that to say that, essentially this pardon is only eligible within the city limits and not outside of the city limits?
No, I think we're missing the point. Saying that if the crime was committed in his jurisdiction, then he's going to wipe it off the books. Just simple. There's nothing magical about it. Can you put out sauces there?
Yeah, but this is a major situation. It's 15,000 people, and I have another post talking about where the word mayor comes from, and I do want to talk about that after this. But this has not been done in my city. They got rid of the box that where you ask or you convicted of a crime, but it's only in the city, not outside the city. Well, in my area, the county has 2 million people, but the city only has 300,000 people. So if you work in the city, that may be beneficial to you, but the rest of the state doesn't remove the box. So it's significant if you can take that pardon and it does not follow you anywhere else in the United States or anywhere else inside the city.
Matrix, sir. Or is that my phone?
No, it could be me. Damn it. I'll stay in the matrix.
He's in the matrix.
Okay, I'm going to drop out and drop back in. Let me, this whole time I didn't have a co-host, man. I'm tripping. Let me get a couple co-hosts because you know how this goes.
Do that again.
Yeah, it's a little better. It's like the one time I had it good. It's an awkward position I got to sit in.
Yes, sir. You're in the matrix, sir.
All right. Fuck.
Yeah, look.
Okay.
Elevation. Let me see. Hey, look, it's covering the. Hold on. Okay.
What you gotta say, bro? Say it. Spit it out.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Good. Now I can dip out and
Okay, I should.
at least try to get back in the fucking room. Damn it. Damn ski on the wham ski. You pardon 15,000 people and then say that's not significant. Come on, B. Come on, man. That's significant right there. I don't give a damn. That's significant right there.
They do that at work. So they make these statements to try to bait you into a conversation. So they really want to ask something, but they don't really want to say with their full chest. So is there something you want to ask, sir? This is office politics. I've been in corporate America for a while, bro. So what is you want to ask, sir? Let's get to it.
Oh, nothing. Hey, I'm just I appreciate that you're in my
No, sir. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's all.
Just be clear with our intentions. Yeah, be clear with our intentions, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I just haven't heard your voice in that space in months. That's all.
No problem. Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh man, so yeah, so I'm back. It's hard to, so I can't. Oh damn it. So yeah, to read the story and then also talk, it's a little difficult. But I'm gonna try to get to the point of what the general benefit of it is. Yes, 15,000 people, 1990 to 2020. It says it only applies to closed convictions for unlawful possession of marijuana, second degree class A misdemeanor, possession of drug paraphernalia. Um, Started in 2019, this so called initiative. It is connected to the Birmingham Municipal Court System. And I don't see nothing about the state's involvement other than it says Alabama spends millions of dollars locking people up, blah, 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 blah. But nothing that would say in this story that says Alabama Democrats chair rep extended his support for Woodfin's initiative, but that doesn't sound like he's got any real authority. So it's interesting.
So yeah, a local government can expunge a criminal record.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting because we have 1,200 mayors across the country that are black. 1,200. That means there should be hundreds of thousands of these pardons going out across the country, not just in one city, in one town. Should be hundreds of thousands of these going out. So that's why to me it's a significant of enough of a story, and that'll bring us to the where this word mayor comes from, because I found this in my research about other things. But it says, wonder why we have all of these black mayors. Mayoral is a Spanish word, and here they say it's a Basque word, mayora, which means more. Believe it or not, mayor means more. Now we know what more means, right? We all understand what more means. The Spanish word mayor, meaning head or chief, that was an occupational name for the foreman of a gang of agricultural workers. Now, in the next post, I say, eventually, and this was in pre-transatlantic slave, which at the time it was called trans-Saharan slave trade in Europe. This is after the Europeans retook parts of Spain away from the Moors, and they had established, European rule over that land again, and they had a lot of African slaves living amongst them. So This is what they say. Eventually, it became customary for one of them to be named by city officials as mayoral steward over the rest, with authority to do a bunch of different things along with settle their quarrels. This gentleman, a royal servant who was known popularly as the Negro Count Mayoral of Seville Negro Community. So this word mayor actually has a place in history, and it was essentially the slave driver. There is a song called El Mayoral, which is the mayor, and they translate it as slave driver. In South American countries, they sing this song to an up tempo, festive, beat, like those Mexican mariachis you see. That's the type of music that they're playing behind this song. And here's the words. And again, it's titled El Mayor, which means slave driver. I feel such pain in my chest when dawn approaches. It's the slave driver, El Mayor, with his threats. He does not let us rest. At 4 in the morning, when the sun's ready to shine, the slave driver, El Mayor, with his scolding, doesn't let us rest. Oh, slave driver, mayoral. Oh, slave driver, mayoral. Oh, slave driver, mayoral. Oh, slave driver, mayoral. Take out your machete. Cipriano, take out your machete. Sharpen your shovel, Jose. Sharpen your shovel. So that is the connection between the word mayor of these cities and our history as a people, connecting us to Africa and the Spaniards and where this word comes from. Go ahead, Elevation.
Yes, I want to add on that I understand everything you just said as far as mayor, meaning slave driver, or they was using it for a slave driver, right? So I don't want to forget, or want us to forget that Dessalines from Haiti was seen as a slave driver by some of his countrymen, and that's one of the reasons why they killed him. But all he was trying to do was prepare Haiti for the next French invasion. They killed the man, and Haiti is a Spanish word anyway, but they killed that man, and they ended up having to pay France billions, if not billions of dollars in reparations. So I would say, just to say that sometimes it's a matter of perspective. Because that man was not a slave driver. He helped fight alongside with them. It's just he had the vision. So I take that with a grain of salt. Because they connect mayor to more, which is us, and then slave driver, I take it with a grain of salt. But I understood what you said, though. I yield the mic, sir.
Yeah, so the way and I appreciate that, and I'm connecting it to the fact that we have all of these black mayors who do very little for our population today. Many of us look at them as pawns, because they either don't have the power or they won't wield the power that they do have, using the Stacey Abrams excuse of, we're only 12% of the population, and if you say the word black, then you won't get elected, blah 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 blah. All these excuses as to why they don't defend their black American citizens. In my city, we had our first black mayor, and the black population is like 30% of the city, if not a little bit more than that, but we have absolutely no authority in this city. I live outside the city, but the black people in the city are just like powerless to do anything here. um the black majority state movement is about getting governor power, full state power, so that we can change everything, and we have no one above us. But I think these black mayors should be doing as much as they can, if not a whole hell of a lot more, to protect us. Go ahead, Elevation.
Yes, sir. And with that being said, I'm 100% in favor
of all of them being voted out of office. Every last one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you put a damn Martian from Mars on there or in that place. Let them get put out of office. Make them go get regular 9-to-5 jobs at Popeyes or at a factory or something, and let them feel the pain. And maybe they get some act right. All of them. Not one of them left. I don't care if they seem like they're doing good. Let them all feel it. I mean that.
And
I don't care. All.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah. No, I think it's knowledge too. Like a lot of these people that become mayors, right? They don't know the full position of being a mayor. They don't have the absolute knowledge.
No, sir. No. Let's not do that. Have you ever met a mayor before?
I got mayors in my back pocket.
He said, "I got mayors in my back pocket."
Yeah, I know a lot of mayors. I know mayors. Yeah, I visit them all the time. They give me. I get business from mayors all the time. Yeah.
I've met Sylvester Turner. I'm from Houston, Texas, born and raised. So I've met Sylvester Turner before, and he's not a dumb man whatsoever. He's not an idiot.
Right.
You know, you got to be somewhat crafty or cunning or, pardon me, clever in order to navigate the different situations, the different cultures, the different races, all of that, the different situations. So these people are not dumb. Plus, they have advisors. These people are very informed. Let's not belittle these people. They are not dumb. Please don't do that. They are fully informed.
Yeah.
If a man was on a phone call right now, on this phone call, I'm saying with his advisors, I promise you he will be researching. They'll be cataloging who's in here and doing research. See, we don't do that. So it's kind of far fetched. I'm gonna Google somebody. Who is that person? They not important. They ain't nobody. Listen, I don't know. Or do you contend with that? Do you say people don't do research? How do you feel about that, sir?
Yeah, people do research, but these mayors, like that Houston black mayor that had advisors, I'm pretty sure most of his advisors are white. Therefore, I don't believe that a white advisor would give him advice on what he needs to do to help black people.
Okay, you know, I believe that, right? But as far as being informed, I'm of the mindset that these people, they know everything going on. And they willfully choose to deny us. And some of them even take pleasure in it.
Right? Well, Stacey Adams Stacey Abrams. She might be doing something like that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. And she's not even an elected official, right? Isn't she just like a candidate?
She's a candidate, yeah.
What's her position?
Well, she's running for governor. Yeah, she's a candidate. She's not a governor yet. But the thing is,
she's a wannabe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing she's saying, right? She's already dismissing black people even before she even become governor.
Crazy.
She's already dismissing black people. So that's why I don't trust her.
Don't trust her.
Big bro, but I want to take it there, right? So she doesn't have a position. She's just running, and she's aware of our situation.
Yes.
And she's still denying us. So that's one of the reasons why I say people that's in position, they are aware as well. These people don't get nowhere by being dumb or being like just willfully ignorant. No. They intentionally deny us. Or do you see the connection? Here she is with no team or apartment. No, she probably got a team, but she's not in paid office yet. So they don't have access to the same resource. They just don't. And people might say, okay, what kind of resource are you talking about? If you work for the city or for a government or whatever, you got access to stuff like LexisNexis, which got like $100,000 a year subscription. LexisNexis is where everybody's info is at. Your credit cards, credit card information, your Social Security. Every time you try to use a different Social Security, you try to flip the numbers. That's in LexisNexis too. Your aliases, all that stuff.
So flip the numbers, damn.
They can really find some stuff out versus just being a running candidate, if you will.
I would think they'd tell her what not to say. so she won't slip up and mistakenly give us some advice. You know what I mean?
I can agree with that. 100%.
Look,
but she still has to know about our situation in order to really deny it.
She knows. She
well,
knows.
Not necessarily.
She knows.
But I think she knows about it. I speculate she knows about our situation.
Yeah, she was. I believe she was a state legislator. So she's held office before, and she was very intricately involved in the 2020 election, increasing the voter pool in Georgia. She's not like, not for nothing. I mean, she has some sway down there. But yeah.
How do you measure sway? I like that you brought that up. How do you measure sway, sir?
Well, she got the state to turn blue in that presidential election. So as far as the Democrats are concerned, she has a lot of power down there, a lot of influence.
Okay. So let's break that apart. We thinking people, right? So how does the state turn blue? You have more Democrat voters, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So
yes.
Do they have any programs? Do they have any programs that attract immigrants, like attract Jamaicans or Caribbeans or Mexicans and stuff like that? And I'm asking these like for a reason.
Yeah, she's leading the charge. There's a post in the Jumbotron. She put out a 1-minute propaganda video about Mexican culture. She's leading the charge on bringing Mexicans in.
That's not a program, sir. I say programs deliver tangibles.
Well,
for example, in New York City, they have a program for illegal aliens to stay at hotels. I've heard 5-star hotels, but I'm not going to repeat that. What I'll say is hotels. They have a deal with the city of New York that allowed them. Now, you have homeless FBA or just homeless people, period, that don't have access to any of that, but they give the illegal aliens access to this kind of stuff.
Right.
And they don't got no room in the hotel. Supposedly, they give them tents and cots and to sleep on, so they'll be comfortable. For lack of a better expression.
Right.
So that's definitely intangible. Plus, I think they were talking about giving $16,000 per man, woman, and child. Illegal alien, man, woman, and child.
Crazy.
Y'all heard that too, right? Or no?
Crazy.
I didn't hear that, but Georgia is still a Republican controlled state. Especially when it comes to the governor.
Right.
And there are no tangibles for illegals or Hispanics, not yet. However, when Stacey Abrams, she's promising them tangibles if she becomes governor.
Right.
That's where the danger comes from.
Absolutely. No question.
Okay, that's part of it. Also, I want to ask a question. Let me see. I-75 runs through Georgia, right? So that connects. Where does that connect you to? Kentucky, Ohio, and also Michigan, specifically Detroit. So, is the economic situation in those 3 states so bad to force people or to feed people into Atlanta or feed people into Georgia? And thereby help turn it blue. I'm just trying to piece this thing apart. I-75 is a highway, right? North and south.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So there was I posted on my timeline. It's from the Pew Research Center. Over the course of, I think it was 20 years, it was black immigration into the state of Georgia. This is why the fallacy of Stacey Abrams. She says Latino Hispanics are driving Georgia growth. But meanwhile, this Pew Research Center map shows that our population has been coming into the state of Georgia since the last 2 decades. And it's somewhere close to like 1 million people that have moved into the state of Georgia that are black people. They're not all black Americans, but because they got people coming from the Caribbean and Africa, whatever. But the largest percentage are us moving into the state.
So let's think about this right now. I just said 75. It also touched Tennessee too, but I'm not even counting them. It goes to Knoxville, but it goes to Kentucky, Ohio, Michigan. So we know the auto industry is on a downturn up there in Michigan.
Mm.
Even though they still have some factory jobs, it's not like it used to be. So that will force some people to move. They say, you know what? Let me try Ohio. Let me try somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Then Ohio, the economic situation in Ohio has been bleak for a long time. If you've been in Ohio, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of rough out there. That's why a lot of folks hustle. And then Kentucky got, you know, factory jobs or whatever, but, you know, it can be kind of rough out there too. 75 goes to Lexington, Kentucky, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. But so I think Atlanta is kind of like the natural spot. It's warmer. You know, you don't have to buy snow tires every year. You can just get your all-weather, all-terrain tires and make a living. So I brought this up because I'm thinking about how did it turn blue. So was it just Stacey Abrams? Now, did she help galvanize people who are already there? Yeah, possibly.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
the influence thing, that sounds like a Democrat talking point, bro. I'm just going to be real with you. These people like to put extras. I'm not saying you're a Democrat, but it sounds extra. It sounds like Al Sharpton talking point.
Well, yeah. So she got people. So across the country, roughly a little less than 40% of our population does not vote at all, and then there's like 20% or less that are independent voters. She went into that population group, got people to register to vote and vote Democratic. So you could call it influence, but she actually convinced people who either were not voting or were voting independent to actually vote Democrat. That's not influence. That's not influence, though. That's actual. That's what politics is about. That's campaigning 101. You get people who don't vote to vote. And in our population, yeah.
Now, at the same time, we're talking about the year 2020, right? Or no?
Yeah. 2020 was the presidential. Yep.
Okay. So now I got to ask a natural question. You see, was it so much her, or was people fearful of Donald Trump and fearful of him being racist and fearful of him putting us on a plantation? You know, because the guy's an asshole. You know, now is he worse than Biden? Hell no. But is he an asshole? Hell yes. Does he rub people the wrong way? Hell yes. You know, is that the catalyst, or is it really just Stacey Abrams getting out there, you know, and doing whatever the heck she does?
See, I'm never going to be convinced that black people vote out of fear. I'm just not going to be convinced of that. I think if it's a thing where we just stay home, if we don't like, you know, who we think is going to win, we just won't vote. She had to mobilize those people.
On this app, like Homeland, it's a lady on this app. Her name is Lisa. She's an older lady. She's probably like in her 60s now. And she was talking about how she voted for Biden because she had some friends that died from COVID-19 and Trump was killing people and all this. Now she got Biden's remorse, or Biden's remorse, you want to call it that. So she voted out of fear.
Biden's
I'm not
remorse.
saying one person represent millions of people. I can't say that. But a certain segment of the population votes out of fear, bro. A certain segment. Now, some of us just GTFO, like, we don't give a flip. But some of them, you know our aunts or, you know, maybe our parents, sometimes they got their little, you know, a little fear in them, a little bit, right? Or no?
Yeah, so with all due respect to that woman, God bless her, I'm so sorry she lost a family member, but if she voted in a presidential election based on COVID-19, there's something wrong with that person. I'm sorry, because no, that's insane to me. That's insane to me.
Facts. If she'll come on here, she'll tell you.
Damn.
She'll tell you. She always talk a long time. She hella long-winded. She'll start crying, go through this whole melodramatic stuff. It's a whole episode, man. It's like some Shakespeare shit. So, yeah, a certain segment of the population, bro, the whole talking point. Our ancestors died for this. If you don't vote, you got no voice. Shut up, you didn't vote. All that stuff,
Crazy,
man.
crazy.
You know
crazy,
these
crazy.
people.
Yeah.
And
These
also,
people crazy.
hold up. Some of them fear the white folks who they work with.
Mm.
So they want to go wear that button. I voted back at work. So they let them know, hey, I'm participating.
That's
You ain't got nothing to worry about from me, boss.
Wow.
Listen, man, I work in a factory. I work with these people, man. I work with them.
That is crazy.
Yeah. I don't know.
Is it?
Where you at? Number Black Panthers and Radicals.
No.
You know, guys, that is a good point. Maybe we should start taking some of those extra I voted stickers and just keep them on our person so we can just hand them out if they tripping like that. But I know what you mean. A lot of people really do want to have that sticker.
Oh man, you know what?
If
If it's a union shop, I could understand that because those unions are really, really into voting. So, you know, if it's a union place, I get it.
I don't get it either way, man. See, you better hold your nuts. Listen, we'll get fired anytime. You ain't no. I get what you mean, but heck no. Let me tell you what, man. I'm saying I had the first day of the job where I'm working at now. I had a Honduran guy. He asked me. He's my trainer. So he asked me why I left my last job. I worked at a furniture factory, right? I said because they was getting ready to lay us off. He said, "How you know that?" I said, "Because they cut back my hours and they hired a bunch of H-2B visas." He said, "What's an H-2B visa?" I said, "That's a migrant worker that come from Mexico or Central America." He said, "Oh, that's because Americans don't really want to work, and the migrants they work really hard." And I told him right there, no uncertain terms. I'm to verbatim. I said that there's no history or historically. There's no history of these migrant workers you speak of working so hard, because if there was, there'll be evidence of that hard work in their country.
Right.
And that's yet to be seen. You see, just real respectful, but we're going to talk that talk, and he said, so what did he say? He said that America will be a third world country if companies like company we work for was over there. I said, no, sir. I said, that's foundational Black Americans. I'm telling them this. I said, we, FBA, have built this country one time and we'll do it again if need be. Everything around us, voice over IP, and I named some different inventions, but nevertheless, so we bumped heads on that, but actually that worked out because I got a raise and I'm getting ready to go to night shift, which that's why I wanted to be the first place anyway. So it really worked out. But I still want to say is that we gotta let these folks know, man. If these folks are bold enough to come on a job and talk that talk to us, no, we gotta talk that talk to them too. I tell you what though, in my interview, the white man asked me why I left. I told him the exact same thing. I said because they're getting ready to lay off because of the H-2B visas. He's smart enough not to ask all these extra questions. He know what time it is. Because okay, let me not get myself in trouble. The Honduran, he don't know no better. But nevertheless, that union stuff, man, scratch that, bro. Nah. I think you go back to fear, if that's what it is. So people talk about all kinds of stuff at work. You can't misgender somebody.
Oh God!
But then if you say I didn't vote, now you're a problem, man. You get what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay then. That's all. They all get the smoke. All ALL. Look, I work in a factory, bro. It's black and white, and no gray area in that. Meaning that men are men and women are women up in there. I promise you. And yeah, that's it. It ain't no funny business up in the factory. You know what I'm saying? They cut all that out, and that's a good thing about it. We need clarity.
Hey, Elevation, the company, right? That company, are they is that company leaning Democrat or Republican?
This company, no, they'll be more Republican, 100%. The last two factories I've been at are most Republican. That's a fact. That's a fact. And when you start talking to folks, whatever, you know, they say the obvious stuff. They say gas was cheaper. Excuse me, gas was cheaper under Trump. We talk about when black folks talking, we talk about how immigration and homosexuals don't need to be prioritized over our needs. They know. A lot of them had never heard of the term foundational Black American before. But when I explain it to them, see, for us being descendants of slavery, American slavery, they ain't got no problem with it. Not one. I'm seeing people working in the factory. I was talking to car dealers. I was at the Chamber of Commerce in Durham, North Carolina, a couple of days ago, talking to an FBA sister. She's in charge down now. It's not the Black Chamber. It's just the Durham Chamber of Commerce. But nevertheless, she talked about how they have programs for minorities, so on and so forth. I stopped in the tracks. I said, hold up. Are we talking about hunchbacks? We talking about big toe? You know, we talking about white women? Who we talking about? I'm talking about Black Americans. So we broke that down, even though the broad term is minority. That's for political reasons. But no, she was on, and she liked the term. I haven't met one person in real life. Don't let nobody downplay you and talk down, talking about it's just an internet thing. Damn that. See, there's a dentist down in Houston. I'm talking to him through LinkedIn. He identifies as foundational Black American. You see, well, hold on. He said he heard the term before, so he might be a little bit more savvy and shit. But nevertheless, people love the term, man. They love it. They know it's a difference, and they're okay with delineating and identifying and acknowledging that difference. I promise you, man. These people on the internet, they lying to you, man. People know what time it is out here, man.
Yeah. And Elevation, I got family in Durham, so yeah.
Yeah, Durham is nice. We got to talking too, right? We got to talking, and Durham is like Atlanta without the degeneracy. You know, if you can imagine that, you know, Houston's like Atlanta without degeneracy too. And that don't mean there's no homosexuals. No, it's homosexual. It just means that it ain't no booty clapping in the goddamn, you know, in the goddamn Wendy's and shit, and goddamn the drive-through. That's what that means.
Man, shit, bro.
Atlanta is cool, but they gonna have to get some shit right down there, man. But you know, I don't know. Atlanta's a beautiful place, man.
Ooh.
Yeah. Elevation, what is your opinion on the supermajority Black state?
Yeah. Here we go. Now we.
I think it could work, man. I think it could work. It's just that, you know, if you really wanted to work, man, I think that you have to give people some actual, like, you know, you have to form like an information bureau or a bureau, not like a travel bureau, but basically you have to give people all the benefits to moving out there. Like one point in time, like, I created a YouTube video. It got like, I don't know, like maybe 15,000 hits or something. You see, but it was about 3, maybe 4 reasons any Black person should move to Houston. And at the time, I said the Black gross domestic product was $13 billion. I believe it was like maybe like the 4th or 5th in the nation or something. There's a brother out of Chicago. He ran a website or a company called Target Market News. He used to compile a lot of his data. He passed away. I think he had like pancreatic cancer or something. But nevertheless, so it was about the GDP. I talked about the Black business community, a couple more things. But nevertheless, to attract people to move to places like North Carolina, South Carolina, they got to see what the benefit is going to be. What the benefit, you know, for a single person, for a family, you know, places to work. Like here in North Carolina, you got all kind of factories and stuff like that. That's why, and I know some people say, oh, that's scraping the bottom, this, that, and third. Listen, scraping the bottom for these Hispanics and these illegal aliens, they doing something with it. So if there's something, if there's gold at the bottom, I want some of that gold. I promise you. I promise you. Now, can you just survive on just a job? I don't think you can just survive on one job nowhere. To be honest with you, you have to have something else. But that FBA spirit should kick in and make you want to have something else.
Right.
So I think it can work, bro. But a lot of people they look at these states as if it's real country, or as if, especially I come from the third largest city in America, Houston, which is actually bigger population-wise and size-wise than Chicago. But, so people say, why would you want to go somewhere like that? But it all depends on what you're looking for. If you look for a place to raise your family, some place that's kind of mellow or whatever, it's a good spot. If you like to fish, if you want to see some of those towns where they say that's ghost towns where white folks is old and or white nobody lives there, they got some places like that. I know in West Virginia, which is right on top, but on the west side it's kind of on top. You got to go through Virginia for a little further, but I think a lot of us are going to move down here eventually. Now from New York. A lot of people from New York are coming back to North Carolina and South Carolina. That's a fact. It's too expensive to live up there. People getting edged out and gentrified, just like, Jason Black said, you will be moved. So we are being moved. So you got to confront the economic reality, man.
Now, look, Jason Black. What do you think Jason Black opinion is on Black Americans moving back to the South? Do you think he has any opinion on that?
Oh boy!
Or have you heard of anything?
Well, as far as moving one place, no. I'm saying, so this is what he's gonna say. He's gonna say that, and I'm 100% in agreement with what he says, that Jews don't try to click up and take over one place. Chinese people, same thing. So wherever they go in this, on this plane or in this nation, is going to be their heaven. They're going to have some control and dominance. So, through just the political means, I get where y'all going with that. So I do think it can work, but is that the only way? I don't think that's the only way. But I know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to say that, we can go anywhere. We can be decentralized, or we can be up in Oregon and still have power. Because politics responds to the economic flow beneath it. What Dr. Claude Anderson talks about in Powernomics, right? Did you read Powernomics?
Yeah.
Did you read Powernomics, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You remember that part of the book?
I read this back in the late 90s, early 2000s. That
was a yes or no, sir?
I never read it. I never read it.
I put some of his stuff in my book. So, yeah.
But I asked you, do you remember that part? So, yes or no, sir?
I can barely, man. I can't remember what I wrote in my book. No.
That's a no, sir. Okay then. See, we can get right to it, and we have to practice that, because so long people filibuster, and it sounds dishonest. Let's get to the point. Now, what you getting ready to say, bro?
I forget what I was going to say.
Chaos.
No problem. I would say stop using deodorant with aluminum. Stop using deodorant with aluminum, because it contributes to Alzheimer's as you get older.
Damn, bro. Come on, man. That's personal right there.
Well, I might have dementia.
Yeah, that's a personal attack, man. Come on, man. Chill out, bro.
That's a possibility.
Hey,
I'm serious about the aluminum thing. I think you're trolling, but I'm serious about the aluminum thing.
No, he's not trolling. Let's dial that back a little bit, because we appreciate our people and we respect our people, and let's chill out a little bit on that. But I'm gonna take it back to Georgia here, because you asked about the power of Stacey Abrams. So I'm gonna give you the numbers, the voting tallies from 2016 and then 2020. And the increase in voters was almost 1 million new voters that voted in a span of 4 years. That is very unusual. That does not happen anywhere else. Typically, turnout stays pretty much the same in these elections. But in 2016, Donald Trump got 2 million votes. Hillary Clinton got about 1.9 million votes. In 2020, they both almost got 2.5 million, but Biden got 12,000 more votes than Donald Trump. So in a 4-year span, nearly a million new voters, and the Democrats' increase in voters was almost 600,000 new voters. So that doesn't happen organically. That doesn't happen out of fear. That happens because she had an organization that fueled that growth in the electorate. That's the only way that that happens. Yeah, you got it.
I think somebody's mic is hot, causing a lot of reverb.
Might be Black American. Okay.
Okay, so my question is this: is that I get you saying she had influence and she had an organized effort to make 1 million people vote or register to become voters. Can she do that for herself? Will they turn out for her?
Well, she's having a problem with the one demographic that they've been blaming all these elections on, Black men. And so she started a campaign. Okay. Yeah, she started a campaign about a month ago trying to get Black men to vote. And, you know, having all these proxy people come out. I think Cory Booker showed up in Atlanta to try to stump for her. She's going to need to bring Obama down there. And unfortunately, our people are still convinced about Obama. If he doesn't show up, it's a wrap, in my opinion.
So here's the deal, right? I get what you're saying. She got a problem with Black men, or a Black male voting problem, and I agree with that. This is what I'm saying, though, is that if she was able to get 1 million people to register to become voters, it would seem like, and politics might not work like that. You might have to educate me on that, but it would seem like they would have some type of, if not loyalty, at least awareness of her, and it would seem like she would automatically get those votes if she's running for governor. Or do y'all disagree?
No, and I think the proof is in the pudding. You know, if she is able to garnish all of that, then what's the problem, Bob? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like she's the woman at the end of the club when the lights come on. You know, you're going to take her or you're not. Well, I'll switch it to a man, you know what I'm saying? But it's sort of like, this is her, what, 4th try or something? So if she can get that much pull, I don't see why she is having such a problem. But, you know, I'll let my plane.
So I see it as this kingmaker thing that we have, and Slyburn during that election essentially called himself a kingmaker, which is very odd. But that's what he said, and that's sometimes what Black politicians have painted themselves as. They can get these white politicians elected, but they can't do the same for themselves. Jesse Jackson is a master of being the kingmaker for many of those elections. So yeah, they can't transfer over that to themselves because she's a flawed politician. I mean, she has, goodness gracious. She don't have enough Latinos. And this is why she pivoted to Latinos, because she realizes she doesn't have the votes. And so she's like in a desperate campaign at this point.
So based upon that, right? I get what you mean. Like some people, they can boost other people before they can boost themselves. Do you at least see where I'm coming from, or maybe where Baby Sister's coming from, as far as maybe she really doesn't have the clout that you guys are saying she has, and the sway that do you kind of see it? I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, but I see things differently because it seems like she would be able to duplicate that, almost like Dame Dash duplicating Jay-Z to make another Jay-Z. if he really,
I love that.
Jay-Z.
Yeah. You know what? I love that. I love that analogy because it actually explains it. If you think about it, she's Dame Dash in this scenario. She can make someone poppin', famous, if they already have the charisma or whatever, but she can't do it for herself. And that's the same situation that Dash finds himself in, unfortunately. So I've said it in post that if she loses this time, she's going to have to pivot to like senator. She's going to have to go against that white Jewish person for senator or some other position because she's had enough cracks at this that it's time to move on to something else. Elevation.
Yes, sir. So if that other person is popping or has charisma, then what is she adding to it? Or what did Dame Dash add to it?
Good question.
Dame Dash was the muscle of Rockefeller. He was the one smacking Leo Corn and all these other jokers at the record label. Leo Cohen, Kevin Lyles, you know what I'm saying? And a bunch of slew other motherfuckers for Jay-Z.
To me, Stacey Abrams was a behind-the-scene organizer.
Same
to
thing.
me, that's what I see her as just an organizer behind the scene. That's it.
Same thing.
But once she takes the forefront, then you'll see all her flaws when she's out in the front. So I think it's better for her to stay in the background and just advocate for other people. I think that's her best.
Yeah, I kind of figured somebody was pumping up her head. Yeah, girl, you should do it. You'll get some votes. Your time is come. We're ready for a new change. I think somebody drinking with her at her in her living room got her pumped up, put some batteries in her backpack, whatever the kids say nowadays, and she went with it. And somebody should have told her, girl, we tripping, we high. You know what I'm saying? Like, drink, blood. But she took that to heart. That's what I think. I don't know.
Oh, man.
Hey, baby sister, hey, add me. We got to be friends. Please.
Done, son.
Yeah.
No problem, Bob.
But look at this. Look, Georgia went from 2 Republican U.S. senators now having 2 Democrat U.S. senators. I mean, to me, that's major. That's why Georgia has an opportunity to turn blue because of those 2 Democrat U.S. senators.
Yeah, so I'm going back to 2014 and 2018, which is when the last governor races were in Georgia. So she only lost by 50,000 votes in 2018. So I mean, it wasn't. I mean, she was right in the race, right up to the end. It looks like. Before that, it was an incumbent, and a Democrat only lost by 200,000 votes there. So the state is trending in that direction, and it's got to be because of the black population. Like, that's the only reason, because when you look at the Democrat, the voters in Georgia, there are 2 million black voters that are registered versus a million of a combination of everything else, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. There are over 3 million Republican registered voters in the state from what I remember. I have to circle back to that. But at any rate, it's all about turnout. I mean, all these races are all about turnout. It's an off year, so she don't get the boost from the presidential election in that state, which actually would have helped her if again, if it was a strong presidential Democrat running. But so she's all on her own in that state, and if she only lost by that small of a margin, it looks like 50,000 votes. It's going to be one of those elections where it's going to be close either way. If she wins or loses, it's probably going to be by 20 or 30,000. So it's going to be very close. Elevation.
Yes, sir. So I get what you mean. She only lost by 50,000. She was in the race to the very end.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this was before she let her feelings be known about reparations and doing specific things for Black people and having exclusive policies for Black people. Now that that's been known or is known, do we think that she still has a chance to go neck and neck all until the end and possibly win? Or Black folks are like, you know what? It's not going to benefit us to vote for you, so we're going to let you sink on your own. What do you think, sir?
To me, that's her major flaw right there. Throwing Black people, Black Americans under the bus. I think she hurt herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And doesn't she push for the homosexuals a lot? Doesn't she always talk about the homosexual
she does that.
benefits or how they need stuff? So my thing is this, right? If only 1%, I'm gonna say one. Somebody said 10%. I think they was being nice because they didn't really want to go in. I'm gonna say probably 1% of people is gay, and they get all these benefits and exclusive policies. But the majority of Black folk can't get nothing just for us. That's gotta rub people the wrong way. Or do y'all think differently?
No, I think this race for her is just like you said. People have caught up to her. These issues are catching up to her. I'm looking at a poll that says she's down by 7 points. A 7%. This close to the election. It's starting to look like she's fading, and when that happens and those reports get out, people just don't show up to vote because people naturally like to vote for a winner, to be perfectly honest. And if it starts to trend in the direction where it looks like you can't win, a lot of people just won't show up. So she's got to keep people engaged. She's got to get them to come out. But it's likely that all of these issues that you're talking about, she's a major LGBT advocate. Most of the voting population in Georgia, especially the Black voting population, is around the Atlanta area. But at the same time, I think if this election was a year ago or so, maybe she would have had the steam, the wind in her sails, if you will. But as time has gone on and people have caught up to her and social media is really pointing out these issues, it may be shaving off 10, 20, 30,000 voters from her. And everybody I talk to online that lives in Georgia says they're not voting for her. She's not going to win. So, take it for what it's worth. Go ahead. Go for it, Elevation.
Yeah, I want to be real clear about something. I want y'all to test it out and do it for yourself as well. When you out and about, talk to anybody. Ask them. It don't matter if dude got his shoelaces on wrong or if they're a PhD. It don't matter. Ask them, how do you feel? Well, they got to be Black American, right? And how do you feel about Ukrainians getting money, Afghanistan's getting money, and these illegal aliens getting $450,000 at the border of Texas for separating from their child? How do you feel about that? Them getting something that's tangible, getting money, and Black Americans, descendants of slaves, can't get money. Everybody I've talked to, every single, the most politically, quote unquote, illiterate person, listen, they all against that idea, bro. All ALL. I don't care, man. Listen, they might be homeless and still know. Listen, these folks know what time it is, man. Everybody know. And she part of the problem. I want y'all to try it out and see. Gauge the temperature of your fellow FBA and see how savvy we really are. We ain't no dummies.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're definitely not.
I don't know. Y'all might see a different, or y'all might have a different experience. My folks know what time it is, and I don't think she will get no love from any of us come election time.
No, I think the movie with the movie where the guy is saying Tropical Thunder, where he goes full retard. She went full retard. She didn't gauge herself. Seriously, she didn't gauge herself to test the waters. She jumped in, threw us away, and started with the Hispanic group by saying, their percentages and, just kissing their ass before they even said that she could.
Right.
So she showed her colors too soon.
Oh,
she
man.
should have played it, safe and everything and kept the shit on the down low, but she went full retard. So,
Man. That's from, you got to assume that's from being in that Democrat bubble. Like, that Democratic bubble has her so, like, she's smelling herself. A lot of people say that she's got this level of arrogance, and yeah, it's. I posted that. Let me put in a jumbotron. This most recent poll, it's like 8 points. So it's like, man, she's outside of the margin of error.
She's not FBA. She's not FBA. An FBA person would say, "Okay, I'm getting paid next Wednesday. I loaned somebody some money. They're supposed to pay me back on Thursday. I'm upon my VCR Friday. We come up with scenarios. We checkmate ourselves. She didn't checkmate herself by saying, "What if it goes awry?" That's why she ain't FBA. Land my plane.
I got a massive echo
That's
here.
a good point, because there are some immigrants out there. Usher is a Haitian. You know what I'm saying? Pastor Troy is a Haitian. He was a rapper back in the 90s. But there's some immigrants out there. That's a fact.
Where is this coming from?
Immigrants. So that's it. Well, I didn't know Usher was a Haitian. I didn't know that. Wow. Check it out. He recently did a performance with DeVito.
I didn't know that either.
I know he's an Afrobeats artist. I think he's from Nigeria. The Caribbean.
Damn it, man! They got me in a double matrix right now. Holy craps! It's going to echo from here on out.
Party for a while, but they so all over the place. It's going to be difficult. The group is called Afro Politics. AFROPOLITAN, and they use clubbing or parties as a way to network. But it's really a bunch of just folks getting together. And I've interviewed a few of them in the past, and we talked about various things as far as their goals of being in this country, where they come from, their political views, what's their perspective on African Americans before and after they actually met us, just different things. We talk. And that's what they really want. That's why so many of them are upset. And y'all ever wonder why they keep getting in our business in these Twitter spaces? That's why we upset their timeline. They've been trying to galvanize for a minute, and we just came through it and kicked all the Lego blocks over.
Wow.
That's what FBA effectively did.
Wow.
So now they're scrambling.
No, see, brother, to me, if they had come a different way, if because they're trying to say, that they did hip hop and blah 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 blah. If they had, twisted our capbacks by saying,
"Oh, motherfucker, son of a bitch, bro. Oh, motherfucker." Oh man, I knew that was going to happen. Son of a bitch, motherfucker, man. They did that shit, bro. They did that shit, man. Oh man, Twitter is really on some bullshit tonight. I knew that they was going to do that. Damn it. Motherfuckers. Well, at least there was only a few people in there. We can try to reconstitute this thing, man. Son of a blip. Oh man, let me get the folks in here, man. What in the hell is going on here, Beezer? Y'all tripping. Who do we have in here? We had oh man, let's see if he's around. He's always a good one. I know, man. I know. I got it back up. Damn it. Copy the link. Man, these folks is crazy, bro. They had me in a double Yeah, I mean a double space. Never seen that before. Let me get it here for him. Man, these people are tripping, bro. Hey, man. They had me. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to tell you how crazy this thing is getting right now. Let me try to get everybody back in here that I can remember off the top of my head. It was elevation. And let's send him a link. Man. Who else was in here? Oh man, what was her name? Sister something. Dang it.
Yeah, wow, man, what happened?
Yeah, so they had they had two spaces going, one on top of the other. What is her name? Baby sister or baby? I think it's baby sister. Let's try that one. Yeah, so they had two spaces going, and it was echoing on my end, right? Because they're both going at the same time on top of each other. And I collapsed the one in the app, and that one was still on, but it was like very, very low. So I could barely hear it, but I couldn't expand it. I couldn't open it up. So I got back on to the app, and it's still echoing in my ear. I don't know if you heard that echo.
I didn't hear the echo. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that, you know what, I probably should have asked if anybody else heard it. But yeah, so it was echoing over here like crazy. I mean, like every word just right on top of each other. And then I tried to disconnect the and man, I lost all those posts too in the jumbotron. But yeah, so I tried to disconnect the second one, which was sitting up in my phones, like even right now. So right now, yeah, this is up in the phone. So at least I know that because I never saw that before. Um, and then when I tried to get rid of that one, it collapsed the space. So um, yeah, that's fuck, man. Twitter being Twitter. What's crazy, the Zoom. So I'm looking at the Zoom, and the first time I went on it, I think it only gave me like 30 minutes. Since I've come back to it, this has been running nonstop. So I don't know what that is. Um, but damn. Yeah. Twitter being Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at any rate, oh yeah, I see news toters talking about that, threatening the guy's family on here. I don't know where that comes from. I think he should try to get law enforcement involved and see if they will actually investigate it, because I've seen people post videos where they've gotten a visit from law enforcement from making those types of threats.
Oh, me, on Twitter.
Yeah, Ray. Ray. He's I think he's the nephew of Judge Joe Brown,
Okay.
and someone threatened his daughter in a picture that he posted or something like that. And so he posted that the threat that the guy laid out against his daughter. I don't know how old his daughter is, but it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter age or whatever. Um, it's just the fact that this guy did make this threat, and you know, people are a little upset about it, which I mean, of course, but the guy looks to be Hispanic, from what I can tell. Matter of fact, I'll put that back in the jumbotron because that is a very disturbing.
But look, I can see the law enforcement giving that person a visit, but I don't think it's ground to get arrested.
So here's what he posts. Let's go shoot that girl in his picture and see how he feels afterwards. So to me, that sounds like not just a threat, but you know, something that is inviting others. You know, so not just a threat, but inciting violence. And it certainly isn't in a joking way. I don't know how you could possibly frame it that way, you know, based on what the other person was saying, but it sounds like a legitimate, credible threat to me, and or asking other people to participate in it. You know, sounds really, man, really fucked up, to be honest. I mean, that's the only way to say it. Um,
You know, man, the interaction we had with Elevation was okay, man. I have we had I had trouble with him. Well, I never had trouble with him, but it seemed like he had trouble with Lord Kelly, but actually Elevation, he's okay, man. I like that guy.
yeah, you know what? I've learned that Twitter, you know, some people say Twitter isn't real. Um, but it's more or less a thing where it brings out certain parts of people's personalities, and sometimes it's not the nicest part of their personality at first, and you kind of gotta talk to them and see them in different spaces and kind of get a gauge what they're actually about. And I picked up on the fact that um he you know, he's very intelligent, there's no question about that, and he has a particular ideology, and he talked about power economics or powernomics. I know he follows B1 and Dr. or Nelly Fuller Jr. So it's when people are immersed in that sort of ideology, they automatically kind of look at people who are, you know, who shows any signs of being loyal to the Democrat Party as Democratic shields, because that's what he was. He created that whole category and put me and you in it, and I think he put Lloyd in there too. But
he put me in it.
Yeah, I think he put you in. I know he put me and Lloyd in there, but I thought he put you in. Matter of fact, I think there was a space where you were up overnight and he was in there with it. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he put you in that Democratic Shields little category that I think he's got a list.
I'm the person always telling Black Americans to leave the Democrat Party. I mean, and start our own party. I mean, I'm far from being a Democrat shield.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. That's all I do is post anti-Democrat information. So yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It seemed a little bizarre, but you know, again, because they are when it comes to like the people that are really, you know, whatever, maybe they came out of Pan-Africanism, they had one ideology, then they switch over to FBA or whatever, they still got that same almost like a militant mindset is how I look at it. And so
right,
I just kind of I take it in stride, and and it's like after you interact with somebody a few times, you get a much better perspective of who they are and what they're about. The first couple times, it's like, because there's another one who was in the room, Shepherd. You know, we've had some back and forth, different things, and it's just the fact that you agree on some things and disagree on others, and that's just, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, because at the end of the day, we're not all going to agree on everything the same exact way all the time. There's definitely going to be difference of opinions on certain issues.
Right.
Whether
Well,
or not.
long as he believes in a supermajority black state, he's okay with me.
Yeah, and I love how he was assessing, the black character in terms of what his ideology is, because, like I said, once you know what they've listened to and who they've studied or whatever, like I was talking to this Pan-Africanist dude through posts and responses, and he kept bringing up Dr. Amos Wilson, which I love Dr. Amos Wilson, but I know he's a Pan-Africanist, and so he has a lot of extremely valuable information, but I take the information and I apply it to Black America. So when he says whatever he says, it's usually he says something about African consciousness or African this, African that. I simply say, okay, I delete that part in my mind and I apply Black American to the philosophy, because the philosophy is solid, is sound. Everything that he says for the most part is really solid, sound information. It's just that you gotta take out the Pan-African part of it and apply it to Black America. Some people can't do that. Some people just, they take these elders, and some people call them Baba and all these different titles, and they just word for word for word for word, like they don't have the ability to take that information and apply it even to their daily lives. It's like, I got to do everything this person says word for word for word. And that's problematic for me, because you got to be able to take information and apply it to your current situation.
Like I said, to me, a Pan African should always visit Africa.
Ooh, amen to that.
Most Pan Africans had never been to Africa.
Amen to that, bro.
So, I mean, if I believe that if Pan Africans, like Black Americans, visit Africa, then they will have a different take on Pan-Africanism. I still believe in Pan-Africanism, but in a way where I believe that Black Americans have to have their own government, like a state, have, supermajority and political control of several states, and then we can do government to government, we can have government to government relation with African nation. I think that's the only way it can work.
Yeah, because man, I swear, I wish you were part of that whole thread. It was the back and forth with this guy, and that's what I'm saying. It's like he, because he's, again, studied all these whatever past Black voices, and they basically talked about, individuals making trips over to Africa, getting resources, bringing them back, and basically this individual and or group model of, and that's really what powernomics, all that stuff is all about. Group economics. It's individuals or groups coming together and using their resources to go over to Africa or somewhere else and bring resources over here and sell it to people. And I'm saying in that thread that sounds great. However, how can that actually help 40 million Black Americans, 40 plus million Black Americans? It can't, because it's an individual endeavor. No matter how large the group is, it could be 1,000, it could be 10,000. Your only goal is to help the group that you're in. Whereas a state can actually have these high level trade negotiations with the heads of states, with the heads of corporations over in those countries, and can actually facilitate real trade.
Absolutely. I mean, man, it's so hard to convey that to people, man. That's what I have. That's what I wrote in my book, man. Exactly what you said. Yes, that's how it works. Now, Black America, we don't have power, therefore we don't have the ability to have relations, formal or official relations with African governments, because we don't have a government. I mean, we can have informal and individual relations, but yeah, man, absolutely, man, just hard to convey that.
Yeah, hey, what's up, the company? I'm gonna try to go into that and see if I can invite that guy in, because I told him we were gonna have a space tonight. He's more than welcome to come in, and it's a safe space. He can talk about Pan-Africanism, whatever, and we can, dispute it in a respectful way, back and forth, whatever.
And just beat him up. I'm just joking, but what's it called? I was looking at what you was kind of saying about the trade and stuff like that. And if you have Alabama, that's along the coast, right?
Right.
Georgia runs across the coast.
Yeah, you got Savannah. That's a major port.
Yeah, and then what's it called? You have cities that touch along the Mississippi River too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Biloxi. Yep.
Okay, so what's it called? We're probably just gonna have to probably put a bridge, right? And then like what's it called? Like a toll for boats going through and stuff like that. Like the bridge raises up and down.
Mm-hmm.
It's a toll booth for all, especially if you're a foreign country bringing trade up and down the Mississippi. I mean, I don't know if it's that big to do that type of stuff. I imagine you possibly could, because people used to talk about taking ships up there, up and down.
How do I get this guy?
Well, definitely barges, but yeah, certain size of ship, but yeah.
Yeah, I've never been out there. I've never even seen the Mississippi River in real life. Like, there's a lot of traveling I want to do across the United States, but I mean, we'll probably be in the South soon. Probably be sooner than ever.
Right. Well, look, Memphis, Tennessee is probably the second largest city. Memphis might be bigger than New Orleans, but either way, those two cities are the two largest southern cities on the Mississippi River.
Would we be able to what's it called, you think enough money or what's it called, backing to what's it called, to either buy the airports or build?
Well, if we have political control of the state, yeah, we can take over a airport and seaport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, like, a city, it needs, what's it called? You have to have jobs, and you have to have good jobs, because people don't stay in states with horrible jobs, especially if they can't pay for the living and all the other stuff. And we're probably going to be doing the same thing everyone else is doing, is using these immigrants for cheap labor.
Right. Now, look, you should listen to Judge Joey Brown. He has a really big idea, dream, or he has a really big idea what he want to do with Memphis if he becomes mayor of Memphis. Right, he want to turn Memphis to a major river port.
If Black America, that portion of those lands was supposed to be given, right? For them to work the land and farming and all the other stuff. That's a lot of land if you really think about it. Plus the land that we're supposed to be owning in Oklahoma, like that at least half of that state belongs to us. So, it's like, it just, it does go somewhere bigger that, probably, a lot of us aren't really thinking on that type of page. But, even after reparations, even if you have a Black America, we got so many fights in the future, but I know that, beyond that, just imagine, having to actually, put up a fight with these so-called Indians next and dealing with their asses.
Hey, so I invited Nonlinear into the space. We had a really good, robust conversation back and forth. Not so much about Pan-Africanism, but how that relates to Black America. And so I want him to come up and speak so we can just have a really good conversation. Black American Homeland's in here. He's traveled to Africa. He lived in several African countries. He's a really good resource from a Black American perspective on it. And so we just want to have a like I said, a safe conversation where we talk about these issues, because there's a few people that I follow and who hold spaces. One guy wants to, I think his name is Jabari, but he wants to go back to Liberia and build up Liberia and all of that. And I'm supportive of that in the sense that Black Americans, once we gain political control here, we're going to have some trade partnerships across the planet. And if we can have Black Americans in positions of authority over there, it certainly is going to be it's going to feel like home. It's going to feel pretty good to have those relationships. So that's the reason I invited you in, just so we could have a conversation about it. Because we were spending a lot of time in the post, going back and forth a little bit. And shout out to Baba. I don't know his last name, but I know he's got a big YouTube channel. And I've tried, I think I have subscribed to it. I've tried to follow his information a little bit. I know he's a big Pan-Africanist, but we're in a political state of it's an emergency state politically for Black America, and we have to do things that benefit Black Americans at the end of the day. You can't take care of anyone else until you can take care of yourself. And you certainly can't help anyone else until you can help yourself. And that's really what we focus in on, is helping Black Americans get to a position where we have enough authority, enough resources in this country that we can help ourselves. And then we can start looking to the outside world. And oftentimes, a lot of these philosophies from the past have really been, in my opinion, when I think about in the 60s and a lot of that desire to connect with Africa through Pan-Africanism, I looked at it as these leaders were thinking they could go over there and they would get assistance. They were thinking they can go over there, they could get financial resources, they could get political assistance, and while some people will say, "Oh, well, they did this, they did that," what did they really do for us over here? Not a whole hell of a lot, except for start sending their people over here slowly at first, but now it's gotten to a point where it's becoming a problem because too many, and it's not just Africa, it's obviously the Mexicans, South Americans, the Europeans, whatever. They're all invading this country to the detriment of Black America. Go ahead, the comp.
Has anyone what's that country in Africa that it's like named after liberty or something like that?
Liberia.
Liberia?
Yeah.
Okay. What's it like over there?
Well, I've never been to Liberia, but
where's that at anyway? Is that in the continent, or is that have
West
a coastline on somewhere?
West Coast.
It has a coastline. Liberia is about the size of Virginia. It's about 42,000 square miles. It has, I think, 3 to 4 million people. But it went through war for about 20 years. It was in civil war, and the country has been devastated. And a lot of the Black Americans that were there, many of them already left the country, and but the country's trying to rebuild itself right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where did they go? Like, did they just come back to America or something?
Actually, do you know, I was living in Australia, and I met several Liberians living in Sydney, Australia, back in the mid-90s.
I mean, they weren't like Nigerians that were living there, or Ethiopians, or anyone else amongst them, and they was born there, and they just say, "Oh yeah, I'm Liberian," because they was born there.
Well,
I think I know what he's saying.
The Liberians I met in Australia, yeah, they said they were born and raised in Liberia, and they spoke English. English was their main language, so they immigrated to countries that naturally spoke English, like Canada, Australia, Great Britain, the USA.
Okay, and they made Liberia because they thought that this was where they were just going to send us all back to after this was all said and done.
Well, this was born back in the early 1800s, and 5,000 Black Americans were immigrated to Liberia
by force, or they chose to.
They chose to.
They chose. Okay. They chose to.
It was 5,000, and however, one half of them died of malaria and other tropical sickness in the first year of them being there.
That's how I know we're not African, man. It's like, them people couldn't even survive the continent. You can't stick our people out there in Africa and think that we're going to be okay and stuff like that. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, see, by the 1800s, right now, we already 100 to 200 years out of the continent. And then plus we have a mixture of European and Indian blood.
Genetic.
And of course, I think that changed our DNA, where we couldn't fully what's that word? Fully handle the diseases, the malaria in West Africa.
Right. We lost our natural immunity.
Africa's kind of, like a strange place to me. It's like if you took every black person from across the world and stuff, and you say, hey, let's all stick them over here in this one place. I think that's been going on for a very long time in that country. Not only like black people that come from, say the Americans and stuff like that, but also people from that blacks from the Asias and stuff, islands. Like
right. Look, you got black people in Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Fiji, Nura.
Yeah, and then they kick them out, and then they say, "Hey, go to Africa."
Well,
like this is what it's all about. They tried to get us out of here. They said, "We want all you black people to leave this side of the country, or we're going to kill you all." And we've been fighting that for 400 years, and like if we just left, then that would just solve all white people's problems, huh?
Well, if all black Americans left the United States, the economy will crumble.
I mean, I probably figured that, but
that's interesting.
Like that has a port. Liberia has a port. All the other stuff. It's like is it like in the upper part of Africa or the lower part of it?
It's in West Africa. Liberia is next to the Ivory Coast. It's between the Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone.
Oh, okay. So those two mineral rich places.
Yeah, and you got Ghana.
And that shit belong to us.
Well, Liberia. Well,
no.
So shouldn't we take back our Pan-African country that these people? I'm pretty sure they try to write some type of agreement somewhere to say, hey, this is where all the African Americans are going to move to.
Okay, this is what happened with Liberia. Okay, before 1980, before they went into the Civil War, Black American, or they had another name, but I'm gonna just say Black Americans, right? We were 5% of the nation's population in Liberia. Let's say 5 million. 5%. That's only oh my God, that's only 250,000 people, right? Yeah, cause what? Let me see. 10% is 500,000. 5% is 250,000. Yeah. So only 250,000 Black Americans living in Liberia.
Hold on, let me get my calculator out real quick. Not everyone's as smart as you are, and all the other stuff. Just doing magic math in your head and stuff. Like it's cool though.
Yeah, what's 5% of 5 million? It should be 250,000.
5% of 5 million. Yeah, I was in fuck math. I wasn't good at that
shit. Right. But just the thing that 250,000 Black Americans, they can control the economy, they own all the businesses, and they can control the government in Liberia before 1980. They control everything. They in a way they limited the native Liberians from voting, university education. They put a lot of restriction on the native Liberians because, of course, the Black Americans were outnumbered. So yeah, but in 1980, a Black American president he was assassinated, and I think they murdered like many of the Black Americans that were like senators and congressmen and things like that. And then a civil war started, and so. But yeah, so many Black Americans they left Liberia. Yeah, I don't know what the percentage is now.
Okay.
I mean, that was some great information, but I just, I mean, if there was a way that, we can just have legal claim to that country and, actually do something with it, because, I mean, you said it's in chaos.
That's
right?
not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Well, it's doing better now, but look, Liberia is still one of the poorest countries in Africa. The Human Development Index, the HDI, is like 400, where in America is like 9.921. Liberia is 0.400. So look, a good example. A good country should be around at least 0.700. That's like a decent country that you wouldn't mind living in. 0.700. So if you have an HDI less than 0.700, your country is a horrible place to live. And if your country is 0.900 or more, your country is a great place to live. America is 0.921. The highest is I think is Norway. They are 0.956. That's the highest. And
what's the cheapest way of shipping something from here to there? Would it be by airplane, or would it be by?
It has to be ocean ship by ship.
Yeah, likely, definitely.
So we're gonna have to buy our own chips, or we can ask for it, like in reparations. We can say, hey, you gotta give us 3 brand new diesel fueled whatever, cargo ships along with it.
Right. Yeah. Or we can lease, or we can just it's different ways.
Subcontract it to another company that wants to do it.
Right. It's different ways. But
and then we're gonna have to build factories for them, because they ain't got no money to build no factories for products to, we could give them jobs and stuff like that, decent jobs, making quality products. But and I'm pretty sure they're willing to use their own resources just to have those things that we take for granted out here.
Yeah. But
then we gotta invest our money. Like, if we get reparations, we gotta build factories. Like I said, we gotta get boats. We have to, figure out where we all gonna move to. We got our whole voting block thing set up. Hopefully, someone's working on some type of blockchain technology or something like that. Just praying to God someone is. But I mean, I think that this is very possible and stuff like that. Like
the only thing about Liberia, are we still talking about Liberia? Are we talking?
I mean, we can still trade with South Africa. They, for some reason, they love Black Americans and stuff. I don't know what it is. Those are the only Africans that like us.
I don't know where you get that. Yo, this not really talk on.
Okay. How's it going?
All right. So, I just dropped my 2 cents. I lived in West Africa. I lived in Ghana about a year, and
good.
This was back in 2003 when I was over there. I went because my dad
retired, and he moved over there, in a house. So he was like, "Yo, come over." So I went. I met a lot of Liberians because there was a Liberian camp, refugee camp. I stayed in an area called Kasawa, and like down the road, probably like about a mile or two, there was a Liberian camp, and I ran into some Liberians at the bar, and they invited me back to the camp, their home and stuff, and just talked to them and stuff. And a lot of them, some of them, the ones that I met, they consider themselves the descendants of the Americans that went to Liberia back in the 1800s.
Americos.
But I mean, my time over there in Ghana, and I went to Togo and Benin. I traveled. And my time over there is like it wasn't a negative experience. I don't.
Do they actually look like us though?
Of course, they don't look like us. I mean, a lot of them, they was way darker than me. I was like the lightest.
Well, I mean, yeah, probably like after 200 years and stuff, and you only have dark-skinned people around there. I mean, but like the population growth with those individuals, so they come out a lot more darker than like light-skinned is what you're saying, right?
I mean, yeah, they call me light-skinned. And I'm not a light-skinned person, you know what I'm saying? But to them, I was a light-skinned. My dad is lighter than me, and they called him a white man. They thought he was like a white person. I was like, nah, he's not white. I explained to him.
That's how they are. That's how they are over
me
there.
being there, my experience was like me being there. My thing was that I didn't go over there for truthfully, I didn't go over there for people go overseas when they go to Africa, they connected with their roots, they doing research or doing some education. Me, truthfully, I went over there to party and that bullshit. And I tell people that's what I did. I went out, I was hanging out, getting drunk, getting in fights, and I kind of regret it. But at the same time, because when I listened to other people, they was getting into the culture and learning shit. Me, I just partied and bullshit. I was at the clubs, I was at the bars, I was meeting women and shit. That's what I did. So I didn't have that like that. That try to that no one changed you.
How old were you? You said you was young, right?
No, I was like 28, about 28, 27 when I went over there.
Oh, some people say that's still young. I mean, me, what's it called? I'm 38 myself right now.
43 now, so.
Oh yeah, you're not too off. So yeah, when I was 28 and stuff like that, I remember, I didn't get shit straight until I was like 36, damn near.
Yeah, same thing. You get older, you just start, this world views just starting to change. You just start to see shit differently and shit. So my whole thing is that when I was talking to brother Gray, who's it? Gray King? Is that the host, right? Hello?
Yes. Gray King. That's it. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So we was talking, going back and forth, and my whole thing, is that I'm all about, white people paying us reparations that they owed us, black empowerment. I'm all about that. And I was just saying, my thing was I was just saying that, from the elders, the ones that I've been reading and listening to, they said, we can't get power without having economic power. You know what I'm saying? And I just we gotta have an economic base, to build up and stuff like that. Before we get that, we got people in political office now, and they still ain't doing shit for us. It's really ain't changing. So that's why I was like, we need economic base.
I understand.
To build up our
right.
And that way, you get influence. Just like people do now. They influence people, political office with their money. We need to do the same shit. Just not just with the vote, but look, we're gonna take our money away from y'all. So I was like, we need to make a connection, because somebody had made a post that African people need Black Americans, and Black Americans need connect Africans. And that was my thing. I was like, we need to connect with the people on the continent. Because the continent make connections, and economic resources, and build business with them. I'm saying, just going back and forth. Because you got every other race of people on the continent and exploiting, you know what I'm saying, resources of the continent. So I'm saying we can do the same thing, but we ain't got to work with them. We can work with them, cooperate, you know what I'm saying, build businesses and use, like everybody said, we can get clothes and stuff. You can get material stuff made over there and shipped over here, you know what I'm saying, and it won't be exploiting them because the ratio, the dollar trade ratio, it's the same thing as it is with China and Vietnam. That was just my whole point. Was like I would like to see us like working with the brothers and sisters over there to build up opportunities here. And as we move forward and stuff, just gotta have that mindset.
Yeah, we gotta raise them up to be like managers and stuff, and like teach them how to use. I mean, I'm pretty sure that anyone can learn anything, but how to be managers and being in positions to where we can, because there's gonna be people that's gonna be flying from here to Africa on a daily basis, attending business meetings and all the other stuff, doing presentations, telling people. But, we don't see ourselves doing that in the future, though, right? Like, eventually they'll be on the same page, barter and trade. They make the products and stuff like that. We don't have to spend money going over there no more. We're just doing trade at this point. Like, they got it on that side, we got it on this side, and it's just easy.
Yeah, especially with virtual, everything is you can do virtual, Zoom calls and Zoom meetings and shit now. Yeah, you don't have to travel all the time.
That's true. Yeah,
exactly. So that would just speed things up. Like, we didn't have this technology in the past, but I think that I mean, we can't force someone to sign something when we want them to, or sign some type of legislation. But we can always be doing planning, preparing, and whatever it is that we can do right now. Like, we should start doing at least the things that we can do. And I'm not talking about marching. I'm not talking about stomping and all the other stuff and pull-ups, and I'm talking about amongst us, whoever has land and all the other stuff, whatever assets that are valuable, if they're a business, if they're a company, do they produce things and all that all has to be all accounted for. Like, currently right now, we need to look at what are our own numbers. What's our own GDP currently right now?
It's about 2 trillion. 50 million Black Americans.
Is that what we spend, or is that what we have?
2 trillion is what. 2 trillion is what we produce before taxes. That's our total production before taxes.
Yeah, that's an annual number. I posted a report that said we have 4.3 trillion in assets in this country. 4.3 trillion.
Oh, that's total wealth. Yeah, that's wealth. That's wealth. 4.3 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
So
and you can't consider liquidating it either.
So the question says, what is Black America going to do? Stay, leave, take over, or separate? And with the GDP with Black Americans, I don't know. I know there's a brother named Dr. Jared Ball who wrote a book on something about the false implications of the Black American wealth.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read it, but I heard him speak a lot, and he talks about the numbers that's it's inflated and all that stuff. But I can't go into detail about that. But the question about what Black America is going to do, I think it comes down to how we're going to implement all the ideas that our elders had. You know what I'm saying? All the ideas about educating ourselves, how we implement that. For the next.
Oh, you saying that we're gonna have to start putting away the Henny bottles now? Like, no more Henny bottles?
That's not somewhere.
I think when they have these numbers, guys, that you guys are talking about, we're America's number one consumer because we buy a majority of every single thing that we get from America.
Yeah.
We are one of the biggest supporters of of American businesses because we buy from America.
Right.
So when we talk these numbers, they throw these numbers out at us and they make it seem like we just spend money wastefully. But everybody buys clothes, everybody buys shoes, everybody buys like other things that they want to do.
Houses,
go and they have entertainment. Absolutely. Everybody does that. When you have a lower income, you have people that travel the world like 3 or 4 times a year. You have like white people with more money, you know, and you got white people with less money who are also like number one consumers in this country. Those bottom ones. But a lot of these white people, you know how we go and we try to look for houses. These people, if you go to some of these lands, like a lot of this land, one relative will buy the land and they'll just let their family build houses on the land. And they'll share the land. And on top of that, they will rent the land, the houses out to other white people. They don't solicit these houses to other races. So when we talk about a lot of this stuff, we have been put in a situation that doesn't match anyone else's. So we can't kind of compare it to someone else's spending because our spending is going to be different. We have a different need and a different demand. We have, like, we can't talk about ownership in homes when these white people literally, you get one relative that buy the land and then they put their relatives on that land. Like, they've been doing this for years. I've seen so many of these properties or like areas where you go to the property, you ever see like 9 mailboxes and it's like some building, like some wooded area with like 7 houses on that land. Most of it is just other white people. Some of them are related, some of them are not. But they've been doing group economics because they watched how we were so productive with it. So that's why they took all of that away from us. So when Black majority talk about this group think, and that's going back, it's not putting down a Henny bottle. It's who you're buying the Henny bottle from. We just redirect that money back to our people. That's what I would say. And I'm not saying to go and be a drunk. I'm just using that as an analogy. And also, when you was talking about our representations, those are illusions of representation. Those are people that are put in certain places. Those who are serious about it, there is blockages in a lot of places. Or they execute. But the others, they're just playing. So we already know this. So let's not even count them when we're talking about our representation. Because we're like, we got these representatives that don't support us. That's because they're really not supposed to. They do everything opposite of what we need. So we got to start thinking as meaning, all right, they're supposed to do that. So what can we do to counteract that? That's the only way we can win.
That's right. And we need to vote and get them out as well. Like, if they're not doing what we need, we definitely got to, we voting you out. We're getting out of office.
Right.
So we have to stick to that.
Yeah, but now we have that power. I think when we get on this, when we start really thinking this collective thought and we start taking over these states, we have to start thinking like that. Like, we have to detach from even saying it, because when we're saying it, it's like we're looking at something that we can't change. We're going to look at what we can change and what we can control. Like, I just think that, and I'm just saying this because I've heard this a couple of times today, from the stuff with the task force going on, all the way down to, like, just local issues. I'm just like, we got to stop. We already know these people not for us. So what can we do to counteract that? And in the meantime, get what we need.
I have maybe because I've been saying this for a long time, and considering I am an elder, I've been saying this. We have to. It's upsetting to hear us going back on. We're having a discussion about their politics. I've said many a times, we have to focus on unplugging from them. We have to quit considering them in our lives. I want to get separation. I want separation. That's exactly what I want. And you know why? Because I love my Black people, but all my Black people don't love me. We got healing to do. And we don't need a government to tell us anything. And I think everybody in here understands. We know when we're doing wrong. Spiritually or spirit, it resonates on us when we are doing wrong. We don't actually need a police officer, but since we do, we can only police ourselves. We can only govern ourselves. I held a space the other day, and my thing is we have to take this time right now, since we're working on reparations. We should be sitting back, coming up with a council of 12 for youth, 18 and over, for middle age, and then 4 elders, and 2 men and women of each. And when there is something, that will be the Black American government. So when there is something to go to, that's to go to. We have bankers. We should start having dues. If we all said, okay, we're going to pay $5 a month.
That come with trust, though, too, Secret. I'm sorry for that.
No, okay, but why do you trust that white man more than you trust your brother? I'm willing to trust my brother more than I trust that white man, because that white man has fucked us, has fucked me at least over 70 years. He's fucked my ancestors, all of our ancestors. We don't owe them anything. They owe us. So I'm not going to try to fit into their corrupt system. I want them to fit into our spiritual system. So I would like to get our reparations, separate, get us together, and we can do it. And okay, you might have to build up trust. So put your money in a shoebox. It doesn't matter where you put it. But my thing is don't give it to them. Don't vote in their system. When the last time you heard a big wheel? When the last time you heard kids outside playing? When the last time have y'all even sat down on Sundays and had dinner? What happened to going over grandma's and everybody come over and eat? We don't even talk to each other. Come on, let's keep it 100.
A lot of us still do. A lot of us still do. Like, that's the thing. I think I'm sorry. I just want to say
you say a lot of us, but when you say a lot, I'm looking at the masses. Okay, when you take the masses, you're talking on 2%. You're talking of 2% of the masses. Mostly those
I know
kids.
Our family doesn't do that. Like, we don't sit down and go to grandma's house. I mean, most of my grandparents are passed away now.
Right, and most of the time, guess what everybody's doing? They are holding that chip. This phone, this is the phone that they said we was getting chipped. Y'all were looking for something to get put in your skin, but no. The chip is the phone up to your head and in your hand, and it has us fixated. We can live without this phone. Put that phone down. Talk to your kids. See what's going on with their life. You have to deprogram them, because they are getting programmed in school. And when they come home, you have to say, what did you learn? So when they tell that white lie of white history, you tell them the truth of everything, everybody that they said was white and beautiful. You do know they were Black. You do understand that this was a Black man. You do understand that the toilet without us would not be here. The refrigerator would not be here. They are dumb, and they want to dumb us down. We are the smart ones. And because we're the smart ones, we need to now start taking our place at the head of the table. And to do that, we have to separate from them. That's the first thing, because like you said, Ms. Giselle, you were correct. We are the purchasing power. The moment we move, because everybody's treating us like shit. So why do we want to be bothered? So stop. Just pull away. And let them see and let them beg for us to be part of their community again. Because I didn't fight for our people to get treated like crap. Especially from from immigrants. This is crazy. It's really crazy. And then they giving immigrants and everybody money right in our face. They are slapping us in our face. They're shooting us down like dogs. They're showing us, you mean nothing to me. And they're making anybody light or white is right. They making them white now. Before they would never have taken a Native American or nothing, because if anybody remember, or maybe y'all don't, but Native Americans were the ones that the white people called nigger first. A lot of people don't know that. You know what I mean? That's who they called nigger first. And it's just sad that we're doing this. And I will not be participating in none of their politics. Now I'll go by their rules of their street, which is their law, only because I don't want to go to jail. But I do not and will not. I do talk crap. I ain't gonna lie. I should be in jail, but I'm not. But thank you. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, I agree with everything she just said, man. It's I teach martial arts, and the first thing I have like majority black students and Latino students. The first thing I tell them on the first day when they come to me, first thing I tell them is that if you don't learn anything else from me, the one thing I want y'all to always remember is that white people don't like black people, and everybody gasped. Their moms, they all look and like, what? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, nobody's never told you that. I said, I'm telling you the truth, and y'all have to understand that, because nobody's like, no, we don't tell. My dad always told me this, and most people don't tell their kids. Look, white people don't like us. White America don't like black people, and we are still trying to be peaceful with them and trying to make peace. They've shown us for the past fucking 500 years they don't like us, and we still waiting for them to come around.
Exactly, and we were nice enough to allow them here because we were here before them, and we was nice enough, us, the native, the red face, I'll say the brown face Native Americans. Let me tell you, we were nice enough to say, okay, we'll invite you in. And those motherfucking diseases, come on, we didn't never have to have inoculations. My children never got inoculated, and they ain't sick ever. You getting what I'm saying? Now you got to come up with all this crap because this is what the white man is bringing us. And it's sad. We're not dirty. They are. We can go without a bath for a day and we don't smell like them. Let's keep it 100.
Yeah, they come from that culture. That whole culture, they come from out of Europe where they didn't bathe until they met African people, until they met black people. They didn't know nothing about bathing, and that's part of their history, you know. So yeah, definitely.
Okay, I see Miss Giselle has her hand up, and then we got Ayo, and then the comp.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ayo. I'm actually speaking from Nigeria, West African country. And it's nice.
Ayo. Miss Giselle first, then you, then the comp. Miss Giselle first, then you, then the comp.
Yeah. Yes. So for Secret, I'm with you on that. I think a lot of things, like even with like my kids, it's our job to start inserting things. We know things. We know the work that they did on us. This is what I keep saying. Like our focus has to be right now because we know what they did to us. A lot of these families don't get together anymore. You're on point with that. But now a lot of families are getting together. I just left from a family event. My kids' whole family, they get together for everything. If it's somebody's birthday, they get together. But it's the family's job to do that. So I think it's our job as reparationists and builders of our community with this knowledge. It's time for us to take the lead. We have to take the lead and start getting our family this information. When we're in these spaces, I would even say Black majority, I think with a person like you, you should have a friends and family day once a month or something with the spaces that you hold. And I'm just speaking, it just came to me. So when it comes, I got to give it to you. So I'm thinking
we have a
friends
family
and
reunion.
family. That's a good idea, though. Yeah, and we get them on Twitter. They might not have a Twitter account. Get them on Twitter. Say, hey, follow this guy, Black Majority. And you host the room. And that person get to hear what you talk about in the building sector and what we can do to press forward. They're going to say, I want to learn more about this. So they're going to say, this is ridiculous. But they got the right to ask questions. And they're going to keep asking questions. And stuff is going to make sense because it just makes sense. Like, it's nothing that we are saying in these spaces that don't resonate because it's some real live answers to the questions many of us had and didn't know how to frame the question in a lot of cases.
So, you know what? We would also get like answers from the youth, because I would like to know how they think. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. We would get to hear different eras of things. So that's a great idea, honestly.
Yeah. And what I was thinking was like what I do, like, again, I have a podcast, but I'm also like everything youth. I got a couple of businesses that's in place. But like my target is really building our youth. Like, what can you do to build your youth up? The big youth up, not just your children, because I work wholeheartedly on my kids. Me and my kids been having meetings, even court, since they were little. It's just something that I just did with my kids.
I know you do that too. I do the same thing. I have court.
Yeah, we
yes, I have court.
The Jehovah's Witness lady, she came up on us one time. She was like, she could not stop laughing because my son was on a panel and he had to give his side of the story because that's how we used to get before. And she always, like, when she see my kids, she always bring it up to them. Now that they're these older kids and she live in my neighborhood. But anyway, it's just like stuff like that. It kind of stick with them, but as they get older, they know that they're accountable for their choices. Even with my sons taking the trash out when they were younger, I said, you don't take the trash out because you created the trash. This is your house. Anybody can drop trash off at your house and you may not like it, but it's your job to get rid of the trash. So when I install that, when you say things like that, it go with them when they get older. Like, even with, like, my son, like, dealing with, like, situations in life, they start thinking, you know what? It's in my life. Even though I didn't put it here, let me get this out of my life so I can, have a clear home. So I don't have this junk in my space and I can function the way that I need to function. But I say all of that to say it's our job to really start pulling our people in now. And again, spaces like this, and as well as others, can definitely be used as tools. And it's that time where I feel like we're so very much serious. And a lot of us are on point to a level where we can start pulling in one at a time. You can't pull them all in at the same time because then it's just too much. But you pull one in, then you just select another relative the next month, pull that one in. By the time we get through a whole year, you got 12 relatives on board who are also bringing one person to the Family and Friends Day. Like, and we have to accelerate stuff like this expeditiously. You never know those family and friends. You might got 4 relatives that say, you know what? Hey, you trying to buy land in Delaware? We're trying to buy land as a family. So what we need to do, that can be your starting point for like taking over that state. But we gotta get we gotta expand, because once we get the information to the people, I think that's gonna be, it's resonating, but that's gonna be the most powerful thing once we start seeing it in action. More people are gonna fall in line. People, and what I meant by this, the last thing I mean it honestly, secret. When I was talking about trust, people aren't just gonna put money into things because they've been ripped off 50 billion times. They have to see consistency, and they got to see that it's actually something going to come out of it. Our people have been ripped off by themselves, others, and everybody else. Like, that's just.
No, I do. I get you, because trust me, I have went and got those people and put them in jail. But my thing is, my thing is we have to start somewhere. So I figured we would find a broker, or we would find a banker, an actual banker that is an FBA, and let them put out the schematic for banking, and then we would have a group that would sit and try to get the Freedmen Bank together. You understand what I'm saying? Because we have people amongst us that aren't doing so well, maybe, and they might need to take a loan out, and I am all for giving my people. So if they need to take a $10,000 loan out because their roof is about to fall in, I'm with it. And I don't see what I never counted a pocketbook. The trust, yes, I do understand. But I figure if we go with a FBA person that has credentials, I trust credentials a lot more. Right. Credentials and history.
Credentials. You know what I trust? I trust the.
You don't trust nothing.
No, I trust the action. I trust. Yeah. I mean, credentials. You may have the potential. You may have had. You may have. Got a couple of degrees, but that consistency.
No. But I want some history. I want to see a resume.
Yeah,
you understand? I want to know that you was at a bank for 15 years or something like that. No, I'm not giving nobody to just right. So with that, and then it won't be nothing if we say, okay, here's a $5 due. We're not even paying it any attention, and the next thing you know, we got enough money to buy half of the country. I mean, you just never know.
Yeah, a lot of people have been doing this for the last over the COVID season. And then, they did it over the COVID season. They was doing the $800 thing, and then the money went around people, and they still doing it right now. My cousin was having $800 every month, and she was only putting $200 in. And that little barter system, they had to create a trust, but they had to see proof that something actually works. Is what I'm saying, and that's why it's so important. If we can do something like that, expand and get at least a small portion of people to commit, those other people will fall into place in our land.
Well, I'm here to commit for any. I will support any of my brothers and sisters, and if y'all fuck me over, trust me, I'm flying out, and I land.
Okay, Miss Giselle. So on social, soxial.com, we do have a family reunion topic, and then I just created a family reunion community over there. So, what I would like to say is to encourage people to join social.com, and then they could facilitate those connections on a Black-owned platform. That would be awesome. We got AO is next, and then the comp, and then DJ after the comp.
Hey, great comp, real quick. You gotta pay me too, because I've been your commercial every room I go into. I put you up there. You hear me? Hey, Great King. I'm working for you.
Yeah, I totally appreciate it. The more people we get, the better.
I mean, I don't deserve that much attention.
Okay, we got AO up.
All right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Like I said, I'm speaking from Nigeria, yeah, in the continent of Africa, and it's good to be in you guys' midst. It is 6 a.m. in Nigeria. I've never been to the US before, but I have friends, I have families in the US, and I'm conscious enough to understand that the struggle, the reality of a black man in the US is the same, in Africa, in the Caribbean, and all over the world. So it's kind of like a system that is being rigged against black people all over the world. But then everybody all over the world, we are struggling just to restore our dignity and to be able to live as humans. And about the topic, if black Americans should stay, live, take over, or separate from, and then the whole options you guys have in the US, I think what is going on right now is the fact that the system has been rigged, like I said, and it has been an accumulation of different historical events, from slavery. I think when black people, were being used as slaves, then so early, then I don't think the white man feels superior. But then when you have people working for you as slaves for over 400 years, and then you go ahead to colonize them and everything, it is just normal that you feel like you're superior because you've dominated them for a long, period. And it is now systemic because, as a black man, your housing, your these guys get to decide your housing, decide your education, and all of those things. And I think to change the social order, to restore that dignity, black people need power. And for us to get that power all over the world, wherever we may be, like Kwame Ture always say, what we just need to do is to organize. We have to come together and we have to understand that, like a lot of people have said already, we don't have friends. The only thing we can have is people with common interests, and that is why it should always be race first. Race like black race first. We have people with common interests, yeah, because I know that there are other white socialists, people that are trying to change the social order. This capitalist, this exploitative capitalist system. But then we might have common interests, but then it has to be race first. That is black people all over the world. I mean, in Africa, we are over 1 billion. That's the market already. In Nigeria, we are over 200 million. So black people don't actually need the rest of the world. But we need to come together and organize. When I mean organize, I think the problem is that we don't actually understand what it means by organizing. Like Kwame Ture said also, we can mobilize. Everybody know what the problem is. We understand perfectly what the problem is, but organizing has become very difficult because I think our people are trying to incorporate into the system, the social order that we have right now. So that's not going to work. For us to organize, we have to, stay consistent over the years, just like the churches do, the religious body. How they have a program like 4 weeks, 4 days in a week. I think that is how we need to organize in our community. Here in Nigeria, we're having a general election next year, and how the Western world and the US American install leaders on us in Africa. People that leaders that will always do their bidding so they could continue the exploitation of African countries. And that's our struggle, because the first stage of our struggle here in Africa. We are trying to get rid of these sellouts and these puppets as our leaders so that we can start doing what is good for us. I think the black people also in US should organize, because if you want to expatriate, if you want to live, it might be very difficult. A lot of people already have business. A lot of people have built things over the years. So you just have to organize, come together, and the organization will also be difficult if people does not understanding what they're organizing for. You cannot carry out a revolution on behalf of the people. It has to be with the people. And for it to be with the people, you have to equip them with the right knowledge. So there has to be a lot of political education and awareness going on. So it's a lot of work, but then it's a process. I just wanted to say that. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I do have some questions about Nigeria, but I just need the answer to be a little short in terms of the question. So, how many different groups are there? And you said there's 200 million. But how many different groups exist in Nigeria?
I would assume that you mean tribes. We have over 250 different tribes in Nigeria, but then we have the major ones, which are the Hausa guys, the Yoruba, and the Igbo. But then we have about 250 altogether.
Okay. Okay. So when because I said groups, and I'm thinking more of a from a political point of view. Do the tribes all vote together the same way, or do they align differently politically?
Oh, okay. About political organizations, we have a lot. We have a lot of political parties, and all these tribes cuts across these political parties. But then we have political parties that works for the establishments, and they are the big parties. We call them the big for nothing parties. They don't represent the interests of the oppressed, Nigerians. But then we have revolutionary parties also. One of it is the African Action Congress. And the fact that we name it the African Action Congress is because we are ideological oriented, we have Pan-Africanism, the mission cuts across Africa. Then we have the movement of the people that was funded by Fela Kuti before he died, and his son, Seun Kuti, is trying to revive the whole movement. So yeah, we have a lot of political parties. I'm not sure the number, but we have a lot, but just few of them are revolutionary political parties.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, the comp.
Yeah, that was quite interesting about Africa. But back to our politics. I almost got sidetracked. Sorry about that. Damn it, almost lost. I lost my track of thinking. Damn. Oh, I know what I was about to say. If I could use my third eye, I can see that the next governor, California, is probably going to be Hispanic.
Likely.
Probably Nevada, Arizona.
Likely.
I don't know about Colorado or anything else like that. Maybe Kansas City, because there's a lot of Hispanics up there from what I heard. And we're going to be rooted into our own situation where we're going to be building our own economy, manufacturing. How are we going to work with other people to do these things? I think that, the next biggest spending power in America would be the Hispanics and stuff like that. I mean, Asian and white people, they both use, Asian products and Chinese products and stuff like that. I mean, but they can have that. That's, it's not going to come close to what we produce. And the people who are going to buy these quality things that we produce are the same people that want to steal our culture, all that other stuff, Hispanics. But, they're going to buy everything that we produce, and I just don't see Chinese or Asians, being at the top of the ladder of their politics in those states, because nobody votes for Asians really to get into politics like that, like Chinese people and stuff. It was really hard for them to get into politics, just like Hispanics and stuff. I mean, shit, they don't even let us in. I mean, I thought the black people I saw on TV was us, but obviously, yeah, that was just a fairy tale. But if we get everything going and stuff like that, I mean, I think everything's going to be fine. The only people that's going to be stuck trying to figure out what they're going to do is just people that want to call themselves white or whatever. They're going to be stuck with the Asians that ain't got no power. I mean, if I had it, my way, I'd probably give California all those states that say, hey, want to do it. Take these states, do what you want with those politics and stuff like that, and they can't really manufacture anything. They're not going to be able to compete with us on that. So, I mean, there's an order that's about to happen. I can see it happening, but when we get to that point in time, I mean, I can't really say for sure when that is going to be, but I think it's going to be somewhere soon.
a black. Just to change the subject just a little bit. I got to leave in about 10 minutes. Is there a change in time in the next week or two?
No. Why you say that?
Because in America they're gonna have daylight saving time soon, or we call it. That should be at the end of the month, correct?
Man.
Or is that in October?
Rolling the clocks forward and backwards is what you're talking about, 1 hour?
Correct. When is that?
I don't know, man. Like, I don't pay attention to that. I know I wake up one day and the phones do it automatically.
Yeah, the phones do it automatically. I agree with
okay.
you.
See, I don't have that system here in the Philippines, so I was thinking that the time might change at the end of this month. So if it does, I just want to be prepared. That's all. But if it doesn't change this month, then disregard.
Yeah, I'll look it up. So we got DJ's next, and then Lawn Linear.
Now, what's up, everybody? So, I just want to say to the big sister, secret sister, unfortunately, sister, we can't afford to be around each other anymore. The old school parties we used to have, like Miss Giselle said, we just popping up just to pop up because, no matter who birthday it is, you can't afford to do that no more. When you pay attention to a lot of the old, like the American holidays, like, whatever day it is, whatever holiday it is, right? All Memorial type day. We always celebrate, hey, who throwing a cookout? Nowadays, ask somebody who's throwing a cookout for one of these holidays. You can't even get an answer out of us. And the reason for that is we can't afford it, one. And, two, a lot of families are broken up, so we just don't get together like that. So I definitely understand why you're saying that, hey, yeah, we need to start getting together and start doing some things other than just being up here on Twitter all day. Well, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, like, me, like, how me and Ro coming to see you. You get what I'm saying? Like, even if it's outside, because family don't always have to be the one because you came out your mama's puna. Y'all my family. You get what I'm saying? And I'm just saying we need to get to know each other because we have the DNA of ancestors that have been abused to the 11th power, and yet we still have this.
That's gonna suck.
Look how we're speaking. We still are calm. We still have patience. We have love. We have forgiveness for everybody, and we have to stop that. It's time to get your boots on the ground and throw some punches, but we have to quit forgiving. Like, and that irritates me when I see somebody's child get mowed down by one of these race soldiers, and then they get up there. Oh, they pray. No disrespect to praying, but they pray, and then they get up there and we forgive them. No, I don't forgive a damn person. I'm sorry, you mess with mine, and that goes for y'all too. If they mess with y'all, just like they did with Ray, I want to talk to Ray, but just like they did with Ray, oh no, that's uncalled for, and it's unacceptable.
Yeah.
And I'm not accepting that.
I agree with that. Man, I agree with that wholeheartedly. So on the daylight savings time, it's Sunday, November the 6th. They say in Newark, New Jersey, the sun is going to set at 5:58 p.m. The next day, it's going to be 4:47 p.m. The sun will set.
What happened in the bricks? What's going on? Hurt squad.
I got to meet family today, people I never met before. And I just want to say real quick, shout out to Yaya, shout out to Twizzle, I know they're not in the room right now, but what's it called, FBA Vader. There was a whole bunch of people that came. We met together today, did a few things, and getting to meet these people and them getting to see me for the first time. It was just, it was just a day I couldn't even trade for. I mean, there's a lot of things that's important in my life, but this is one of those things that's up there, getting to meet these people, and Chef C too. Like, I'm like, I can't remember their names that they told me right off the back and stuff like that. We have to meet each other a few more times and stuff like that. But
and I bet it was a totally different experience. The energy.
There were other people that I wouldn't even even thought, like, they were just coming by and they were like, hey, what are you doing here and stuff like that. I'm like, reparations, what else? That's the only thing I promote. And they was like, what can I do to help? I want to be part of this and stuff like that. I'm a Black American too. And, I said, just, grab one of those signs and just, start walking in a circle and stuff. And, these people coming out and it's like, yeah, they owe us a check. Oh, you're a Black American too. Okay, so now, we're starting to, see people like even out here in Sacramento, who's who. Like, and, that being opened up a little bit, and being in Sacramento, it's like these people saw everybody from, there were German people from Ukraine, Chinese people, Japanese people. There was some Japanese people that were taking pictures. They were like acting like tourists and stuff like that. And they were taking pictures of us.
That's interesting.
And y'all screamed at them like, this ain't no game and stuff like that. You Asians, this and that. Chinese, this and that. And I'm like, looking at them, I'm like, I think they're Japanese. I don't think they're Chinese. But I mean, it's hard to tell, out here in Sacramento, because you see so many people from different cultures that if you're not on your toes about culture, what these people do, like these Punjabi people, Hindu people, they dress a certain way. You could tell by their turbans and the cuffs, that they wear on their, wrists. You could tell if they're Punjabi or if they're Hindu or if they're Arab or Chinese, Japanese, Mandarin, Korean, Japanese. It's like, if you're not on top of your culture game, out here in Sacramento, like, you get lost. Like, it's that crazy. It's like everybody you can think of across the world is like in this one city, or they come here a lot.
So let me just leave a question, and I'm going on mute. I would just like everybody's answer to this. I personally feel like we always on Africa about being tribalist, having them tribalism, but I'm starting to see tribalism go on amongst our people. We have like secure the tribe, and then over here there's a little pocket, and then over here there's a pocket. We got to break those walls. There is no.
I mean, there's sectors. We need to stop.
No. A sector is a tribe to me right now, because we are just now. We at the beginning stages, so we need to put down all walls, all sectors, and we need to be able to approach one another without being part of that person or part of that team. And a lot of people is getting thrown back because
like I joined Secure this Tribe Spaces, but I'm by all means necessary. I am not, Secure the Tribe. Like, that's their thing that they started. And I said, hey, this is a warrior class of people, I mean, I could get along with these people because, me personally, the way I think is like, every kingdom needs like, an army, a warrior class, people willing to go out there and do things that other people can't or aren't willing to do. Let's put it that way. And, I mean, I don't agree with everything that they say. I agree with some of the things that they say. It's like walking into a soldier's barracks and stuff like that. If any of you guys been in the military, I'm pretty sure. I've never been in the military, but my grandfather told me, and my brother and stuff, it is, you're not going to like the language. It's going to sound racist. There's soldiers and people who want to be in war because we can't help it. Some people are just warmongers. They just want to fight. They just want to do something. But that's that one sec. That's how I look at it. I'm not part of it, but that is something that collectively we can utilize. They're really good at organization, for one. And like I said, I don't agree with all their theologies, philosophies, and stuff like that. But whatever it is that gets them going up in the morning and doing whatever they're doing, by all means necessary, I mean, go ahead. I mean, look at the United States military, most vicious military in the world, and you will find the most psychopaths in that sector. People that if you met in real life, they are socially awkward.
Right.
They just, have a thing in them. It's like they want to develop an army full of psychopaths, killers, and people that, that's what they want to do. They want to hunt people. They want to, go out to war. They want to blow shit up. They're arsonists. They want to do, and that's the only place that you can do that. So, Secure the Tribe, like I said, is, unless you're trying to look for acceptance from them or something like that, that's a different story. But, we all have our places and our positions and all the other stuff, and that's their lane, so I leave that alone. I know they're there. I acknowledge them that they're there. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, this is how some people might put it. It's a necessary evil.
Okay. So we got nonlinear up. I want to have a conversation with nonlinear a little bit.
They're not evil, though. I'm just saying, that's probably poor choice of words, but I mean, what's it called? Something that's necessary that we need.
Yeah. Support. Shout out Secure the Tribe. We rock with them. We rock with all the groups in here in this space. We don't have no issues with none of these groups. We support them all 100%. So yeah. So nonlinear. We were having a conversation about the Pan-Africanist viewpoint.
Can I say something just real quick on that, just to close that little segment out? If one person fuck with one of us, man, the whole motherfucking gang, they fucking with the whole squad. That's just how it gotta be. Same thing with the homie Ray. You see the Joker try to fake threaten his family. Now, fuck all that. We gonna get you in trouble, and we still gonna pop on you.
Wait. You're talking about
right.
We gonna slaughter on you too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you fuck with one, you fuck with all. I don't care who's in what
exactly.
group.
You throw a chair, we're gonna shoot you. Straight up. You fuck around, you get stabbed, yo. Give me
Why did he
I gotta go down from now on out, bro. And I don't even know what the situation that happened with the homie, but who gives a fuck, man? You say you fucking with they fucking with you, right? All right, check it out.
Yeah, see, we don't ask why. That's the whole point.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what family do. We don't ask why. It happened, and it's time for recourse now. That's all.
And so
we got to answer.
don't threaten people's wives and children and bringing children and family and people like that's, you know, that's crazy. I don't know why someone would do something like that. I mean,
jokers don't respect the art of war, bro. That's the argument. You gotta punch motherfuckers in their mouth just because you alive, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you one of them motherfuckers? Shut the fuck up, bro. You know what I'm saying? For real, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I hate this gun era shit. Cause I'm from the knuckle gang era, bro. You had to come outside with your fist balled up, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Real shit, you know what I mean? And I ain't the nicest motherfucker with the hands and shit.
And
shout out to hold on, fam. Shout out to Shakur Stevenson, Brick City in the building. You're mad or not, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. Another one under the belt. Go ahead, fam.
What's it called? Like, you know, Twitter, you know, we like to give people their, you know, due respects and stuff like that. We share each other's you know, thoughts and, you know, whatever it is. Like, we really do support each other, you know, and sometimes, you know, someone who's doing a lot, we like to give them a lot of showers and all the other stuff, and sometimes that can just go to people's heads, and, you know, they think that, you know, oh, you know, they want to put themselves in a position that, you know, they're probably naive and ready for. But yeah, people can get a little big-headed and, you know, feel like Scarface all of a sudden. I don't know where that comes from, you know.
That's the high school antics shit, bro. That's the high school antics. That's why, you know, you can't be jumping in and out of every space. But let Black Majority talk to the other homie, though, real quick. Don't come.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, nonlinear. We were going back and forth for a little bit, and I just wanted to set up before you talk about the issue was the post said, and I'm trying to paraphrase it because I couldn't find it. Essentially, it says, if Black Americans don't connect with Africans, we're going to be fucked. Essentially, that's what the gist of it was. And the issue that I had with that specifically was it made it seem as though Black Americans' future success and or existence is based around connecting with Africa. And I take offense to that phrasing of that particular statement. I knew that when you came in here, we'd have a conversation. I see that you're a level-headed guy, so you know, this is not like a back and forth or attack or anything like that. But I just want to lay that out there so you understand exactly what my issue was. We went back and forth. I showed you how I'm supportive of Pan-Africanists that want to leave this country and go over there. I support that. I've supported that as long as I've been online having these conversations. But I don't support the idea that we should be subordinate to them or that we need them for anything, to be perfectly honest. We can have trade and it can be mutually beneficial, but we're not going to be subordinate to Africa or any of these diasporans. We want to
or see ourselves as equals.
Well, I'm not going to go that far. I'll say this. Once we have established Black majority rule over these states, the states that we can, we will be on an equal footing because we will be operating from authority as individuals, which a lot of the elders who wrote books and who did all these speeches and tours and a lot of people follow, they were operating from the mindset of individuality and or group economics, and because you started with that money, you got to have money to get power, and politics power comes after that or whatever. The problem with that theory is that it does not take into account Black majority rule over these states. Those theories are based on us being minorities in this country, subjected and subjugated underneath white power. But once we get state authority, a lot of that a lot of those philosophies become less relevant to our condition because now we have the authority to protect and prosper our people, and we can negotiate trade deals. And everything's within the framework of the United States government and their allies and blah, 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 blah. However, there's only a few countries that the U.S. doesn't trade with, and even some of their enemies they trade with. So we're not going to be restricted in such a way that it would be detrimental to us. We'd be in a much stronger position. I love Dr. Amos Wilson. I'm a fan of Dr. Nellie Fuller Jr. or Nellie Fuller Jr., however you say it. And I want their information to be taught in our school system, but it has to be catered to Black Americans. So in other words, when I listen to Dr. Amos Wilson, he's a Pan-Africanist and he says African mind. I understand, but I'm going to insert Black American mind into everything that he says. I'm going to replace African with Black American so that the information is catered to our people here in this land, and we can build from there. So you have the mic.
Good. Thanks, man. Nothing but respect, man. Never respect to you as well. As we was going back and forth with the topic and stuff. So my point. Let me just say. I just say my point. You know what I'm saying? How I feel. And I said this before. There's a couple of people just joined, so y'all understand my point of view. Like I said, I'm all about Black people, empowering Black people. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about getting our reparations, getting the money back for white people what they owe us. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about building power and sustainability with our people and getting our people off the bottom. With that post that I had made, I posted a short video of a statistics done by one of the famous professors. I forgot his name right now. Hans something. He's a Swiss mathematician, statistician, and he posted stats showing how the world has changed since the 1970s up to 20. I think it's at 2015. I think it's at, and it showed that it showed all over the world. All the countries over the world, and it showed that African countries was at the bottom, and everybody else had rose up to the top. And that was, when I saw that, I was just like, God damn, what the fuck? I correlated that as to our situation here in America as well. And the other post, then I posted it again, showing the statistics how Black people in America, when you take the median income of Black people, we were still below Hispanics, Asians, and white America.
Terrible.
And I was saying, we've been here for generations. How the fuck are we at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
I said, we need to connect with the brothers and sisters in Africa and build. You know what I'm saying? As the brother from Nigeria was saying, it's 1 billion of us, on the planet. We don't need to connect with nobody else. You know what I'm saying? We could have commerce with our people. That's what John Henry Clark said. We don't need no one else. We can have commerce with our people. And so my point was that you see every other ethnic group in Africa getting money, extracting raw materials. It's to the point now where India is considered the second largest chip manufacturing country in the world. Mm-hmm. At first it was China, it was China and it was America. But India has took that spot because they're in Africa extracting raw materials and bringing it back to India. And now they're the second largest chip. All the chips that are being manufactured, is up over in China and coming from India. So what I'm saying is that we're not going to be subordinate. I'm not saying we're going to be superior. I'm not saying we need, we're going to die. I'm saying, I do say, I'm saying we do need. I'm not saying we're going to be subordinate to the brothers and sisters on the continent. I'm saying we need each other. They need us as much as we need them. And the connection with that, because I've been there, I've lived there, and just being there, I've seen so much, God damn, I just see so much that could be done You know what I'm saying? As a person from America, and I'm thinking about the things that we have in America and that could be brought and implemented over here. When I was over there, when I was in Ghana, I was like, shit, look at the stuff that we could do. And just sewage waste systems and stuff like that, building waste management systems and just improving their waste management, stuff like that. It's just simple stuff. And the trade, someone like, what if, Kanye West, he ain't got the mindset. You know what I'm saying? That brother is gone. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't got the mindset. But what if he had his clothes, his shoes made in Ghana? What if, you know what I'm saying? What if Sean John had his clothes made, even though he already sold, I think he sold that company, but what if they got their clothes made in Africa? That would benefit the people that was in, you know what I'm saying, those countries, and also we, the companies, black people here working for the companies and stuff like that. So that was my point, is that it's not we being subordinate to the brothers and sisters over there, you know what I'm saying? It's us making the connection and seeing that, yeah, we both black people, we both have a, you know what I'm saying, we have a common ancestry. We have a common enemy. Yeah, we got the same fucking enemy. We all know who our enemy is. You know what I'm saying? Most of us don't see him as an enemy. They see him as a friend. They still want to make friends with him. But, we got to get to the point where it's the enemy. And
hey, non-linear, just for the record too, hey, Black, we got one of the ops in the building, Dr. Boomer, if you want. I don't know if you want to let him up. But yeah, you know what I mean? It's up to you. But go ahead, non-linear.
No, it's all good. Like Amos Wilson, like you said, Amos Wilson was always real and always honest. John Henry Clark was always honest and always real. We got to be real when they're around us. Got to keep it real with them. Fuck them. Yo, look, you are the enemy. You are the cause of this situation. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is yes, we connect with each other here. We build with each other here. You know what I'm saying? We start focusing on, we have to teach our children. I think this is the main point. We have to teach our children that, look, you have to get degrees in mathematics, science, physics. You need to get degrees in motherfucking biology. You know what I'm saying? Stop all this dancing bullshit. Stop all this wanting to be an actor bullshit, be a rapper and a football. But we got enough football players. We got enough basketball players for the next 20 years. We need our black people getting degrees in data science, mathematics, and stuff like that. And start building not just small businesses, but building corporations, building industries. You know what I'm saying? And then we make that, and that's how we make that connection with people who are over on the continent to get the raw materials to the supply chain and stuff like that.
I mean, but what do you mean by mathematics? Just wondering, because that poked my brain a little bit. You said mathematics, like what standards of mathematics? These Europeans' ideas of what they think mathematics is, or what, we naturally do and can naturally.
Hey, Gumpy, not speaking for the brother. I think he's just talking about basic infrastructure, bro. Like what he see over in Ghana and Nigeria and Egypt and other parts of Africa. I study agriculture and horticulture or whatever the case be. So I know for a fact, it's a lot of farmers over in Africa that got the produce, but they can't what's the word? They can't basically get it manufactured to jar it up and process it. Turn into whatever potatoes.
So that would be like mathematics then, right?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and say it.
Well, let the brother cook, though. Yeah. Go ahead, Lionel.
So I have my degree in mathematics. All right. So what I'm saying is that I was fighting with the thought of what kind of what I was going to do, because most of the people I live in the Washington D.C. area, and most of the jobs in Washington D.C. for people who have degrees in math is because I didn't want to teach. Math is working for the government, and I didn't want to work for the government. You know what I'm saying? And most of it is research for the government. And so I remember Dr. Mayat. Dr. Mayat, she did a lecture on this about black people getting degrees. It's like, where are we going? What are we telling our kids? I'm saying you're getting these degrees, but then what? Y'all go work for these white companies to help maintain the white hegemony. You know what I'm saying? To help maintain the white power structure is the whole goal. And so we have to teach our kids to stop doing that. You have to learn to get your degree and move on to a sector where we have to build our own industries, our own research facilities And like you said, like we said, we want a black state majority. However, if we have a black state majority, but yet if everybody's still working to maintain the white power structure, ain't shit gonna change. Because your whole goal is you maintaining the system. You know what I'm saying? You working for.
Okay, let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. I sent you a video of this because I was hoping that Nigerian dude stayed in the room, because this video came out after an election and they slaughtered this village full of fucking like elders and children over there.
Yeah, we probably don't need to be talking.
But he, you know, he left. But I DM'd you that video. I want you, when you get a chance, to look at that video so you understand when you say our enemy. See, oftentimes when we say our enemy, it's always white people, Asians, Mexicans. However, there is a subsection of our enemy that looks like we do. So oftentimes Pan-Africanists have this romanticized vision of what black people are across the country or across the planet, and the reality is and I got this post up there where the North Africans aligned with the Arabs way back in 700, like 700, 1300 years ago. The Northern Africans were aligned with the Arabs, and they were slaughtering their people back then, and they're still doing it today because they believe in a religion that tells them to kill anybody who doesn't follow their religion. So we can't get mystified because they look like us. You got to understand who these people are and what they believe in. Now, fast forward to this black majority state situation. You brought it up. You started talking about if the only reason to politically take over a state as black Americans is not to do what you just suggested. It's so that we benefit the majority population, which will be black Americans, so that we put them in positions of authority, so that they own the businesses, they own the manufacturing, they own the contracting that is developed across the state. Every industry within the state is under our control because we control the political system that basically chooses and determines who's going to control the industry. So I don't want you to go on a long tangent, because that won't happen.
Yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You know, you kind of have to share that thing.
Real short. Is that, so first of all the elders that I know, John Henry Clark, Amos Wilson, Wade Noble, John D. Jackson, none of them was fantasizing about Pan-Africanism. They all said you got those who are ignorant and those who are brainwashed by the white power structure that we have to be aware of. It's not a fantasy. We know who they are. And the people and the brothers, the people over in Africa that you show the children, they're more like those with the Muslims. They're more likely brainwashed by the Muslim power structure. And so it's not a fantasy. And the majority state, what you were saying is not another. I lost my train of thought. Go back to the question you were saying about the majority state. You were saying, go ahead. I forgot. My bad. I lost my train of thought on that one.
Yeah. So Muslims, African Muslims hate other Africans. Period. That's undeniable. They've had civil wars all over North Africa. They're still invading. They're still pushing south. They're still pushing south.
Or could you say that Arabs hate melanated people that's a little bit darker than them?
No. I'm not going to say Arabs, because Northern Africans are Africans. They just subscribe to the Islam jihadist religion over there, and they are killing and slaughtering their people. When you hear about Boko Haram, those are Africans that are killing and slaughtering and kidnapping kids over there.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I wanted to say was that that's the thing. When I was over there, when I was in Ghana, one of the things I wanted to do, because I grew up here in America, learning about, this African culture and, African history and great African people and all this stuff. And it's like, oh man, when I went over there, I was like, shit, I want to learn, I want to learn African philosophy. But when I got there, the people was like, they were saying to me like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, when I was there, all thing I did was party and bullshit. But when I first got there, I kept asking them, about African philosophy, African spirituality. And the majority of people on the street, they was like, what the fuck are you talking about? We don't do that.
Yeah.
But I went to the university.
That's the romanticizing of it. You gotta
more brainwashed than we are.
You gotta
in their universities, they had no African philosophy books. It was all European philosophy books.
There you go.
So they're still brainwashed. So they still suffering from the effects of colonization. I'm not surprised when you show videos like that of the brothers killing people, because they still thinking like the Arabs, or they still thinking like the fucking Europeans. I'm not surprised at all.
Well, that's it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying we as Black Americans can't rush in over there as individuals trying to set up trade deals, because one, there's scammers over there. They're liable to take the money and run, or who knows what. You might not make it back home. But as a state authority, you're going over there and you have soldiers backing you up, because America has like almost 30 bases on the African continent. So you're going to go where you're going to be protected. It's going to be safe. You're going to sit down at the table with the presidents or the whoever, whatever position they call themselves, and you're going to negotiate actual trade deals that are going to be mutually beneficial, instead of trying to be an individual going over there and dealing with whatever may happen.
See, I agree that to a extent, but the only thing is that the American government is, even though you're a majority of Black people in the state, you still have to follow the laws and rules of America, the American government, period.
Yeah, and why? So a lot of people say that.
Not if you run your own politics.
But here's the thing: a lot of people say that, but when you say that, because I'm gonna ask you, because I've heard this over and over again, what do you mean by that, and what makes you think that Black Americans would not follow the United States Constitution? What do you think that we would want to do that is so alien to the United States Constitution that would cause a problem between what we want to do and what they want to do?
And on top of that, we are the people who created that what's called the line of thinking of what it was supposed to be. Okay, like we're the inventors of that. We're the ones that said this is what true democracy should be, before they changed it a little bit and added some bullshit to it. But it was good and dandy the way it was, even when it was the Articles of Confederation. Like, we're not gonna sit there and take our baby and what is it that people say? Drain it out with the bathwater, because it's all bad. We're not going to do that. Like, people expect us to do that. Take something that we've created and done, and just throw away, forget about it, and build something new. We've been doing that. We're tired of doing that. We're very tired of that. Our people have come a long way to where every civilization that you could even think of throughout history that was built by a certain group of people who were shoved all over the world, spread across the whole goddamn earth that you can think of, even islands that you didn't even know existed. Okay? Like, spread all over the place. No, we're not doing that no more. We built up kingdoms and all the other stuff, and they still failed. Okay? After we left. Like, they bring us there, build up empires, then try to dump us off somewhere else. Then we go and build another great empire somewhere else. Dump that off. Forget about it. Next one. all the way you get up to America. Like, come on, how many times are we going to do this until we realize, like, you know, it's not the methods of what we're going by. It's just, you know, we actually need to put our foot down and say, hey, no more. That's it. Like, we're not building this for nobody no more. We're building it for us this time, this great empire. Like, and unfortunately, some people ain't going to be, a lot of people ain't going to be a part of it. But they're going to be subjected to whatever it is it does, it thinks, and the people that's in its society. So, you know, I mean, people just need to get used to it and stuff like that. You know, there might be what some people might call New World Order and stuff like that, but, you know, they just got to take it and just accept it. Their economies is not going to be able to thrive without that mechanism in the whole mix of everything. Like, you just can't eliminate the Black American and think that everything's going to be hunky-dory. Like, it's not going to work that way. So, you know, how we implement that is up to us. Now, we know we can manufacture our own shit. You know, we don't need cheap labor to do that. It'd be cheaper if we did it ourselves anyways, because we know it's going to be done correctly, properly, and whatever it is that we invent and stuff like that, we're already confident it's going to take the world into the next generation that they couldn't even think of. Not even Star Trek couldn't even make it up. But, you know, we are moving into the future. We already know what needs to be done. Let's just do it. You know, let's start putting our own satellites in space, creating our own telecommunications, funding our own schools. You know, if we want to do trade, I mean, what did we say at the beginning of this whole conversation when the room first opened up? Like, you know, Libya already belongs to us. So if we want to do something with that, to do some type of trade inside the world and stuff like that, you know, people need to get on code and stuff like that. You know, they got to get used to our customs and the way we do things. Whether, you know, and you got to remember that Black Americans, they could be Muslims or Christians, or they could be Buddhists. They could be anything they fucking want to be. Every religion that I can think of. I know a Black American that went and he only hangs out with Punjabis all day. It's crazy, but, you know, he vibes with those people and whatever, you know, being a Buddhist. But, you know, you're going to get a little bit of everything. You're just not going to get one thing. And, you know, that's the thing that drives people crazy. Some people, they take up the Native American culture, Christianity,
All right. Hey, so to answer this question, he was asking me what would be different. I was trying to look up some information real quick, but so the thing was is that with the because I was saying what I said was that the state, if we had a majority, you know, Black-owned state, the trade, the money, it wouldn't be different because, you know, the laws of the U.S. of America,
we don't have to do no trade with nobody across the world. I mean, can you realize, like, Black Americans, we could buy anything that we want to?
I know, but hold up.
But we just put our money in the wrong things lately.
All right, but he was asking me a question. I'm trying to answer the question, though, yeah? So I was saying that the thing was like things like this, like I don't know. I was trying, like I said, I was trying to look it up, but I don't know the latest information. But I knew when I was over there, you know what I'm saying, the gold that's extracted from Ghana and the gold that's extracted from what's the other country? I can't tell you right now. The next door country.
There's gold in the United States too. We don't need their gold. There's plenty of gold in California.
Not what I'm saying, man. The gold that was extracted from Ghana at the time, it was not owned by the government. It was owned by the the corporations, the American corporations, the British corporations that was extracting the gold. Ghana could not own their own gold. They could not own extracting their own. They could not have ownership over that. So if we was doing trade with them, if black people was doing trade with them under the American flag, under the American government, you don't think they're going to ask a question like, yo, can we have ownership of our own property? It's the same thing with
No, I don't think it would be underneath the American government, but the Black American government, or whatever it is that we call it.
Botswana, same thing with Botswana. The Beers has ownership over the diamonds that's being shipped out of Botswana. No African company, no African corporation can ship diamonds from out of Botswana, from out of in East Africa. It's all European. So if we was doing trade with them, you don't think they're gonna be like, look, are we brothers? Y'all, we can't have our own shit? I mean, they're gonna ask that question. You know what I'm saying? And
I would do trade with Central and South America before I do trade with Africa or any European or Asian country out there.
Okay, the comp. Let's. Yeah, the comp.
Hold on a second.
They're going to be buying. Who are they going to be buying the quality?
Jokers just be wanting to talk, man. Yo, bro, that's just a personal choice. The company, if you want to do business, whatever you want to do business with, just do business with whoever you want to do business with. I agree with the brother Nonlinear. We need to connect with jokers over in Africa, and they need to connect with us too as well. And let's start fucking doing some goddamn trade. Yeah, we understand we play our fucking delineation shit, but let's be logical, man. Motherfuckers need motherfuckers, bro. You know what I'm saying? No matter where you come from, for the most part, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Yeah, we could just sit up here and be like, oh yeah, we by ourselves. That shit don't mean nothing because the world don't revolve around us, bro. You know what I'm saying? Again, you guys farmers over in Africa that got all types of fucking acres of land, got all types of vegetation and produce, and can jar this shit up, manufacture, put it in a can, a box, a bucket, and send it back over here, bro. Just like the British do or have been doing to Africa for thousands and hundreds of years, and the same thing to America, you know, reaping all the cotton and all that shit and sending it back overseas. So why we ain't doing the same thing, importing and exporting? That's what the brother trying to explain to you. So if we able to get some type of businesses and trade going with whomever, you know, as long as we reaping at the end of the day, that's what is the most important. You know what I'm saying? Because we need our own shit at the end of the day, but we could still do business with other folks. Yeah, we may be delineating, but they ain't gonna stop you from going to the 49ers game. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be logical, bro. Come on, man. Go ahead, though.
Raiders.
Thing where everyone comes to the U.S. to find their dream. It's known to be a place where entrepreneurs can thrive, but Black Americans are cultivated as workers and employees. And so I'm looking at Black America: stay, leave, take over, separate, and we feel it all. It's like there's not a sense of content. Like, we're doing what we're supposed to do. We're in our lane. I'm in Texas right now, many generations from here, but I was raised in California. I lived in Mexico. I even went to Africa. I'm here. I recently bought a house, right? And so it was interesting trying to figure out the puzzle pieces. And I found it interesting that my way of doing it was do it like a foreigner. Like, move like a foreigner. Move like I don't even have no stake here, and what can I get from here? And then it started to make a little more sense. And then, of course, niggas that, like, where I come from, are just totally disgruntled and like, fuck that. We have this ancient legacy, this history. So we're, of course, not taking shit from no one who, like, a degenerate. So, you know, so when we're groomed to, like, look for answers, look for authority. So I'm thinking, like, the SBA is one of these agencies that they come through when they're fresh here. They don't have anything. There's a few little lifelines that people use or work these programs. And we thought from, we created these entitlements for ourselves, and we're unequipped to use them and utilize them. And I think that will make the difference. So how do we get into trade? Well, of course, we go to the International Trade Office. You know, we go to SBA. They have these hand-holding programs, like straight up remedial. So if you get them on the line and say, this is the business I want to do, they do that for every American. And it's like, yeah, you have to start.
FBA is trademarked by Turkish Sheet. Is that true or not?
What I'm talking about when I say hand-holding,
I mean that if you have a goal to start a business, they'll guarantee your loan, and that loan will cover the salaries for the first couple years, rent, lease to even build, your personal expenses while you're getting this business off the ground. They do it for foreigners all the time because it's been, and then there are these programs that for disadvantaged businesses or for minority-owned businesses, and now everyone else is seeing that we're not utilizing it. I think, too, it's a big game to stun us into complacency and this numbness to where that's part of us seizing what's available and others are going around us and taking that, and we're seeing it, and it's this competition between us and these foreigners who are coming taking these things that we've been, the attack and assault that a parking ticket, the biz, all these things throw us off a sense of stability to be able to pursue. But I think we can tap into many resources that have been designated that we fought for it differently and get into administration. Someone was speaking earlier about finance, and I'm like, oh, there's this thing called CDFI, Community Development Finance Institution. If you're in California, there's this Pan-Asian Consortium or something like Pacific Islander Consortium.
I know what you're talking about. They're
right.
The ones that
they have a lot on that.
Businesses in California.
But they get federal funds to guarantee loans, and they administer these loans, and the Community Development Finance Institution can be everybody. They have hand-holding programs with creating these things.
If you want to run the cannabis industry, you have to go through this Asian community thing that supports all the cannabis grow and stuff.
They read the federal report, they figure out where the money is, what grants they can be able to administer or create a proposal for, and they'll run it through the pipeline. At this point, they're just a funnel for grants and federal money, and of course they're going to give preferential treatment to all the people they know and the people that they know and the people that they know.
White people and white people are the only people that have all the cannabis businesses.
Asian or the Pacific Islander, I know that they deal with housing, a lot of that emergency housing funds and stuff. But I moved to Texas. I lived in Mexico for 10 years. I could hardly get help from these nonprofits. But I think it's interesting how you can go to the Treasury Department, and they're about to suspend that one CDFI thing because, maybe people are figuring out how to open community banks. All the Russians are getting there now after the Asians and the Africans and the Latinos and different stuff like that. And, of course, the Europeans. So I'm thinking that there's a lot of things that we should realize. Administration is a big deal to be able to understand that institutions and agencies can be instituted, can be founded, and the federal government has when I say hand-holding programs, I mean you can go to them every single day and be like, well, what's this line? I don't understand. What do I do? Okay, is it good? Does it work? Oh, I don't understand this. What do you mean? How does it work? So they have these people that their only job is to say, I'm going to help you bring this thing into compliance according to our rules because it's a hell of a fucking job. But how many of us are pushing papers for these black and white papers for these things that's, canceling us out like we know. So, I mean, it's a lot. It's just something for conversation. I just thought, like, damn, if I think like a foreigner, I have more of a chance, along with there's such a deep entitlement. I'm willing to fight for some things, but I've only fought for the things I need so much. But, we can do without a lot. And still fight like hell for what we need, And so to turn that fight and to have it know that you can make some change, I think, with getting into this administration of agencies and institutions that function on the level that we go through, we have the ability to, through the mechanisms that they've created, that we have access to by right of our citizenship, and, and that is, I think there's another entitlement that we should push on. That's along with reparations, some stuff. The government contracting system, System for Award Management, where the government contracting is preferential treatment for a minority-owned business. There's a lot of preferential treatment we're not in a position to utilize, and the others will get it finally and ultimately. And then finally it expires, without us being able to grasp those things that are outlined and after us. I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I wonder how do we change our attitude with so much denial, resistance, with this authority not just over ourselves to fight for our lives, but for space where we have freedom all around ourselves.
And with that, I gotta say is that one of the main things that we don't do is study or read the works that has been done. Because like we as me and was it brother Great King, we was talking about Amos Wilson. Amos Wilson wrote the whole book, Blueprint for Black Power, and one thing that he was mentioning is that we can't. You can have black banks, but they still have to follow the laws and regulations of the American government. So having a black bank in a black community doesn't really help black people. And he was saying that we need to focus on having black credit unions instead of black banks and stuff like that. And as we was going back and forth, about the whole about Amos Wilson and works and his philosophy. His whole thing was that you have to have a foundation, an economic foundation, to build off of, and that's one thing that we don't have, and the majority of our children are being miseducated to maintain this white power structure. You know what I'm saying? You only have a handful of black-owned schools throughout America. You don't have a majority of them. And so you have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of black kids graduating from school with the anti-African mentality. This mentality of being anti-black. And so that was one of the points that he made. We have to change that in order to saying. So it's hard to change that when we don't have, the economic foundation.
Okay. So I'm gonna respond to that. Then Miss Clarice is gonna go, and then Mr. Kapoor. So I want you to take a breath because I know that you have all this information, and he had all this information, but all of that information is in the mindset of a national. No. The information that you're presenting is in the mindset of a minority population that's scattered across the country with no political authority. So when you say you can own a black bank, but you're still under the rules of the United States government, and you should have a credit union, which is also under the rules of the United States government, I look at that and say, what are you talking about? What is the difference? There is no credible difference. The difference between what you're talking about and what we're talking about, and I wish I could have had a conversation with the person you got this information from, is that when you have state authority, the state owns the bank. When you have political authority, you set up the regulation for the bank.
No, the FDIC. They have to follow the FDIC.
The FDIC is an insurance company through the federal government that insures banks. And the only real regulation is that you have to have a certain number of deposits on hand or a certain amount of cash on hand in order to handle your day-to-day business, and you have to have reserves in order to prevent the bank from collapsing. But a state-owned bank is not a private bank. It's a bank that's controlled by the government. We're not even talking about the same thing. Two different things.
That's still the American government, though.
What is your fascination with the American government? What is the fascination with it? Because are you an American citizen?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, you live in America?
Yes.
Okay. How much power and control do you have over your existence today?
As much power as you have over your control.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that. Now, you think that if you get money, that'll give you more power and control over your life. Am I correct?
Give you more freedom.
More freedom. More freedom. Does that freedom protect you from a bullet from a cop who wants to kill you?
No, it does not.
Okay. Now, here's what we're talking about when we talk about more freedom. We're talking about a state that has political control under the hands of Black Americans at every single level, including law enforcement, including the governor's mansion, including the judicial system, including the banking system, the healthcare system, every system that you can think of, we control it all.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get you to get out of this national thinking, the federal government's this whatever it is. It is what it is because we are subjugated, we are captive, and so we have no political power. But economic power, in your opinion, and these philosophers that you listen to, had one purpose that was individualistic. It was to help individuals change their situation temporarily. It was a temporary solution to a problem that needs a 200, 2,000 year solution. So they're offering you temporary solutions to problems that quite literally need to be solved on a much longer linear basis. And the only way you solve problems on that scale is by having permanent political control. Not having money, you have to have political control. And that has been our problem.
That's my thing. Like, we've been in politics for how long?
You know, we haven't been in politics. We haven't.
The etymology of emancipation. Just wondering, like, you know, can someone explain to me, like, you know, when you emancipate,
I can't. Not right now. Not right now. Listen. 1 second. We got a couple hands up. So when you say blacks have been in politics, okay, I'm gonna try to break that down because we have been politicians, which are employees, and they have bosses. And those bosses are the dominant society. They're not responsible to us. Stacey Abrams just told you we're only 12% of the population, and every time you say the word black, you're gonna fuck up your campaign. Essentially, is what she told you. The only way that these politicians become beholden to us is when we are the majority population, because in America the majority controls the politics. So when you say we were in politics, we're scattered across this country, we're not concentrated. So we have a system where we think, because the illusion of token black politicians in quote unquote positions of authority, most of the positions are pawnships. They are not governorships. The governors have the power. The state has the power. These mayors have very little power, if any at all. So we've been under this mirage. It's a mirage and nothing more. And unfortunately, the people that you've listened to and studied from, unfortunately, did not have this information, because I know they're very intelligent people. All the babas and the elders that you talk about, extremely intelligent people, but they sought a temporary solution. That's what I'm telling you. Economics is a temporary solution. I don't care how much money you have. If you look at all the statistics, all the data points of transferring wealth from one generation to the next, in Black American families, it disappears within a few generations. We cannot sustain ourselves on money. We need political control, and it must be permanent. And the only way, I mean, in this country, it's black majority ship or nothing at all. I mean, those are the only options. We put 4 options up here. You can stay in America and be subjugated, oppressed. You can leave. You can take over this system as a black majority, or you can try to separate on this land. But I guarantee you, that's not going to last long.
All right, that's true. All right, that's true. But that's not that's what I was saying.
Can I please speak now?
Let me. These people can't create nothing. Like, what do you think that these people are going to be able to create?
Company, please. Thank you.
Hey, the corporate was up here way before you go, Clarice. But it's up to them if you want to let you slide, though.
No.
The
Yeah,
host said that I would go after him.
No, Clarice is up, and then Kapora. And then
Black, your audio is really bad. I can barely hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna drop out and come back in.
Okay.
So you got it. Then Kapora. Then we'll circle back to nonlinear, and then the comp can go after nonlinear.
All right. So
figuring out what tools is available.
how did you find the information? Did someone tell you? Did you research it?
I know that the Federal Reserve got the money, so I'll just dig through everything on their site. They have a thing called a CDE. PDI.
Okay, wait, no. I don't want you to explain to me what it is, ma'am. I just want to know, how did you get the information from the beginning? That's all I want to know. How did you know it was available?
I went looking for it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah,
so,
she's
and
like a reporter and stuff like that.
Hold on. So, because I want to respond to one more thing, and I don't want to forget. So, something somebody else said. So, and the information you were giving and stuff like that is great. However, you're assuming that everyone has the same information that you have about how that people are going to hold your hand. There's this out there. There's that out there. So, and it's great that you have that information. That's wonderful. I hope that you're paying it forward. I hope that you are setting up something where you live at in your community. Hold on, please, ma'am, please let me finish, because I don't want to forget, and I'm going to respond to something someone else said. So please don't interrupt me. Thank you. So, not everybody has this information that you have. And the way you were talking, again, it's great you have it. It's great that you're sharing it. However, don't assume that somebody knows what you know. There's a book I want to encourage you to read. If you have not read it, I don't know. Maybe you have read it. The book is The Miseducation of the Negro. I encourage you to read that book, and you will get a better understanding of why I said not everybody has the information. And that I hope you're paying it forward, and don't assume that everybody has the information you have. And to the person non-line, when you were talking about, when you and Brother Black were talking about the government, and he was explaining how it should be a political control over an entire state in every way, form, or fashion. I encourage you to study FLDS and study Amish people. These two groups of people, not to study the FLDS, no, but as far as a political power, FLDS had their own police, medical, school, everything system, to the point where they were able to create and bring resource into their company. They would go out, and they still do it to this day, where within their state or community, they make things and sell it to the rest of this country.
Yeah.
So those are a group of people to look into. Amish do the same thing. They govern themselves outside of any law enforcement that this government has to deal with.
And I'm pretty sure well, I'm not pretty sure, but there may be other people out there, but those are the two that I know about because I've studied them. And I know that they did everything with themselves. They didn't rely on the United States of America government for anything. So there is a way to do it. There's a way to do it as an individual, and there's a way to do it collectively as a group. So I just encourage you to study those two groups of people and see how they operate or were operating without this corporation that we are under. Alan, thank you.
Hey, thank you for that. The Mormons have been brought up a few times in our spaces, and the last time it was brought up, I went and confirmed they are approximately, I think it was like 68% of the state of Utah, but they founded the state of Utah, as a territory, and then they became a state, et cetera, et cetera. They were able to hold on to it because they maintained their majority within the state, and they do get the lion's share of the benefits in the state of Utah. So that is a really good example. I mean, Southwest with the Mexicans taking over every state in the Southwest is another primary example of it. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Kapoor is next.
Yeah, basically what I wanted to say is to answer your question, you said I think you made a statement like creating a new economic system will only be a temporary solution. You know what I'm saying, for our people, and I agree with that. I feel like the whole limitation of how we exist and how we deal with interactions that we see is all based on this idea of a God or a spirit or the spiritual world. I feel like there's limitation because as we look at the creations of the state, you know what I'm saying, the white man simply saying God gave him permission to do whatever he wants to us and still do. So I feel like, in order to place ourselves above that limitation, in our new state, we will also have to create a new religious philosophy based on, how we exist. And I feel like the only way to, fully ensure ourselves mentally, to be able to, go to work every day and, what I'm saying, base a family structure on, or economic system on based on religious philosophy. I feel like, that's the only way we would be able to empower the people to be able to unite is to change their perception of how they exist and why they exist, and to, ultimately place the power of, their own source of existence within themselves. And, from that, the natural order of the state will come about, in my opinion. Just coming from Mississippi, all I hear about how, such and such this way and that way. And I just don't never really see it, So like at this point, we just gotta accept reality for what it is. It's not necessarily politics that's hold us back, it's religious concepts, you feel me? Each and every one of these people in this world, they got a different, religious type of system that empowers them versus our people. We don't have no specific system to empower us, you feel me? But, I created something different called solarism, which properly explain how we exist as solar beings, until we place ourselves above the spiritual realm, we'll always be, at the limitations of spiritual beings, whether that's white people or, their God, which gives them permission to do, messed up business that they do, you feel me?
Woo! That boy's out there, man. Okay, so to his point, the Europeans use religion in a very systematic way. Somewhere up in here, I do the timeline. So essentially, since 711, when the North African and Arab Muslims conquered Spain and Portugal, what they call the Dark Ages was actually the fact that they were under African and Arab rule for centuries. And it wasn't until 700 years later that through European, I forget what did they call that time.
Crusaders.
Say it again.
The Crusaders.
There you go. The Crusaders. The European Crusaders through the Pope and these different kings' armies, they finally took back their lands.
Yeah, just real quick. That's why I'll be saying, hey, y'all got to start watching the Viking shows, Game of Thrones, The Last Kingdom on Netflix. That's exactly what Greg Black State talking about. Go see how they live. They doing the same thing. Excuse me, over here eating. But the only thing difference is nowadays, they not killing us with weapons and throwing spears at us or whatever. You know what I mean? They legislating us out of here, man. So that's the argument. Go ahead, Black.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing. So, 700 years after they first conquered these people, this is when the Pope issues this papal dum diversus, which is what led to the American slave trade, where he essentially says you have dominion over, and they call them Saracens, but he was talking about Muslims. So really, they were talking about any non-European races. You can conquer them, take over their lands, subjugate them eternally. This was what this ruling was. You can enslave them forever. And so we have actually been under in more recent history. You have America, going over to Afghanistan, going over to Iraq, all these Muslim countries, and they talk about this Christian versus Islamic war. The Jews are sort of sprinkled throughout all of this stuff, but this war has essentially been going on for over 1,300 years. I didn't go further back.
They should be the Jews, though, sprinkled up in the mix. Go ahead, though.
Oh no, they're sprinkled up in the mix, because even during this in 700, the North Africans and Arab Muslims, there were Jewish fighters inside of those takeovers of European land. So yeah, they're always somewhere in the mix, no question. But we don't have this long view of history to really understand what's been going on this planet. It's really been this 1,300 plus year war of these different religions. And that's why when the other guy was in the room, the Nigerian, I wanted to get into that, about how these North African Muslims, jihadists, are slaughtering other Africans even today. That Tigray war, a lot of people hear about Tigray in Ethiopia. That's basically a Muslim versus Christian war that's going on over there.
Matter of fact, and I did wanted to say, rest in peace to that lady Deborah, man, I think it was Nigerians who stoned her to death because she said she don't like Allah for whatever the reason.
Oh,
Never seen curse Allah. She just said she don't want to do whatever. She don't want to be Muslim. They came to her college and stoned her to death, bro. Burned her body up and everything. So we can do business, I guess, import export. We ain't living over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So these religions have been used really in the most demonic way that you can possibly imagine. I mean, even the guy who wrote the King James Bible, he wrote the book of demonology. These people are demons, period, point blank. There really is no other explanation for it. So I'm gonna pass the mic to Mound Walker. Mound Walker, you gotta take your mic off mute.
Hey, what up? Hold up, man. What up, y'all? How y'all doing, man? On Sunday morning. How y'all doing? Hope y'all had a safe ass Saturday night. Y'all ran this bitch. So I hope y'all safe. Y'all should be safe. If not, nigga, scream. No, I'm playing. But I'm working on some Popeyes right now, so we safe, bro. Oh, we good. We good. On God.
Man, I was just talking about. I was just gonna say something about the jumbotron title, like the space title. Like, what should Americans do? Like, man, if you don't stay, that's where the shit starts. Stay. Stay. This your land, right? This your land, like real shit. This what we've been talking about the whole time. This what niggas been talking about the whole time. This your fucking land. Like niggas better start believing they come from America. I know that. Like niggas better start believing they come from this place that they at. You at home. You're home, my niggas. You are right here at your crib. And don't let some pale-skinned WIGHT person who some European Moor bought over here trick you off your land. Like, this your land. Like, you home. This is, like, fuck with all the... Bro, white supremacy not real like that. First of all, that shit not even real. Like, let's keep it a beam. See, you don't tell me some people real, and then they get skin cancer from the thing that give everybody life. So you think that shit lord over you? And if you believe that, you deserve to get tricked off the street. You deserve to get that foot right up your ass. If you believe some goofy ass shit like that, that's not real. You better acknowledge where you at and acknowledge where you from, and really tune into your own family history. Like, man, look here. And then you want to talk about taking up, leave it. Leave is definitely not an option. I wouldn't dare want to leave America. I hate, this is one thing about these liberal Negroes that piss me off. They be like, man, America's like the mid, it's like a third world country in the first world. I'm like, well, y'all the same niggas who complain about food choices. Then you go to any other country in the world, your food choices gonna be hitting on shit. Come on, man. Our grocery stores are diverse. Farmers markets, diverse. Asian market, Mexican market, Indian market, Caribbean market. We got so many markets here you can buy anything you want and whip that bitch up yourself. They sell all the seasonings exclusive to their land. The whole world is in your country. You can go to New York City right now. Nigga, go to New York City and you can walk within a 12-block radius. You can touch the whole world. You can go get some Italian, authentic Italian. You'll get some German sausages. You can go get some Cambodian donuts. You can go get some Chinese barbecue. You can go get some Japanese sauteed shit on the stove. You can go get some Korean barbecue. You can get some Mexican barbecue. You can go to the soul food restaurant. You can go get some burrito tacos. You can get all this shit within like a 12-block radius in certain American cities. So the whole world literally represented in your city. And then you can go get some, and then you can just go to Publix and buy some shit and whip that shit up your motherfucking self. Man, look, I suggest...
It's supposed to be posed as the consumers where we buy all the stuff, manufacture work to make the stuff, but we're not in the profit of the things that we eat. You know what I'm saying?
Ma'am, please let him finish, because that's not what he's talking about. Thank you.
No, I'm just saying we just have everything here for us. That's all. I'm just saying.
Right, and also underline my point without being presumptuous about what people already know. Let's see. I think it's important for us to get into an administration. Administration of our affairs is kind of like a basic thing, so that we have an answer for everything. It's not like something coming at us, or that we have fear from the way that they're treating us basically like a product in this society. The diversity is great. It is a big trade nation. English is a trade nation around the world. But, so...
Hey, you don't think there's a lot of culture to these people, though? Hold on now. Like, this is what I done heard from elders in our community, especially in New York. These elders in New York, these conscious community elders, these Professor James Smalls, people like that, they be talking about how these other ethnicities like coming in the soul food, ordering chitlins and shit. This real shit. They like your food just as much as you like their food. Like, you think these people can't wait to hit up the soul food spot and go in, get some yams, and mix that shit up with some motherfucking macaronis. They like the same shit we like. This is, we have to.
And around the world is appreciated. That's true.
They like that shit though. This is this what I'm saying. Like, so it's not. It's a give and a take, but they own our land. We just have to acknowledge for ourselves. We ain't got to prove shit to them, but for ourselves, for the independent mind. As my brother finna say, my brother finna really go in on the solar beings for the real solar, SOULAR. For our minds, we have to acknowledge that this shit ours. And I'm gonna land right there because I know my brother, I know my nigga finna tell y'all niggas what this shit really about.
Yes, sir.
All right, we talk about.
I'm a graduate. I have a master's in liquid studies. I know everybody is like a different, but I went there because I fought my way out. I was like, how do these dummies, these people that definitely have no right over me, how can they put me in this messed up position? So when you ask me, how do I know this, how do I know that? It's because I used it to fight this shit. And I think if it's effective for me, then it can be effective, and it's things that's within our access, and that we should be able to push those buttons and take as much authority over ourselves and our space around us, using some of these tactics that have proven themselves effective in a way that's of the mindset of our liberation. So, and everybody else, sisters and brothers, I'm just like, I think it's an interesting topic on a way that, it's something that can be done for those who are proactive. It's not necessarily complaining, but a whole lot of development. So I'm open to learning and seeing what people who are making advancements, what's working for them.
Hey, big homie, they call, bruh, like, I'm from Alabama, you feel me? So I know, we used to take tours to Tuskegee Institute when we was children on field trips, and they told us this. Let me tell you something about this shit. This nigga Booker T. Washington told us to cast down our buckets where we stand, and it's like, that's some real nigga shit, bro. Cast down your fucking bucket, bro. Look at what he said. Cast down your bucket where you stand. Don't listen to this shit. Build your shit up. And a lot of people called that black man got called a coon for saying that. That's crazy. So when this nigga was telling people in but within the first 20 years of the 20th century, the first 20 years of 1900, he was telling people cast down their buckets where they stand and build their own hood up. That nigga got called a coon for that. A lot of this shit been going on for decades. And we gotta really be historians on our people. And this man told us to build our own shit, and niggas was trying to say he was a coon, man. People real deal tried to say Booker T. Watt, and that man built them bricks for that school. Don't you know you go to Tuskegee Institute, Ret 9, graduate, you get $100,000 job when you get out of there. And this man built the bricks himself, like the Hebrews in the Bible, building bricks with their feet. Man, look, I'm from that area. I'm from this shit. I really be, I really try to keep my cool about certain shit, but it's like, and I don't want to get into no regional superiority or nothing like that, but we just all got our own stories to tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all got our own stories, and all our stories are valid, and we got our own reading. And these people here was moving and shaking, and all we gotta do is remember. That's really all we gotta do. But that, the brother, man, Cap, man, I ain't mean to cut you off, bro.
Thank you for those gems, Brother Mal. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is non-linear. So the name is non-linear. Non-linear optimization. It's just from a math. My background is mathematics, and non-linear just a part of my concentration in math. So that's why I just put the name. But anyway, so just to build off what everybody was just saying to fall back, so it was a great. Like you saying, Booker T. Washington, it's a great book by the sister Tyree Wright. She wrote a book of Booker T. Washington, the making of the Pan-Africanist, and he was big on building and connecting with the brothers and sisters in Africa. At the same time, She proved that in the letters that he wrote. And one day, we're gonna wake up. Hopefully, our people, the future generations, are gonna wake up and realize, this Christianity and Muslim bullshit, it ain't for us. You know what I'm saying? It's just a destruction. But by black people, being Christians and believing in Jesus, it just helped maintaining white supremacy on a spiritual level. But that's a whole different topic. You know what I'm saying? So, getting back to what we were saying on the banks and the institutions and supporting the majority state. Like I said, the book that Amos Wilson wrote, he spoke about that. He spoke about he has a whole chapter on banking and credit unions. He talks about we have to have a foundation of property and equity before you could have power in a bank that to do things. And so my point was, because the brother asked me, what's the problem with the American government? What's the problem with the IC with the American government as you're doing trade? And like I was saying, in Ghana, it just recently that Ghana started making their own vehicles in Ghana. A part of the trade agreement with America was that they could not make their own vehicles.
Because they're morons.
So recently, it's a truck that they make. I forgot the name of it. It's just recently, like I think the last 5 years, they was able to build and construct their own vehicles. All right, so prior to that, the agreement, the trade with America was that you can't create your own vehicles. And the gold companies were owned by foreigners. Not by the people in Ghana. So that's what I'm saying is that under the laws and rules of the American government, you still have to follow if you were still if we had a majority rule, black people in a state majority rule.
Okay. I gotta interrupt you again, bro. I gotta interrupt you again because this is a false equivalency. You're comparing a foreign nation that is not under the United States Constitution and doesn't have equal protection under the United States Constitution. You cannot compare anything that the U.S. does with a foreign country to what it does to its own states. If you give me a state comparison, then I will. I'm sorry?
That's not what you asked me.
No, but I'm telling you that you may not understand it. I'm explaining it to you.
That's not the question that you asked. You asked the question was what is so important about if we have a majority state owned, what would be the difference in us making trade under a black owned majority state than the white owned majority state? That's the question that you asked.
Yeah, and what I'm telling you is that's not. You can't, that comparison that you're making, I don't know if you're trying to say because they did this to Ghana, they'll do this to a black state. That sounds like what you were trying to say. I'm telling you.
No, go ahead. No, that's not what I'm saying. No,
okay. So,
hey, big homie, yeah, I was just addressing what's in the Jumbotron for the host and the code. They asked the question in Jumbotron. That was just my take on it. I think the Jumbotron, how do you feel? They want you to know, they want to know how you feel about the Jumbotron question, bro.
Yeah, no. We're okay. We're having this conversation. So explain to me why.
I understand what you're saying, and that's not what. No, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you saying.
Okay, because I want you to look up the North Dakota Bank of North Dakota. It was established in, it looks like 1919. It is the only state-owned bank. It has been profitable day one. They've never had a year where they were not profitable. They fund business development and other economic opportunities for the citizens of North Dakota. And they represent 15% of the banking within the state. So there are private banks that also are in the state. But this is the one example of a state-owned bank. So if you're going to make any comparisons to a black majority state that has a bank, it has to be to this state and their banking system.
Okay, and also when the sister was talking, she didn't say the Mormons. She said the Amish.
She said no.
Amish.
No,
she said
FLDS.
FLDS is
Hold
Mormons.
on a second. FLDS is where the Mormons came from.
Yeah.
But FLDS still has some, what's the word? They still make revenue right now, even though their leader, because it was a cult and stuff, even though their leader's in prison or dead. I don't know what his situation is, but they're still doing stuff right now in Utah, the FLDS, and I said the Amish as well.
Exactly. Okay, that's what I was doing. You said the Amish as well, but they're saying you live off the Amish.
But I didn't mention the Amish.
I didn't say I was living. No, sir, please. What I suggested to you is that you study these two groups of people because it relates to what you're speaking about, and it will. I'm hoping it will help you get a clearer picture of the fact that you can be a state unto yourself without having or needing anything from the corporation, which is the United States of America. That means banking and everything. These people have done it. And they didn't need anything. What happened?
I said, that's what I was saying. That's what I was telling him.
But that's not right. But that's not what we heard. That's not what we. That's not what
you heard. The conversation.
No. I was listening to Brother Black when he was talking to you, and that's why I responded, because that's not what you were saying. You kept comparing. With the topic of having a state that's operated to itself, you keep comparing it to a place outside of the country. You keep comparing it to the continent, and that has nothing to do with us. Those people are letting these things happen to them. You don't have to let anything happen to you. You don't. And like he expressed earlier, the false delusion, the false narrative that you need to get anything from this government if you decide to operate in a state by yourself. You don't need that at all. Zero. That's why I was saying if you want to study these two groups that I mentioned, because they get nothing from this government. They actually give to this government. The FLDS actually makes products and sells to this government to this day. So they don't need nothing from them. They're giving and supplying this corporation. And that's what the point.
Tell me the research I need to look up at that.
Sir, you seem to be older than me. I'm gonna let you figure that out on your own. I'm gonna let you do that by yourself. I'm not gonna be an enabler.
I've been saying, me and Brother Gray been going back and forth, and I've been pointing out to him that we been, because y'all been going, not y'all. I'm sorry. You be going. Some people have been posting, saying about, he said about what the elders, what people have been doing before is individualistic, which is not true. Amos Wilson didn't write that book for himself. He wrote that book for all of us. You know what I'm saying? John Henry Clark didn't do the work for himself. You know what I'm saying? Marima Ani, she doesn't do the work for herself.
Yeah, under what organization?
All you got to do is implement the foundation.
Under what organized structure are you citing that they made those books for? Under what organized structure that's going to move 1 million people, uplift them together at the same time? Name the organization, name the structure, because you're saying it wasn't for individuals. I'm telling you, because I've listened to his talking, I've watched his videos, I understand his philosophy. It is for individuals, and it is group economics, which are individuals coming together as a group. But it's not designed to uplift 40 million Black Americans. You can't make that claim, because you're never going to find that anywhere in there.
You can't make the claim that it doesn't work, and it won't work if no one has ever implemented the information.
I didn't say it won't. I never said it won't work. I never said it won't work. So let's go back. I never said it won't work. The problem is, how do you protect it? How do you protect it? How do you pass it along to the next 10 generations? protecting it every step of the way.
Right. I agree with you at that point. We have to find a way to protect the way to pass on information for us to have sovereignty. All right. However, you still have hundreds of thousands of Black Americans working in the government, who's been working in the government for the past 40 years, 50 years. And I don't know any one Black whistleblower. Not one nigga ever planted a virus to shut down the motherfucking the court system. So you still have thousands of Negroes working for the government that's helping to maintain the government. And if you have that mentality,
yeah, see.
Producing
Hold on, man. Hold on. One thing at a time, because when you say something slick, you gotta reflect on that. There's plenty of our folks out here that are losing their livelihoods every day for speaking out, bro. And I'm one of those people.
I'm saying, what did I say slick?
I'm telling you right now, you use your mic for a moment, bro. You saying that there's plenty of, there are no real Black whistleblowers. That's not true, bro, because there's plenty of our people that blow the whistle daily. You can check any EEOC. Hold on, bro. I never interrupted you, bro. I don't even like muting people when I'm the co-host. That is right, but listen to me, bro. You could check any EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, race-based discrimination case filed by Black American, and you will see the disparities of us speaking out, you know what I'm saying? And speaking up for ourselves and, hey, look, yo, this is wrong on the job. My sis, Aunt La, she got a book called Allegedly, bro. How the probation office, she's a former probation officer. She saw some shit, spoke out about it. Now she being ostracized. She's out of work. You know, they doing things to her family. You know what I mean? This shit is fucking real, bro. You know what I mean? So with that being said, I'll give the mic back to you. Our folks are getting fucked with every day for speaking out, bro. I lost my job, bro. Hold on a second. I lost my job, bro, in 2019 for fucking speaking out and doing the right thing. You know, the tether got me fired, and the tether got me set up, and the white man got me up out of there, bro. So, but thank God I got enough sense to have been on my own for the last 12 years anyway. That was just a job to make some money. But, you know, I did wanted to keep that job, you know what I mean? And I filed a case with the EEOC. And unfortunately, just like any other case, that's race-based discrimination is saying that, you know, filed by Black Americans saying I got fired because of racism, prejudice, and all this other stuff. It gets thrown in the fucking file cabinet, bro. Probably in the trash or the shredding machine. So you can look that shit up, bro. So we out here speaking up and speaking out. This is why we trying to tell you we need our own, Black state of America. You feel me? So that way we can get the fuck away from these racist fucks, right, Black? Get the fuck away from these motherfuckers, yo, and just go do our own thing and shit. You know what I mean? And we ain't doing it over in Africa, but we could do trade in Africa. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going over there to say, hey, this is where I'm going to be stationed there for the rest of my life. I'm an American Negro, bro. I just had the same arguing with the mayor's people of my city, Newark, New Jersey, bro, at our pull-up 2022. Yelling, we going, having a verbal conversation back and forth about blackness, you know what I'm saying? And then these jokers saying that we need to go down to the federal building and have our argument with them. Well, hey, man, reparations is a two-check system, a state and a federal. We'll be at the state building, a.k.a. Newark City Hall, yelling at your coon-ass brother, Ras Baraka, about why 200,000 folks in Newark is homeless now. How 10,000 people EBT just automatically shut off, bro. You know what I'm saying? What's up with the water issue over here? We still got the same issues as Jackson, Mississippi, Flint, Michigan. You just don't hear about it because they're keeping this shit under wraps. Just like any other Democratic city and all the bullshit that go on in it. So, yeah, we be speaking now, bro. But, yeah, a lot of us got fucking mouths to feed and bills to pay just like anybody else. So, yeah, sometimes you may have to turn a blind eye in order to feed your family. Shit, that's the game, bro. You know what I'm saying? They done shifted us into that shit, bro. We got to, hey, we know the problem, so what's the solution, bro? Go ahead, man.
you said the exact words. They done shook niggas into that shit. You know what I'm saying? Writing out your race discrimination is not whistleblowing. Whistleblowing is when you reveal secret government documentations. And no black person has done that. Only white people did that shit. No black person has revealed any secret government document saying that, yo, you've been discriminated against. That's not fucking whistleblowing, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
well,
that's
at the end of the day, it will be one and the same. You check, okay. Go check EEOC. Excuse me, I'm chewing with a biscuit in my mouth. I got to ask a pop. They got that 6-piece, $5, whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? It's fire. But go check any EEOC case by Black American from the government. Go look it up. I'm pretty sure it's one hip. That'll be one hip. We can't just be bringing this shit up and it ain't in existence. There gotta be somebody there. There's plenty. I know plenty of actual officers, police officers that are in the same boat. Are they not whistleblowers? Don't they get labeled as that? Like you a snitch, you a whistleblower?
If the police officers ain't killing, the black police officers ain't killing none of these white motherfuckers, nah, they ain't whistleblowers. Fuck them. How the fuck you go to
but now, hold on a second. Now you're equating two things. You're equating two things now. You're equating something as far as murder. Hold on a second. You're equating two things. Well, whistleblower, just keep it simple. A person that sees something wrong and speaks out on it. It doesn't have to go and turn around and be a punisher and retaliate against the motherfucker. That's not whistleblowing at that point. That's revenge, bro. You know what I'm saying?
They ain't willing to do it. They ain't done it yet.
But that's a whole different subject, bro. You know what I mean? But go ahead. Go ahead.
But yo, man. So we were saying about, I understand if we have black majority state and black people rule that state as in the government, y'all honestly think the American government gonna back off and let you teach motherfuckers about black empowerment? That is not going to happen unless you go to war with them. And if you ain't ready to go to war and cut their fucking heads off, then it's all just a pipe dream. And until y'all ready to go to war to cut their fucking heads off, you know what I'm saying?
Don't know what people up there are willing to do, though, bro. And that's the whole argument. So don't make assumptions on what folks aren't willing to do. A lot of us understand the war rhetoric that you're speaking of. We've been in every fucking type of situation you think of. Hold on a second. Some of my people, you are right, aren't ready for this art of war that's about to fucking hit. Because like I keep saying, when the reparations hit East Coast, that's when the Civil War starts, bro. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me? Over here in the East Coast, bro. Hold on a second. Over here on the East Coast, this shit is just straight up fucking Televille. And we deal with the Pan-Africanism, bro. So that shit right there is a problem. I'm talking about is black Americans think, that's on this Pan-Africanism shit. People don't forget where the fuck they come from and where their family come from. So that is a problem. Excuse me. And that's why we delineating, bro. And trying to bring our peoples back, to some southern shit, some southern roots, some collard greens with the motherfucking goddamn turkey butts in the joint, you know what I'm saying? Whatever and shit, you know what I mean? Real talk. But at the end of the day, each one teach one, we all learn something. Yeah, we could sit up here and say all day, hey, look, niggas ain't gonna do this in the third. I don't care about that shit. Hey, yo, you got a problem with such and such, all right, just let me know. Oh, hey, look, I'm doing this and shit, come check it out. Oh, you doing that? Okay, I'm over there. You can't, I don't think any other culture always agree with their own peoples. You ain't gonna be able to save everybody. That's why I talk to 144 analogy. Go find your 144,000 and move on, bro. That's all you could do for right now. And if somebody want to follow the rhetoric, let them follow the rhetoric. That's all it is, bro. But to say the person will and won't do, you don't know until the person is they back against the wall. But unfortunately, our back ain't been against the wall really as much other than what you see. The fucking police kneeling on a nigga neck, or they motherfucking just gun you down 60 bullets straight up. But 90 went out the gun though, but 60 hit a nigga. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of that shit is something not to say, those particular two instances, but I believe a lot of this shit is just really false flag for the mind. Real talk, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's my all the war on that, bro. You know what I mean? Something that just get us niggas wild up. So they could be like, let's go out and protest and fuck shit up. When we should be planning and prepping. I talk doomsday prepping shit, bro. How much water you got in your house right now? If you would have shut down right now, How many cases of water you got in your house, bro? Right now. You had to be in the house for a whole year. Right now. Just answer the question real quick.
I'm on the East Coast as well. You know what I'm saying? I live on the East Coast as well. And you know what I'm saying? It's not everybody, you know what I'm saying? We still at the bottom of the barrel. You know what I'm saying? Economically. Black people still make the least. Hispanic people have came here and they're above us economically.
Systematically have came here. Systematically, they are getting help by the government. Have you researched the Office of New America? Have you researched that?
I agree with what you're saying. I agree.
No, I'm just asking the question. Did you research that, though? The Office of New America. Have you researched that?
No, I have not.
Okay, so hold on. Just take a time out, everybody. Everybody in the chat, get on your Google, your iOS or whatever, cloud thingy, and go research the Office of New America. So, like you said, you're on the East Coast, you might be in Philly or whatever, right? So look up the Office of New America in Philly or Pennsylvania, or it might have to be County Pacific. So like over here in Jersey, it might be Essex County. But, depending on where you're at, everybody take a time out, go research that shit real quick. Wherever you at, the Office of New America, and either put your state, your county, or your town, or city, and start reading some of that shit right now. Take 60 seconds and do it, bro. So these tethers, they getting help systematically from the government, bro. I just got done talking to an OG that told me one of his peoples work for the city. The post office. You know what I mean? That's most of our people do. A lot of us are in these United States Post Office for many years. So he said he was delivering checks to these tethers in bare minimum 3,000 and up. I got straight word from sisters that work at the social services buildings around the country. They giving these people $2,800 bare minimum every 2 weeks, bro. This is why you see a joker hop off the boat. You tell you just got here yesterday, or just move up in your neighborhood, buy that abandoned house that nobody wasn't even fucking thinking about. Well, not even that we wasn't. We just know we can't afford to fucking get it. And then even if we can afford it, we ain't even gonna be able to have an opportunity to get it, because that's what the mayor of Newark wants the niggas. These houses that go off for sale, they wind up leaving them to the LLC boys. That's the foreign investment you keep in that's buying up this fucking country. So that go back to what I was saying to you, Black. If you remember, hey, maybe Bill Gates is buying up some of this property to stop the foreign investment from coming over here and fucking it up completely. I could see that happening and shit, but who knows and shit, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, bro, I think we all agree to agree. There's no disagreement. I think what it is shit, some folks got some rhetoric, which I've been in, they've been able to, I already know, but I've actually seen them even more upfront on our pull-up on Wednesday. So many of us got this fucking Pan-Africanist mindset. That shit ain't gonna work. You feel what I'm saying? Because niggas are still waiting on slave rescue shit 500 years later. And I ain't seen nothing at the bus stop or the airport. No fucking spirit sign and shit. No bat symbol. No Wakanda, nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm American to the bone and shit. So, yeah, we can still do trade, because I talk to folks over in South Africa all the time. I work with artists over there. You know what I mean? I'm a musician, bro. So they ain't got nothing to do with anything. I think the problem is with us, we need to just start delineating from everybody to get our shit together. Actually, the whole diaspora just need to fucking delineate, go back to your country, and just start working on your fucking country. Build your own country up. And that way, when we do meet back a year, 2, 3 years, whatever, how many long it might take, now we can start doing trade with and fucking with each other, like you said, and we could just exclude whoever we don't want to trade with. And hopefully keep that shit within the diaspora type, melanated, black, African, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? But go ahead, bro.
You keep saying go ahead, bro, but you interrupting me,
Because that's what version is. Malcolm X will tell you that. Hey, spit your bars, bro. But hey, you might have to mute your mic, because I might know more than you.
Like I said, like you said, most of us, we agree with everything and shit, you know what I'm saying? And it's just, we have to come together and, on certain issues. We disagree on a lot, but we come together on the shit that we do agree on, and we just build on that. You know what I'm saying? The whole disrespecting and hating on the Pan-African and shit is I can't agree with that, because I consider myself a Pan-Africanist at first, and then people always talk shit about Pan-Africanism, but then I ask the question, when have you ever seen Pan-Africanism implemented in any community in America, in any city? It's never been implemented. So you can't say
right there in Newark, New Jersey, bro. See, there you go again, making an assumption. Right here in Newark, New Jersey, right? So check this out, right? Check this out. So check this out. I'm about to break it down.
How many Pan-African schools were in New York, Newark, New Jersey?
Right, but hold up, I'm about to break it down to you. A lot of this shit that's going on right now, that's happening in like Newark, New Jersey. It's a lot of Pan-Africanist rhetoric, bro. So yeah, a lot of these schools now, are actually just fucking charter schools because these dumbass fucking parents decided, she's not decided, but assumed rather, that word go again. Assumed that these fucking charter schools are better than like public schools. And you know how black people are. Somebody brought it up earlier. How to sell the Negro. You feel what I'm saying? How to sell the Negro. We'll look that shit up. But we always think the white ice is colder. So that's what fucked us up here. And at the end of the day, we still dealing with remnants of the Newark riots, in my opinion, and whatever happened in the crack era and all that other shit moving forward. So now when you look at Newark now, it's being revitalized, right? But you got some superstars that, or people, big faces in high places, we'll say, you know what I mean, that are coming to Newark and trying to revitalize it. But for the fact of the matter is, Jersey has always been white owned. This should have never be anything. It's just what you see on the surface. You feel what I'm saying? That there's a lot of Pan-African shit going on. Because like I said, you could go downtown Newark and just see it, bro. You can see it, bro.
Yo, that's not the same as implementing. You can have it on the surface, but implementing.
No, there's implementation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You could just go downtown Newark and see certain shit.
Just because you implementation. What I mean, let me explain what I mean by implementation. What I mean by implementation is meaning that you have the whole school structure from elementary, middle school, and high school have its Pan-African, have an Afrocentric curriculum. You have the community.
But that'll never happen, though. Here's the reason why. I'm going to let you speak. I'm going to just tell you why it never happened up here, though. I'm just saying you see some Pan-African reminiscences up here because you see there's a lot of Africans around here and diaspora folk. So the whole, straight black Pan-African school, it would never work around here because the other demographic is not all black African. You see what I'm saying? Negro African. There's only half of Newark is black, Negro African. So what about the other half of the school? So, and I understand what you're saying. We can have private schools, but, that's us fighting the state that had to happen. You know what I mean?
Point, and that's my point.
But why fight the state? We could just go take majority state back in the South. Why fight these jokers up here in New Jersey? Because it's pretty much over with.
If you have majority state in the South, you still have to follow. There still have to be a state. You still have to follow the state curriculum, educational curriculum.
No. The only reason you take over the state is so that you can control everything within the state. I like, for some reason you haven't accepted that concept. You control. No, you control the educational system. The state controls the education system within the state. If you control the state, you control the education curriculum. Period. I don't know what the argument is. There's really shouldn't be an argument. The state controls the curriculum.
Okay, all right.
The equity controlling interest.
It's just not that difficult.
I'm 43 right now. I'll be 73 years old, and y'all still be talking about we're gonna control the state interest.
But I could say that. I could say that about Pan-Africanism that's been around before I was born, and I'm damn near 48. So what has Pan-African done for us? Absolutely nothing.
It's never been implemented for you to say it's done anything.
And it never will be. It never will be.
Show me where it's been implemented. Show me where it's been implemented.
Look. You've had, again, who's the eldest Pan-Africanist who you would say, and please don't say Marcus Garvey, because there's people that go back to Prince. Prince, the Mason.
Prince Hall.
There you go. Thank you so much. And he was in the late 1700s. So if you want to talk about,
hey, Greg, check this out. So I'm battling the brother that sells CDs downtown North on our pull up, right? So I brought it up, hey, look, man, a lot of folks think Garvey was an option. You know what I'm saying? He was COINTELPRO, you know what I mean? So he got real fired up at me. It was like a Jamaican, I guess, brother. You know what I'm saying there? So they like trying to tag team me now. So they was all like, well, who? Marcus Garvey is the father of all this shit. I said, no, he not. There's plenty of people that came before him. Amen, and they were like, who? I said, well, Callie House. Have you heard of her? You know what I'm saying? First person to really start getting names down. Hey, look, we need reparations. Let's start unifying and shit. Let's go to the government and demand our fucking bread. So how's Garvey the first person to really unify black folks? Plenty of black fucking people, no matter where they came from, tried that shit. But they didn't want to hear that. They was just so indoctrinated, like, oh, Garvey's our fucking idol. Or some shit like, I'm out, man. Later, yo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Paul Cuff, Martin Delaney, like you said, Prince Hall. There was a office of American colonization, where they had already been sending people back to Africa in the mid 1800s before the Civil War. So all of the things that Garvey had was really knowledge that was really wide known. Not only that, the Martin Delaney, he had a newspaper that had distribution all over America and in Jamaica. I posted that. And so Garvey himself said he read that magazine. It's weird that they don't understand where he got this information from, but it certainly wasn't something that he created himself. I talked about how the boats were all fucked up that he bought, and they weren't even seaworthy when he bought those fucking boats. So whatever with him. When if you want to go back to what you describe, if you say Garvey, okay, so that's the early 1900s. It's been 100 years. You say 30 years later, you're going to be still thinking, oh, we're going to take over a state. I will be around long enough to prove you wrong. Pan-Africanism has been here for at least 100 years, and it has done absolutely nothing for Black America. Absolutely nothing. It is overly romanticized, and the people who practice it and talk about it, all they got to do is do what you do. Get on the plane, go over there, and stay over there. I don't like, why did you even come back? That's the most important pressing question. You were over there. You're a Pan-Africanist. I know Pan-Africanists that are over there. We every once in a while we exchange, private messages. We exchange posts. Why did you not stay over there?
First of all right, to answer your question, like you said, people who talk about Marcus Garvey being the father, they don't understand the history. So I agree with you guys on that. And the reason that people bring up Marcus Garvey when they talk about parents is because he had the largest members of people in his organization. He had over 1 million people in that organization. But the whole thing, this is my view. This is my view, my understanding of Pan-Africanism. All right, that's just mine. So when people say the shit didn't work, I'm like, I looked at it. I'm looking at the history. I'm looking at the past, and I'm looking at people like Garvey, Du Bois, and Booker T. Washington, John Henry Clark. All these people, all these scholars. I'm looking at them laying the foundation for what needs to be done. They didn't implement the shit. All right, and the whole thing was to have a connection, a worldwide connection of Black people working together. All right, and here in America, the thing about what Black people in America, the Black scholars in America was getting at, it started in the 60s and 70s, was that they start to understand that we were being miseducated, that our minds were being raped by white supremacy, and Eurocentric education gave us a false sense of reality. So they started to write books and do research. And now they wrote the books that came out in the 80s and 90s. And now we have to implement the shit. And we still don't implement the shit. Like the lady said, y'all need to read Miseducation of the Negro. Many people never read that. Many people ever read The Falsification of the Negro by Amos Wilson. They even read that shit. And so you don't understand what's going on. They don't understand that we're living in a false reality. They don't understand that this shit that white people have done, the educational system that they set up, is to hurt us. It's not to benefit us.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have that understanding, first of all, then how the fuck we going to advance as a people if you don't come out with that understanding? So that's what I say when I'm saying that we haven't implemented it. We still haven't implemented shit because the majority of us don't know shit about our history. And don't understand the white supremacy and how it affects us on a psychological level. So that's what I'm talking about. We haven't implemented the foundation. And once you implement the foundation and start working like the Chinese and the Jews and only buy shit from black people. Like I'm only buying shit that's black owned. I'm only shopping at a store that's black owned. I'm only buying shit that's made. You know, if it's made in Ghana or made in Nigeria or made in the Côte d'Ivoire, made in Cameroon, I'm only buying shit that black people make. That's what the Chinese do. That's what the Japanese, that's what the Koreans do. I know that because I teach martial arts, I teach Taekwondo. And all the Koreans, they only drive cars that's made from Korea.
Yeah, let me, did you get to the...
We have to have the mentality. We have to buy shit that's only made by black people.
Right. Did you get to the part as to why you came back to America? Like what was the thing that prompted you to come back? Was it something personal or you just couldn't make it over there? Like what was the
like I said, I was over there partying and bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? I was young. I had the same mindset. I was in jail. I got locked up for like 6 months, and then I had to leave the country. So it was time for me to go.
So you got deported, in other words.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that means you might be a tether, right? I'm trying to roll with that.
Okay.
How you get the point?
Oh God. So after being deported from that country, would you go back?
I lived in Africa and when I lived in Southeast Asia. Yes, I would go back.
Okay, you would go back. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. So how of the 40 plus million Black Americans, how many do you think are Pan-Africanists?
Not even a million.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. That's why it's never going to work. That's why you can't, that's because what you're trying to do, you're trying to convert people into something that they are not. And you're not accepting people for what they are and what they will always be. And this is why you have, when you talk about Black Americans who work in the government and you look at them in a negative light because they haven't done what you believe they should do, but you're not just simply accepting that they love the country that they live in and they are going to protect the country that they live in. And this is hard for a lot of people to understand and grasp the concept of it, but the reality is we are Black Americans.
Isn't that being an Uncle Tom?
That is not in any way, shape, or form. Matter of fact, Uncle Tom, his real name was Josiah P. Henson.
How about that? Uncle Ruckus.
How's your Uncle Ruckus, bro? Wait, what, huh?
How do you support and maintain the hegemony of white supremacy around the world and you saying, oh, it's okay?
Who can say that?
Explain that to me. I don't understand. How would you work for a government that's raping countries, so-called third world countries, who has raped and murdered the Native Americans, who have enslaved African people, but yet you want to support and maintain their position?
Do you ever take the time?
Saying this is our country. This is our country, brother.
Yeah.
We built
yeah.
This
Oh God.
Did I say we didn't?
Do you ever take the time to reflect? Do you ever take the time to reflect on what the Africans did to our ancestors, the 300,000 supposedly that came from Africa to America? Do you ever reflect on what they did to us and what they did to their family members? Because they were chopping people's heads off over there.
Bro, first of all, that with the information that you're trying to present is not a significant. That's less than 1% of the African nations that participated in the slave trade. Second of all, would they be in that position if the Europeans would have never came there? There was no slave markets. There was no slave trading in Africa before the Europeans, before the Arabs came and invaded Africa.
Well, here's what I told you about this war that's been going on since 711. It actually was going on prior to that, because this North African actually invaded in 708, which means that they were at war even before that. So you have a situation where you have the Northern Africans, an alliance with Arabs and some Jews to take over these European lands. And in what is retribution, I mean, this papal proclamation was essentially, you conquered our people for 700 years. We are going to conquer you forever. Right? So there is a cause and effect in this whole relationship and over this history. I can lay just as much blame at the African tribes that sold our people into bondage and killed their family members as I can lay at the hands of the Europeans who also were involved in that. But I'm not going to give any lenience towards people because they're Africans. Okay? Because the reality of it is they are just as complicit. And in some of those African kingdoms, the Europeans weren't allowed to come onto the past the beaches where they had the slave castles or whatever they called them. And so they controlled the slave trade from start to finish, to be perfectly honest. So, you know, I can't separate the two for me, because the only reason why you're doing it is based on color and not understanding who these people were, specifically who these people were.
That's not true. I'm not doing it based on color. I'm doing it based on the history. Yes, many of the Europeans, the British and the French and the Spanish and the Portuguese could not infiltrate the inner part of Africa. So they use the African people to bring the slaves to them.
Yeah, so it's just like, here's what I hear from you. I hear a lot of excuses. I hear Pan-African doesn't work because it hasn't been implemented. You know, it's not the Africans' fault, it's the Europeans. And I agree to a certain extent. However, they're equally complicit. I don't know why you can't accept, like, you have to be able to accept that. They rounded those people up, killed the ones that either resisted, and or I'm seeing they had ceremonies where they were just chopping heads off for the fun of it.
Brother, you acting like it was a majority. It was not a majority. The majority
Hold on a second. When nobody says all, we don't say that up here. We just talking context purposes, bro. We just saying in general. You know what I mean? But go ahead.
But you said in general like it was the majority.
No, in general means what the context we're talking about.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So we're talking about the West African kingdoms that were involved in the slave trade.
We're not talking about Egypt and certain parts of South Africa. No, of course not. That would be all of it. You feel what I'm saying? But
yeah, because
Rodney in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. You know what I'm saying? He did the research. He been over there. He showed us that it was not majority of African tribes kidnapping and enslaving people. It was a minority. It was less than 1%. The majority of the African people.
But we're the 1%. We're the 1%. We're the 1%, bro. The Africans sold Negroes, bro.
All right.
We're saying, bro. That's the so. This is the context we're speaking about, right?
1%. I mean, that sounds like a low ass number, but okay.
And you acting
no, but hold up a minute. Again, Hold on a second. We're not talking about the majority. We're just talking about the little minority percent. Like you said, it ain't all, right? Yeah, it's not all Africans sold Africans. They just sold us, bro. My neighbor next door, he Nigerian, bro. So we be talking the same shit, going back and forth, and I'll be schooling him on certain shit, and he be wanting to argue with me, kind of like you doing. And like a couple months later, out of nowhere, he just told me like, "Yo, man, yeah, my grandfather was a slave trader." It's just like out of nowhere. I didn't even know what the fuck to say to him. I just kind of let the conversation die out. Like, oh yeah, okay, that's good. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So obviously you was looking up some of the shit that we conversing back and forth about. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real, bro. So this is the type of shit that they, these folks that are continental Africans themselves don't even know, bro. See that? Go ahead, though.
Can I ask a question?
My point is that
let Judge Sarah go, and then we'll let Still go.
No, I want to understand what it is that he's looking for. What do you want, sir?
What do I
gentleman
want?
who's talking about Africa. Ultimately, what is it that you want?
He wants Black Americans to save Africans.
The whole thing started with me saying that Black Americans and people in the African continent, we need to protect them. That's my whole point.
I'm sorry, you broke up. Your point is what, sir?
That Black Americans and people on the African continent, we need to connect and work with each other.
Okay. No. Let's get the quote, bro, because that's not what you said in your post. Let's get the quote.
Go ahead,
the quote. I mean, the quote is important because the reason.
Can I ask him a question? Okay, so I'm with what you're saying, but if I choose to purchase something outside of the Black community, would that be a problem?
I'm sorry. What did you say? If you choose what?
Because what I heard you saying ultimately is what you want us to get down together as Black people. Is that correct?
Yes, all Black. Yes, all Black.
Okay, so but if I choose to make purchases outside of the Black community, would that be a problem?
Oh, you said if you choose to make purchases outside of the Black community,
would that be a problem for you?
I don't see. Yeah, I see that as a problem because how are we going to gain, as he said, the political majority if we're not working together?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Well, now to answer that, if you don't want to, Judge Sarah, let me know. I got my hand a little lower. Let me put my hand a little.
What I'm looking to understand is what you want ultimately, sir. And the issue is we need to be realistic and do things that are doable. That's going to be the best interest of Black people. And like Grace said, often everyone is romanticizing what they want in their mind, but you have to be realistic. I want us to gain equality. I want us to not be last, is what I want. I want us to be equal. That is my purpose. I love Black people.
And I think we all agree with that. We all love each other and we all love Black people. What I posted on my page, if you click on my page, my page, you will see, scroll down, you'll see I posted a statistical study showing how Africa is being left out of the advancement, and every other country around the world has advanced besides Africa. And when my post was that if Black Americans and African people don't connect, then we both gonna be completely left out.
Okay. No. Hold a second. Wait a second. I look. That is not what you posted, because if you posted that, I likely wouldn't have really engaged with it. But this is what you posted. It says, "I'm posting this because I hope that we can see how Black people are being left out. And if Black Americans don't connect with our African people, then we're completely F, which is completely fucked." I'm just saying. And as I said earlier, you put the onus on Black Americans to connect with African people. And if we don't do that, then we're completely fucked, is how the the quote read. And then as we were going through a bunch of, back and forth, you really doubled down on the fact that we need Africa. And I was very clear that Black America does not need Africa. If anything, Africa needs us. They've always needed us. That's the reality.
My rebuttal was that I posted statistics showing that Black people are still at the bottom of the economic, when it comes to the median household income. I posted statistics. We still at the bottom, and we've been here for generations. Hispanics just came here. The Asians came here, and they all above us. But yet, y'all still saying we don't need nobody. We don't need to connect with them. We could do this on our own. But we've been here for generations, is what I'm saying, and we still at the bottom. Please explain to me.
Yeah, man, you sound, wow, you sound like you don't know Black American history. You know a lot about Pan-Africanists, but you don't know a lot about Black American history. We're in these spaces all day, and all we talk about is Reconstruction and the decimation of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the burying of all these other Black towns, and how we had hundreds of Black Wall Streets. We had the whole economic base that you're talking about, and white degeneracy destroyed it, physically destroyed it through terrorism. So to say that, and again, I just think maybe you don't know, and maybe that's why you're saying this, and because it sounds a little like strange and odd, but we did the whole economic thing. They destroyed it. So economic power alone is not going to sustain us. We had political power briefly, and what did they do? They allowed white domestic terrorism to push us away from it. As a matter of fact, P.S. Pinchback, who was the governor of lieutenant governor of Louisiana and became governor for a month, he won an election as a senator in Louisiana, and they would not allow him to take his seat in the Senate through intimidation and threats upon his life. Okay, so it's not so much that the issue is we don't have economic power, and that's why we are what we are. No, we've had economic power, we've had political power for a very short period of time, as I stated, but every time we get up, they come and try to destroy it. So you made a comment earlier about protecting it under a Black majority state. When you take over the state apparatus, you take over the law enforcement, the local level, county level, state level. You take over the state National Guard, but you also have the opportunity to develop a state-based defense force, which is a military that's only under the command of the governor of the state, not under the control of the United States president. This is the only way you can build an army in the United States. All these militia groups that you see, they're actually illegal groups, to be perfectly honest. The FBI, whatever, ATF, all these different alphabet organizations can dismantle them whenever they feel like it. They don't really have any authority. A state defense force has all the authority they need to defend their citizens within the state. So our conversations and the conversations we're having, I'm just trying to give you enough information so you understand the things that you bring up, and the things that those elders thought in the time period that they lived in. They were missing information for whatever reason. I don't understand why they never came to the information, because there was the Republic of New Africa, there was the NOI, there was the Black Belt movement in the early 1920s that was going on at the same time as Marcus Garvey. that was telling our people to return to the South. So this information was around. For whatever reason, our people, Black Americans, did not grab onto it. And I personally believe these political parties, Republicans and Democrats for that matter, steered them in the wrong direction, and they used tokenistic leaders to do it, whether it was church clergy, pastors, politicians, whatever the case may be. Every time there's a mass push for Black statehood, they steer us in a different direction. The last time essentially was integration, and that really fucked us up. It really has caused massive damage. So in order to correct it, we have to get back to what the Reverend Garrison said, and Special Field Order 15 is that we have to separate from these people. We have to separate from these people. And again, the topic is, do we stay? Yeah, we're going to stay, but we're not going to stay subjugated. Are we going to leave? 99% of us are never going to leave the United States of America. Can we take over? Yes, we can take over individual states. Do we separate? Well, the thing about the United States government is those alphabet organizations have declared separatist organizations as terroristic groups. And the minute that you gain any traction, they will come down on the leadership, they will arrest you, they will charge you with federal crimes, and you will spend the rest of your life in prison. It's very simple. There is only one option here for those who are not going to leave. And I'll end with that. I want to get Still My Beats. He's got his hand up, and then back to DJ.
I look, he just wanted to jump in and interject, but I didn't want to be rude. But yeah, it seems like people are stuck on the whole Pan-African. I see it as a label, you know. Ultimately, I think that what FBA and just Black Americans in general are trying to do is ultimately do Pan-African correctly. It's like we are trying to unite Black people, but it's like unless they can fall in line and get on code, there's going to continue to be a fracture. So like I'm only half I'm half Persian, but my other side is FBA, and I've found my documentation and everything on that side, but it's like they want to play agents of chaos or just keep the status quo and act like tether is hate speech or some kind of bullshit, when it's really just like that's our culture. We roast until people fall in line or they understand how things move. But as far as I think his name was non-linear optimization, it seems like he was kind of stuck on the fact that we need Africa. And you're correct. It's not that we need or require anybody else, but it's like it would be a lot easier if people could fall in line and understand, like, people putting their sexual orientation first, or just weird shit like that don't understand. Like you're gonna receive the same treatment under this caste system unless you really understand that like FBAs are really the spearhead of the change that they ultimately require, but there's some kind of glitch in the system that keeps them from being able to connect that dot to like, yeah, once we correct course, everybody's going to be able to benefit from it, because they're fucking us all equally.
Agreed. Thank you for coming up to speak. Go ahead, DJ. DJ, you got to unmute your mic if you're there.
Yeah, give me a second, my bad.
Okay, non-linear. Or are we getting through a little bit here? Because I think I want you to leave understanding. I understand what Pan-Africanism is. I get it. I'm a big fan of Dr. Amos Wilson. I don't know if you were in the space. I don't think you were. I basically, when he says African, in my mind, I delete that and then I insert Black American into whatever he's saying. And I get the same lesson, but the lesson is for us. It's not for some global thing. Because, as I said in another space, genetically, we are not the same people. The reason why we are Black and nobody else is Black, because the Black race was created in America. And it is the production of the pain and suffering that created us and created our ancestors here. And that's why we take offense to you saying all Black people and them coming here and saying, I know Black, until it's beneficial, but then always being able to slide back into whatever country of origin they are from. And then when they're over there, they're not saying that they're Black, they're saying they're from this tribe or this ethnicity or whatever it is that they say over there. So it's all of these things that are playing against each other, and they've been here long enough to where, and I'll put this out, you may not know, my stepfather was Nigerian. I have two sisters that are from his lineage, right? They tried to go over there and get dual citizenship and they denied them. So that makes me think, how many children are being produced in America? I don't really care about around the world, but here in America, that are half whatever African country they are and half Black American, but the country of origin of their father or mother is going to deny them the same way they deny us. I have a problem with that. I have a serious problem with that.
Yeah, so, bro, that's not so. Look, we agree on a lot. I think what we disagree on is how it's going to be implemented and all that stuff. But I'm all about empower. Like I said, I'm all about like empowerment and us having sovereignty. I just don't see the American government letting it happen without it being, a actual struggle, physical struggle. People fighting for reparations, demanding reparations. White people ain't giving shit up that they took, that they stole from us without us physically taking it from them, taking it back from them. And you have to understand, like when I was over there, no one ever looked at me as not being Black, as not being part of the fam. I got greeted, as a brother, as a part of the fam. And it's not true that they don't see themselves as being Black, because our ancestors in every African language, the word for person is Black. It's dark. The word in every African language. I've always done the research, and I've done videos on this. On the language, no matter what the language is, the word for person, human being, is dark. And in African language, the word dark is not a negative. It's only in European languages that Black is a negative thing. In African languages, it's a positive thing. It means power. In some languages, it means power. It means strength. You know what I'm saying? And so they identify, in every African language, the word for human being is dark. It's some type of word of dark, and they consider themselves as being Black. They won't say as their nationality. They say, yeah, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, I'm a Khan, I'm Gon, I'm Airway. But if you ask them, what's the word for human? What's the word for human being? And break down the etymology, it'll say dark person. Human. I'm just saying, it's a positive thing for them. It's a positive thing. It's always been a positive thing. Our ancestors, we've always referred to ourselves as Black people in history. It's always who we are. It's just who we are. All right, we were seeing ourselves as being a reflection of the cosmos, which is Black. The reflection of the Creator, which was Black. That's how they saw themselves as reflections. That's why they call themselves Black. But if you don't understand, if you don't study African philosophy and African history, you won't understand that. But yeah, So I agree with that. I agree with you guys. You know what I'm saying? I think we definitely as a people we have to come together and do for ourselves, and we have to like you said, Booker T. Washington said, drop your fucking down where you are, so we can build the communities and build our people up here in America. And I believe that also in the diaspora, African people, Black people, we have to build people up as well because we only have one common enemy who was white people. And I don't understand how you can disagree with that, but those are our fucking enemies. But that's what I gotta say, and I was gonna say I respect you. I enjoyed the conversation. It's late. I'm about the road though. So I stay on for a couple more minutes, but yeah, that's what I gotta say.
Hey, I got a quick question. And by the way, off-code coons are an enemy as well because they'll obstruct and do all types of shit that'll destroy and put a target on their back worse than a lot of white folks. So that's I think why there's more than one enemy. But yeah, white supremacy, the global system is obviously the enemy. But I had a question. Somebody said that a separatist society or movement is automatically deemed a terrorist group.
Yeah.
Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, you heard that correctly because a true separatist group wants to control land and wants to secede from the country. So that's what a separatist group is going to be
No, I know what it is.
defined as. Yeah.
Yeah, I did not know that, and I figured because I've been looking into it, but it's is that something that we've ever really done, attempted, or declared as like in modern times?
There's a political party in the Mississippi area that is very active. They're trying to do it through the political process.
That's the right way to do it.
And I was attending their meetings for about a year ago. But then, the bottom line of it is if you are successful, and it's all through Black majority. So in other words, the plan and the strategy that I put out, that Black American Homeland put out, it intersected with their plan up until the point where they declare themselves an independent nation from the United States. And
they're trying to really separate like legally, which I believe is the correct way to do it. Although I believe that the only language white supremacy really speaks is violence, unfortunately. So even diplomatic ways are really not, don't really ever work out. But I saw another group in Detroit doing that, and I know in St. Louis, I don't know if you're familiar with the Uhuru movement, but I believe that that's something that they're striving towards as well.
Well, the Uhuru, I think they had a Florida office that was raided. Exactly. Yeah. So that's what the Alphabet organization does. Eventually they'll get around to you when they think you're making progress or something like that. So no, what happens is the moment you declare, and I just posted this under this nonlinear conversation, but the moment you declare yourself an independent nation and you're taking land from the United States, you can look at Ukraine and Russia and kind of get a really good understanding of what's going to happen. The United States is going to declare sanctions. They're going to put up a blockade. And because they control the interstate highway system, they're going to have troops that are going to set up to continue and to allow interstate commerce to continue to move through those states that you have claimed as your own. And if you stop them, then that's when the problems start. But they're going to basically starve you out.
Yeah, we know they'll drop bombs too, but they already starved us out low key.
Eventually. Well, not they. Well, here's the thing about us, and if we're going to be very realistic about it, many of us live a very comfortable existence, and that's why we're not in the streets every single day, not just protesting, but waving AK-47s or whatever the case may be. So no, we don't know starvation on the level that they would literally starve those people out.
Do you think that let me phrase it like so it's hypothetical, but like, do you believe that that's why they keep our community so fractured, or don't ever allow us to get like a foothold like in communication, or being able to be on one accord? Because because the way I look at it is like, even with our numbers being, you know, a far minority or whatever, if we were all on one like on one accord, to where it was like a light switch, they wouldn't be able to stop it. I think that's what they fear ultimately. Like even Hoover said, you know, the greatest threat to America is Negro unity. Mm-hmm. Like the way I see it is kind of like a light switch. Like if everybody at once or at a particular time were to say, like, we taking it back, or I don't know how to explain it with the like dancing around it, but basically like rise up, but in a uniformed, structured and ordered fashion. You know, like I believe that. Even the numbers being a far minority, I believe that even 10% of us would be enough. You know.
Yeah. So. A lot of people talk war, and the gentleman was talking about, you know, if you're not going to do this, do that. And a lot of people like, and that's that rhetoric, as DJ Szechuan said, a lot of people like to talk about war rhetoric. The problem is, what organization do you have? Like what reinforcements do you have? What structure do you have? How do you control
off-code tethers?
How do you control your communications? I mean, war requires massive resources and massive levels of organization.
What requires
war,
massive resources?
War. In order to go to war.
It sounds like you far from your phone now. I could hear you way better a little bit ago. Now it sounds like I got that speakerphone kind of deal. It's hard to hear you a little bit.
Okay. Is it better now? Yay, nay. I'm trying to move around.
I just dropped down to come back up.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna swing back up. Oh, damn it. All over again with the damn fucking Twitter bullshit. That shit is annoying, bro. Man, it's some annoying ass shit fucking with this Twitter shit, bro. Damn, B. Like, what the fuck, man? Daywalkers, Sleepwalkers, yeah. Where's the fucking man? I can't even see the fucking Damn, I can't even see them. Are they gone? What the fuck is up, bro? Oh, there it goes. Shit. What the fuck? Okay.
So basically what I'll talk about is the 144 biblical analogy. We just looking for, you know, the folks that are doing the work that we're into. So obviously I've been doing reparations for the last 7 years. That's what I'm into. So I've been able to collaborate with brothers like Greg Blacksteak. You know, on Black America Homeland, you know, probably knocked out sleep. Shout out to him and Stay Power and a whole bunch of other people, bro, that I just been connecting with, trying to do the work. So what it is that I do for a living. So what I'll talk about on my spaces is, okay, we know the problems, so what are the solutions? Okay, I do physical media for a living. I'm an audio engineer by trade. So, okay, why not just taking the infrastructure I got, taking these spaces and these pretty much this content that we're doing up here, it's just yielding it down to the street. So I think that's the most important thing that we can do for our people is, like, you know, not even try to argue the data. You know what I'm saying? Or the mathematics, as you know, the brother said before, you know what I'm saying? Not even try to argue the mathematics of it, but just like try to find a way to educate. Yeah, you know, you're going to get some push, some backlash, might become the black sheep of the family like some of us have been lately, but at the end of the day, at least this way, you know, you'll be doing the right thing, man. Feel what I'm saying, y'all? What's up, Rivera? What's up, Mr. Giselle? Mr. Giselle been up here for a minute. Slag.
Goddess, I see you down there. What's up? What's up, Trouble? What's good? What's good, Coon Killer? I saw that post too. Yeah, bro, that shit was fire. OG, you know what I mean? Judge your job down, Judge. Don't be talking. If you want to come back up and rule, you can come back up and rule. You know what I'm saying? On up. New guy, get up here, new guy. Hopefully I ain't saying it wrong. Nunga, my bad. But yeah, go ahead. Whoever was speaking though, until Black come out, if anybody want to speak, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm back with the guy. He must have left. He must have dropped out of the room. Damn. Okay, well that's cool. Yeah, I was essentially going into that war requires a lot of resources, and you gotta have reinforcements. You gotta have massive amounts of organization. You gotta have full control over communications. And so what I see in a lot of these movements is people want to skip the steps. So the steps that we're talking about is you politically take over a state, you take over all of the defensive systems of the state, and that's law enforcement and that's state level defense forces. And then you're actually in a real legitimate position to go to war if it is required. But to say, to like be, oh my God, like you said, war rhetoric, to be talking about going to war and blah, 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 with no organization as guerrilla war tactics, insurgent, whatever, that was literally done in the late 60s and early 70s. And we see what the outcome of it is. Like it's very predictable to understand what's going to happen.
How you really call it a war? You can call it a campaign. You can call it an advancement. I just don't really see it being. Of course, you want to protect yourself, and I'm not no group. I'm listening because I know liberation is important, and it's so hard when you're doing it with not just financial freedom, but the liberation of your mind, finding places for that to be able to have space. So when you say war, I just think, oh, they're watching everything. They're recording this. They just put people's name on a list, and they're making something. People are fighting for their liberation, which is, it's a daily struggle, it's a daily fight. It becomes like, okay, you could just easily mark people for like terroristic impulses or whatever. And and then also, I don't think it would be that messy if you. Basically, land is cheap in the South, and people don't even know that. And you can buy $18,000, the same price you would pay for rent someplace. People are tapped into the city because they went there to work, and then that dried up, and we're still there. Kind of just keeping it going for the wealthy who managed to have so much more. So, I mean, moving to the South has so many opportunities because the education that you get to the coast. The people who left for a couple generations, you have a lot of slow-paced systems that are antiquated that can be renewed. That the rest of lifeblood will bring life to these places, and the infrastructure is there. When you say, I look at it as a migration, it happens all the time. So the word is a very sticky word, I think. And when you think about buying in at a price that's affordable and becoming active in a civic way.
Yeah, war is a very sticky word. I kind of like that description. But a lot of people, through frustration, talk as if, we as a people are in a position to fight a war, and we are not. And we will not be in a position to fight a war until we have equal and opposite force. And again, the only legal way you can constitute an army in the United States is you have to have state authority in order to do that. So
it's either targeted and neutralized with, mention of something that's really out of the grasp.
You mind if I chime in on the topic, brother?
Yeah, go for it, DJ L Beats.
How you doing? Peace to you, brother. I think that this title, man, I hate there's only 12 people, and this is like, man, I wanna share the tip, bro. This is the most brilliant title I've ever seen on this fucking app. As far as this Twitter space and shit, I don't know if you could redo it at another time too. This is powerful. Man, like I've been seeing the reparation shit with Don Lemon and all them conversations that they've been having, bro. And I ain't gonna hold you, bro. They up there saying, hey, man, go get your money from the motherfucking Africans because they the ones that had you in this cage. You know what I'm saying? We ain't going to Africa. You know, this is what these white folks said. So they restructuring the narrative. And I think right now, this race war narrative, black folks have been going for. I mean, they've been trying to push that shit. I'm 30, so before I was born with Rodney King, they've been trying to push that narrative on niggas. So right now, I think we are at the crossroads, brother. I think we at a point and fork in the road where economically, you know, we can't get that going. You know, the weapons training, motherfuckers, you know, spraying all this ammunition around here, and ain't nothing to progress the people. It's a bunch of motherfuckers on these spaces talking about, nigga, we gonna do this and do that and do this and do that. You know, the education level is dropping, the fucking mixtapes is rising, and we in the dilemma of the ages, brother. And you know, as a young black man, 30, I don't got no motherfucking hope for the future. This is the time to prepare and not fearmonger, but just be on defense. I really do not see the leadership in the black community putting us in position to do nothing. Technology has really fucked us in real life. Because if I brought a nigga here to pick cotton, and ultimately I got a fucking machine that could pick the cotton of 100 slaves,
crazy.
then nigga, why you here? To entertain us? Okay, well the white man can rap just as good. So it's like, what is niggas here for? To fuck? To make more nigga babies that's gonna be asking for equality? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really examining, like, what the fuck is going on? So as a 30-year-old black man, I've been very successful in the music industry. I done seen some dark shit. I'm gonna land my plane. But I'm praying every motherfucking day that the answer is plain and it's a way for niggas to go. Because on this planet, man, especially in this country, by and large, I do not see black people achieving on a high level in mass. And, you know, for me, whether I see a nigga selling dope in the street or a nigga trying to be an astrophysicist, he's encountering racism. And the conversations are not being had. And a nigga value a motherfucker with a Lambo truck more than a motherfucker with a molecular biology book in this country.
Crazy.
And man, I weep for this motherfucking condition, bro. And I hope that we can figure it out. I think that, you know, at this point, you know, we either gonna boss up or die. Because they really closing the door on niggas in these major cities, especially like in Chicago. They pricing you out. Most of the niggas that own homes, you can't pay them taxes. The people, the black folks that are thriving, they getting the fuck away from niggas and withdrawing that help. And the moment you look like you gonna help some niggas, they cutting your ass off and draining your resources and draining your well. So right now, 2045, 2050, I really don't know, man. I don't know. Because my generation, I thought we was fucked up. Think about, if you right now, if you was born in 2002, you're fucking 20 years old right now. That means that the black leader in the community was fucking, when you was born, was Jay-Z. It's like, nigga, like, these is the fucking permethazine and lean and weed babies growing up. They don't give a fuck. They got a warrior spirit. They'll kill themselves, they'll kill everybody. And they know something is wrong. And they feel like everybody's bitches. And, you know, we don't have nothing to pass to them. But slavery, suffering and death. Ain't no money to pass these babies. You know? The thirst for technology is real. That's why the scam and shit is popping. The kids is on the computer, but they on that bitch trying to steal $100 million out of motherfucking Swiss bank account out the south side of the ghetto. So right now we need to have a real state of emergency conference with our people to see what do we know how to do. I'm talking about Booker T. Washington told niggas, hey, we got the skills, we do shit, what's up? And niggas was up there wanting to lollygag, party, and bullshit, and rock and roll, and bebop, and hip-hop, and crisscross, and all that shit, while we got left the fuck behind, and now a nigga up here confused. Little baby, dub baby, baby Jesus, baby, like, nigga, we lost. So, you know, niggas looking at Farrakhan and motherfucking Jesse Jackson, them niggas about 2 speeches away from it being all over, and niggas still gonna be lost. You know what I'm saying? So shit, when I go into the supermarket, bro, and I see the nigga that lived on my block that's a police and neo-Nazi sleeper agent, he in a motherfucking UFC gym working out every day. When all my gangbanging friends that's my homies, they getting high and eating flaming hots, watching Lil Baby rap about some fucking some bitches. It's over.
Damn.
It's over.
Damn.
It's over. Now you know, unless a great phenomenon come, and I'm not no doomsday nigga, I think that we gonna get hit in the head, and niggas gonna wake up. But when you fail to prepare, you playing to lose. And right now we've been lulled to sleep, and I think, you know, now you do have some brilliant people in our community, and we having these conversations. But look what we having at on the goddamn Clubhouse, the Twitter, all that. They can hear all this shit, so they know how to plan. Cause nigga, we on here talking on they shit, on the motherfucking shit. Edward Snowden and all them motherfuckers was talking about Verizon and the Department of Information. Hearing a nnigga say bomb and that trigger alert is gonna pull up on that nigga. See, yeah, you was talking about blowing up America, bitch. We got 183 agents outside, bitch. We'll kill your whole fucking feel like they like that's America ain't playing, gang. So, you know, the only thing I can think that would ever get a nigga out this condition is God, my nigga. Cause at this point, shit, nigga, the leader of the black community is motherfucking Lil Baby. A nigga named Lil Baby is the most popular black motherfucker in the community outside of Obama. And I blame the motherfuckers in the Democratic Party and the Democratic City. I blame them all for putting us in this fucking condition. That we up here looking at a nigga like Ludacris as our action stop. You know what I'm saying? And Malcolm said these entertainers and shit. That, man, bro, that woman king shit, all this shit is a mind fuck. I'm tired of getting. I done got mind raped. Between the rap music and the messages and the Obama and the Yes We Can and the fucking Trump. I mean, look, at this point, I think white, black, polka dot, we all desensitized. We don't know what the fuck may happen. We just think the Twin Towers go down, motherfuckers threw a shoe at the president, all type of weirdo ass shit, nigga, knock Nipsey Hussle, nigga. We just think all type of crazy shit. So the next thing they gotta crash a planet into this motherfucker. Some niggas still waiting up. I guess gotta go to work next day. Go to Popeyes, cook a fried chicken, cause nigga don't know what's next.
Bro.
Damn, you know what I'm saying? Everybody fucking rapping. Like the Queens is winning. Black man can't really do nothing out here. And if you go to these little niggas out here with these 30 poppers and all this shit, these niggas don't even got basic defense training. That white man winner, they gonna pick them kids off like cherries off a vine, bro. So I don't got no hope. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I just had to vent because this title is important because niggas really ain't answering themselves this question. Nigga, you gonna lay down? You niggas talking all that fuck white. Nigga be on here talking about black power, and then take their ass to Verizon and pay Verizon. Nigga, you just exercise white power. You talk about fuck the cracker and you speaking English. Nigga, we are thoroughly Europeanized. White motherfuckers up there. Listen, man, one last thing. I got a cousin that worked for Northern Trust Bank. That's like one of the biggest trusts in the Midwest. She looking at these white folks' accounts, regular white people, not no billionaire. She say the regular white man out here, the motherfucker that's in your store got about $1 million in the bank. Just out here with some Adidas on. This wealth, we got to get this motherfucking wealth back. But the thing is, if I rob you and you walk back up to me talking about my mama gave me that chain, bitch, I'm knocking your ass out again. You got to take your motherfucking shit back. But then when a nigga talk that take shit, they be like, man, that nigga crazy, man. They gonna lynch that nigga. So, man, God is the only thing I can see. Cause I don't see no other way. I don't see no other way where every motherfucking kid in the black community want to play for the fucking Lakers, and nobody want to be an astrophysicist to figure this shit out. And Elon Musk telling all these crackers, hey man, we finna go to the moon. Fuck these niggas. Let these niggas die. Eat this cow dung. Nigga, we finna get on a motherfucking spaceship to Mars, nigga. So I'm done.
Brother, because you're real talk. Let me say this to you. You was kind of on a tangent, and what I want you to know and you to understand, the community, the black people, the reality, what you see, brother, that's your reality. That's not every black person's reality. I don't know fucking baby. I'm saying the baby is a black person's hero. No disrespect. That's the community you in. Well,
ma'am, you probably 50 years old, and you won't even be alive when this shit happens.
My age, brother, this is just on a tangent.
We talking about the babies. We talking about kids.
So I hear
okay, your reality, you failed us. Your fucking community failed. Your age failed us. And they age group failed your ass. So let's talk the facts. We have not given our children anything to have of any substantial nature. Don't sit up here and talk about that's your reality, because that's my reality. Ain't your reality. Your ass ain't living, goddamn. You up here capping. I'm not gonna allow that misinformation to be there.
You don't hear me. You don't want to hear me.
Well, get a clear phone, Queen.
No, you on a whole tangent.
Ain't no tangent. You must not know what the.
All right, y'all. Let's show some decorum, because one thing we do understand, cracker nigga is listening, so we don't want to sound stupid on the playback. You feel what I'm saying? So go ahead, Judge Sarah. You got 60 seconds. Then, if you want to go again, DJ. We'll give you 60 seconds. Or if y'all adult enough, y'all can learn the verse back and forth like our ancestors Malcolm used to do. You know what I mean? So let's keep it real on that one. Go ahead.
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
I rest my case.
Can I, really quickly, brother, because I know it's going to be very complicated and difficult for you to hear me. That's
Anti-black.
Your reality is not every black person's reality. What you see is what they want you to see. Black brothers all being astrophysicists. Okay? My daughter graduated from St. John's with a chemistry degree. Who she moves with, who she thrives with, is not the same people you're talking about. So what I'm trying to get you to see and understand, black people go beyond your four walls, beyond your reality. What you talking about is your reality. Not every black person's reality is what I'm trying to get you to see. And here, if you said the baby was our hero, no, brother, that's your hero. And I'm hip hop. You're correct. I'm older. I am the epitome of hip hop. But I'm not out here talking about twerking and popping bottles and blase. I'm trying to tell you, all of what you said is your reality. It's not all black America's reality.
Okay, I'm going to respond. First of all, ma'am, you can't be living in reality if you don't know that hip-hop is influencing all of the babies. Just because your daughter graduated with a chemistry degree, name me 5,000 black chemists in the state of New York. Name me all the chemists that are of color in the country. So, you're not making no sense. In mass, we are not achieving at all. We are failing. Now, we got to celebrate the achievement that we are having, but at the end of the day, we behind, because if your logic was correct, we'll be out this fucking condition. So let's be real. Like, it ain't about my reality. No, don't cut me off, because I didn't cut you off, sister. At the end of the day, you gotta tell me how are we thriving in this condition.
Angry, brother. Stop being angry.
That's not being angry. That's being intentional. No, that's being intentional. What I'm saying is, I understand what's going on because I'm on every level. And it's not about me. It's not about me. Anybody else under the sound of my voice that should be able to verify what I'm saying with these kids. They are not looking to achieve on a higher level.
Those are the kids you know, brother.
Oh, wow. So what kids you know that ain't? So hold on. This is what I'm saying. You making it about me, and ultimately, man, you don't know who I've seen. You don't know my position in the community. At the end of the day, just because your daughter graduated with a...
Y'all making this about me on both sides of the field. So let's pretty much move on to something else. And we understand what you're saying too, DJ DJ L Beast. You know, I don't like the new people, unfortunately. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know, the whole argument is, I think we agree to agree. Hold on, system. I think we agree to agree. Like I say, hold on. Yeah. You know what I mean? Jelly Bean, you know what it is. So we agree to agree. And at the end of the day, we know our problems. But what are the solutions? So when you say, hey, look, all these kids is doing this, that, and the third, well, who's encouraging them to do other? You know what I'm saying? So that is a problem right there. And I see the same thing, though, bro. A lot of these kids, they don't want to do shit. You know what I mean? Same thing in my family. I got a fucking studio over here. Got a little cuz come to the studio. You know, I'll come pick you up and everything, shit. You know, I got the PlayStation over here, too, and shit. You know what I mean? I'm going to teach you how to make beats and DJ and all that other shit. So that way you won't have to work for a motherfucker. You go do your own fucking thing. And there's other things surrounding this music shit too. You could be the engineer, you could be the producer, you could be getting paid $50,000 just to be the lighting technician. Can't get in the budge, bro. But a lot of that shit just come from their parents and their parents' and their parents'. So as it is a constant revolving door. So somebody gotta break the cycle. So now that we here with all this technology, like you said, we want some Scott in that shit with the Terminator. What is the solution? Go ahead, DJ LBs.
Well, my solution is, this is what I would do. If I was in charge of Black America right now, the first thing I would do, I would say, hey, let's get 3 high schools in every city, and let's take an inventory of what our people could do. If you're a Black doctor, Black lawyer, Black whatever, hey, how many Black doctors in the state of Illinois we got? How many Black engineers in the state of California do we got? Take an inventory so we can see what the fuck can we do, who could teach, who could practice, so we can have an inventory, because right now we don't have a proper inventory of the skill set we truly have. If you go into a Black high school right now, bro, and you ask the Black kids in the major popular Black high school that's known for playing basketball and all that, what y'all want to do, they ass gonna sit up there, man, shit, I'm trying to rap. I'm trying to go platinum. Now, some niggas going to college, undecided majors, liberal arts majors, getting in debt. We don't have skills. The people that have skills, they're plucked from our community. The top coders in the Black community, they're working for fucking Google. They're not up there teaching the Black kids coding. I'm not saying some ain't. I'm not saying there ain't people doing the work. But we need more. We need more. This is a fucking desperate situation. So when people be like, well, that's your reality, brother, you can't be living in reality. Because if we looking at every fucking city in the Black community, we saying right now, let's say in my state, Illinois, right? 60% of the kids in post-secondary education are fucking flunking out of school. 62% of Black kids in all Illinois colleges are fucking dropping out. This is a stat that they putting out. Now, they could be wrong, but at the end of the day, that's a fucking problem. That means damn near over half of your kids in one school is 92% failure rate. They say, well, we don't know. We can't keep the Black kids. It's culture shock. It's shit like that happening. Right now, if a kid go to UCLA, he's like a top master, top whatever. We don't embrace that brother. We treat him like he's a fucking goofy, and we say this nigga that's rapping is the man. It's shit like that going on. So don't tell me about, oh, that's your reality. That's what the fuck is happening.
Reality. And Black, you don't let me speak. You keep letting him speak. and I'm trying to be calm. But I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the shit you saying some stereotypical nigga shit that I'm not comfortable with. It's a brother named the Freeman _ Google come for him. They email him all the time trying to get his business. The Freeman
That's
_
one person. There are millions of people in America, ma'am.
Where did your daughter graduate high school?
This brother holds space on Twitter all the time, giving important information.
That's one person, man. Maybe that's why you don't understand. It's one person. We need more people.
No, here, you know what? This is the problem.
If you got 90 people in the class and it's one person that passed, you are a failing fucking teacher. They're gonna fire you.
You know what? You on a tangent, brother.
That's not a tangent. That's the fact. If I got 30 kids in my class and I only got 5 passing, that's not achievement. That's failure. That's fucking failure.
Do you know what the bell curve look like, black man?
Man, ain't no bell curve. We ain't dealing with that. At the end of the day, you know why ain't no bell curve? You know why ain't no bell curve? Because the bell curve is a fictional thing. It's fictional. The fact is, if these kids on the bell curve, their lives are over.
You're not even listening.
Yeah, I hate to break it up.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
I want to play. Hold on, just Judge Sarah, just a few seconds, real quick, and we'll get to you, Robert.
I rest my case. If y'all don't see it's crazy out here, I don't know what to say.
We got you, bro. We got you.
That's your experience, and you can't see outside of that. And that's one of our problems, brother. I'm telling you, it's a brother on here, the Freeman _.
That's a generational problem, bro.
Google one, he's a coder, like you said. See, we out here doing amazing shit. But how you framing us is how the white man frame us. They make us believe we're nothing, we're dumb, we're not smart, we can't overcome our experience. The shit you saying is why those who are losing, you talking about, that's why they losing, because they thinking how you thinking.
Okay, let me step in here. So DJ L Beats, I love what you said about doing an assessment of the skilled professionals within the country, within our ethnicity, within our lineage. That was a really, really, really important point. So let me go to the topic. What is Black America going to do? Stay, which is you're just going to stay subjugated. You're going to stay in America, but you're just going to assimilate and accept whatever it is that they do to you, to your family, to our population. The leaving part is literally you're going to get your passport together. You're going to get on a plane. You're going to leave and never come back. The takeover part, which is what we advocate for, which is a migration to take over a state, to establish 60% Black majority voters so that we can elect our people to the governors, to the legislators, to the judges, and on every level of state, county, and local government. And then the last one is the separatists, which are already declared as terrorists by the federal government. You're saying you're going to take over a portion of land and you're going to control it, and the United States military be damned. So those are the 4 options that every Black American has, and I can't think of another one other than death, to be perfectly honest. So we advocate for the takeover of these states. Now, if we had, and once we get a Black majority state, we can have an office that is tasked with finding those Black professionals that you talked about and really, really trying to get them to move into our state. But if they're unwilling for whatever reason, then we support them from the Black majority state so that they can have all of the resources that they need to excel. So that at one day, as we develop a second Black majority state, they actually do come and consult and potentially build organizations and businesses and work with the government within our Black majority state. So I love that desire to have an assessment of the professional people, because we talk about separating our gifted students at the elementary level so that they have all of the resources that they need in order to grow into these professionals. So we track them all the way through their elementary and high school, and then in their collegiate careers, to make sure that they are going to be successful, not on a bell curve, but actually challenging them and motivating them and giving them, like I said, all the resources to be successful. That's the only way. I know you mentioned God. You know, yeah, God works through people, and so God works through us, and it's up to us to go step out on faith and power and purpose to make this happen. And it really starts with one Black majority state that can be the model, the prototype for multiple Black majority states. I see, Judge, you have your hand up. We also had Dylan come in to speak. So you can go after Miss Judge.
All right, I'm going to say this. I'm going to be kind of calm and try to be kind of calm because I'm getting annoyed. I hear you, Black majority. But we got to look in the mirror. Brother said a whole lot of things. I mean, I don't know if you know 19 Keys, Earn Your Leisure, King Randall. It's Black people out here doing crazy shit. And that's what we supposed to fuck with. Not be sitting here crying, not be saying, woe is me. It's Black people out here doing magnificent shit. 19 Keys is a thought leader. I don't know who fuck with the baby, watch the baby, the baby is a fucking hero. That's some hood nigga shit. Okay, Black people are not hood nigga shit. That's how they keep trying to frame us. I could sit here for 10 minutes and tell you about magnificent Black men in this country. But what you talking about, all we want to do is be rappers and basketball players.
Hillary Clinton had a fucking dinner with Meg Thee Stallion. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you why we are.
That's all they look at us as like, come on, bro.
Now who is they? How you look at us, brother? How you look at us? I can say their name. I keep their name is amazing Black men.
He didn't meet with nobody else. He met with a fucking rapper.
Who?
Like, listen.
Donald Trump freed Kodak Black, please now.
No, that's not the point. What I'm saying is they don't look at Blacks as intellectual thought leaders.
How do they matter? I'm talking about Black people.
Bro, you speaking English, you live in America. They do. Like, what?
Who is they, though? Who you talking about? Who is they?
What I'm saying is, you just said,
you look up to?
How do
who your hero?
You said what?
Who you look up to? Who your hero?
Honestly, my hero's dead.
You know,
the niggas that I looked up to, they got them out of there in the 60s. Malcolm X, Dr. King.
Okay, so
they killed them niggas.
Nobody you look up to today. For example, the Black majority, he's serious about what he's trying to do. And he spent his time and his effort.
Who?
The host of this room. He got an agenda.
When you say look up to him, I don't know him to look up to.
You ain't gotta look up to him. No, I know what I'm trying to point out to you, brother. Listen to me. And
we're not saying that people aren't doing the work. What we're saying is we don't have enough people doing the work. That's the point. That's all I'm saying.
We have people doing the work. We just haven't built bridge that gap. I'm building a Black party, and that's my intention. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not angry at you.
Okay, we need 1,000 of you. We need 1,000 of you. That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to tell you, they out there. And if you was out here trying to connect and network with them and fuck with them, instead of saying, well, with me, I'm 19 Keys is the motherfucking shit. He is the fucking
19 Keys a scammer, man. I know that.
Now, a Black man doing phenomenal things. That's what you want to call him. With the baby's your hero.
I didn't say the baby was my hero. I'm saying that the shorties, that's who they listen to.
Scammer. You listen to him? He's teaching Black people how to be self-sufficient.
How? He's teaching you to pay him $2,020 for the pandemic power plan. Give it out for free. Malcolm X didn't charge nobody.
He don't charge nobody. He don't earn your leisure. He did something 11 hours ago.
After we exposed his ass for charging Jay Morrison, 19 Key, all them niggas is charging him for that. Look, that's not even my business.
That's a job, brother. It's a job. When black people get a job, you call it a hustle or you call it a scam. Look in the mirror. I'm trying to tell you why we failing. Look in the mirror, black man.
Wow.
Oh God. Okay.
You listen to 19. He a scammer because he used his intelligence to make money. Now he a scammer. Okay.
Bro, you a scam if you telling black people buy this course and you gonna make 50K in 2 weeks. Like that's the scam.
Yeah, but it's better if you put this album out, shaking your ass and popping bottles.
It's not better. I'm not arguing for hip hop. I'm arguing against hip hop.
They're not scamming. Niggas,
bro, they doing worse than scamming. They doing worse than scamming. They're worse than scamming.
Man, okay.
They're worse than right. They're worse than scamming.
That goes to your hero. I'm telling you.
How you know they my heroes?
Look, I'm dropping.
How? When I'm critical of them.
You call the black man who's teaching black people a scammer, but you look that bowing down to the baby. Look in the mirror, black man.
You say I'm bowing down to the baby. No, what I'm saying is the white man has propped him and other rappers up as the leaders of the youth in our community. These brothers is just fucking rap artists. Malcolm X said, hey, be wary of entertainers as your leaders. That's what I'm saying. Is that right now, if I go to a shorty out here, matter of fact, I'll go in your neck of the woods. I'll go in New York and ask them, hey, who is a black person you look up to? Man, who you think they gonna say, man? Who you think they gonna say? If I ask a young black woman out there that's in 4th, 5th grade, who you think she gonna say is the person she looks up to? So
that's your community, brother.
No, I'll go to your community.
I keep trying to tell you, you talking about my.
Where you from? Let me ask you a question. You from Harlem? You from New York City?
My daughter don't even know the people you're talking about, brother.
Yes, your daughter, and you did a good job with your daughter.
And I did a good job. A lot of black people are doing a good job with their kids and their daughter.
You missing what I'm saying. Maybe somebody else can explain what I'm trying to tell her.
No, I hear you.
But you keep saying that that's not the reality for black people.
Narrative about black people, and I'm not comfortable with it. Okay, that's my problem.
Yeah. Hey, judge. So here's the thing. Okay. DJL is speaking to a particular segment of our population. I grew up in that segment of the population. My brothers grew up in that segment of the population. So that part of our population exists. There are people who are active in street culture within Black America. It is a part of our collective.
And 19 Keys reach out to that part. That's where he comes from.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is, but
he a scammer.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
You're telling black people, hey, pay me $2,000 and I'm gonna boost your credit and
That's like a job, bro. It has to do with your knowledge and your interest.
How's that not scamming if they don't get it? If I tell you I'm gonna pay you, listen, if I tell you I'm gonna do something for you and I don't do it, I'm scamming you.
I can't change your psychology, and I'm not going to try to.
And I'm not going to change yours. What I'm telling you is don't send that nigga 2,000, don't get nothing. That's all I'm saying.
I don't need to send him 2,000 because I have a degree in finance. The way he doing.
And you doing your thing, and we commend you.
No, I know this nigga's smart. I know this nigga's self-taught. Now,
hey,
him.
I'm not saying he ain't smart. I'm just saying that I don't support scammers.
Because he's a black leader. He's a black male leader who takes on ownership of his life, his family, and black people. And other people that look like us call a man a scammer because he uses knowledge and his intellect to make a dollar.
That's not true. That's not true, man. But I'm gonna let you believe that, sister.
I'm a college-educated black woman, brother. We can have an intelligent, articulate, critical thinking conversation. All right. I'm angry because you call a black man who's doing what he's supposed to do. He ain't looking at the other man. He ain't living on the other man. He He created a lane to earn for himself, and people that look like us call him a scammer.
I keep
That's
muting
why
it,
we lose.
and it keep popping right back up. Damn.
Look in
What
the
the
mirror.
fuck? Let me end this shit. Yeah. So I end the Zoom. Okay, so I ended. We were broadcasting on. We're still on YouTube Live. We had our social up. If you have not gotten yourself a social account, SOXCIAL. This is a Black American platform. It is very new, and we are absolutely promoting it to get our people over on social. So, at Twitter, social media, SOXCIAL. At the top of my profile is the social link. Please sign up for a membership today. But I just ended the Zoom meeting that was simulcast along with this and the YouTube channel. I still got the YouTube channel going on, but we're gonna probably wind it down here because I unfortunately I do have to go to work this afternoon. So I want to move the conversation a little bit forward. So in 1972, when we had militant Black nationalists in this country, they came together in Gary, Indiana, and they had basically what they considered a summit of Black, political minds. Looks like Jesse Jackson was there from this picture, and a few other organizations. I believe the Republic of New Africa was there as well. So I just want to read this. If you get a chance to look into this story, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the left, 5 from the left at the top of the Jumbotron. But it says, we begin with an independent Black political movement, an independent Black political agenda, and independent Black spirit. Nothing less will do. We must build for our people. We must build for our world. We stand on the edge of history. We cannot turn back. And this was the 1972 Gary Declaration, National Black Political Convention. So this was a couple years before I was born. They had this convention, and the goal was to bring all of these different Black nationalistic organizations together, because there were many different ones. Most of us know about the Black Panthers, but there were hundreds of different Black organizations that were active during that time period. And they wanted to bring everybody together at the summit and come up with a plan and then implement that plan. And I do believe, like I said, the Republic of New Africa's plan was to go to the South, take over 5 states. They really wanted the federal government to give them that land, but not understanding that the federal government does not give land away. There's no mechanism in the U.S. Constitution to give the land away. So you have to physically take it over, either by force or through a political method of a migration. If they had known that in the 1970s, 1972, and they had implemented that program during that time, it is likely this many years later, almost 50 years later, we would have a Black majority state. But there's nothing in there where I can see other than them making the demand, which the word demand is an interesting word. The only time you should demand anything is if you plan to have consequences. And so because they didn't have consequences, it was an empty demand, to be perfectly honest. And so as a Black organization or as an individual, when you make demands, you have to have consequences, and you have to have a timetable which says, if this thing doesn't happen in this amount of time, then these are the results. These are the actions that are going to take place. But here we are 50 years later, and they had a really good opportunity. They came together. I don't know what came out of it. Not much of anything, obviously, because we are where we are. We're in the situation we're in. I don't know how many Black Americans even knew that happened in 1972. It's much like us on Twitter and the reparationist movement on all these other social platforms. I think there was a person at that reparations hearing in California who stated that either her neighbor, I think it might have been the chairman or someone who was on the task force, but either their neighbor or someone at a grocery store that was just a few blocks down from where they were holding this meeting, they talked to them about it, and they had no idea that the California reparationist movement was going on, and they live in the state of California. So a lot of times with a lot of these movements and a lot of the political things that we want to do, our problem is that we can't get the word out, and very few of us even know what's going on. So, how do you change that? You go out in the streets. I saw the pull up. Shout out to DJ Sedge1. He did the New Jersey pull up. Shout out to Coon Killer. I saw his post. He was at a pull up. Anybody who I did not shout out who's in the space. If you made it to a pull out, obviously salute and respect and shout out to you for at least showing up and participating in those pull ups. The way I see it and what I'm hopeful for is you take all of those pull ups, and I don't know how many of them there are. I was planning on going to the big DC pull up, but that got canceled. But if you take all of those ones and you put them together, now you have this huge event. And if you can center that event in a city, in a county, in a state, and build out from there, encourage people to come into that state, move into that state, and build the Black population in that state. That's how you get real political power. You have to become the majority. You have to become the Black majority. That is the only power in this country. Money is not power in this country. Political authority is power in this country. And there's nothing they can do to stop us from getting it. We just have to move. We just have to move. That's really all. That is the big sacrifice. We have to move away from wherever we grew up at, all the people we know, and vote. I mean, that's it. Get a job, start a business, sustain ourselves until we have enough of us to vote. And that is not a huge sacrifice. It's a very minimal sacrifice. So I don't know. We're just going to keep talking about it and advocating for it. And then eventually I'll be in Delaware and I will be meeting with people in other states that surround Delaware and trying to not convince them as much as just explain to them what they need to do. Because my hope is that once they understand what it is that we need to do, they will simply do it. Because again, with these 4 options, and if you add death as the 5th option, there's only one that really makes sense, and that is to take over. Outside of that, you are staying, assimilating, and being subjugated by the white degenerate population that controls everything. And that's pretty much it. So I don't know if DJ, if you're still around, if you got some last words, Mr. Zell, you got a mic. It's almost 5 a.m, so we're gonna close it off here, and then we'll be back here next Saturday as usual. My bar is very close. What I'm hoping, they told me 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks next weekend, so I'm gonna check in on it. If and when this bar gets up and running, for those who do come to the meetings a lot on Saturdays, they're probably going to have to shift to Monday or Tuesday night. Just because I'm going to be, I'll be there on Saturdays, and there'll be a lot of music, loud noise in the background. It'll be fairly difficult for me to hold a meeting, with all that noise in the background. So hopefully that's like a couple of weeks away, but whenever it's up and running, I'm going to try to use the space for political meetings on the local level and as well as operate a business out of the space as well. So yeah, but other than that, let me make sure, see if I'm following anybody. Make sure you get an opportunity to follow Black American Homeland, follow WPI or Anti-Black. That's DJ Sedge One. He's had multiple accounts that were snatched away. And while I have the chance to follow people, because they limit me to 5,000 follows, and yeah, see, I just tried to follow somebody and I reached my limit again. So for some reason, my account, I'll hit 5,000 and a week later, 10 or 15 people drop off, and then I'm able to follow some more people. So I try to follow as many people as I can, as often as I can. But other than that, God bless you, your family. Have a great week. Stay safe. And, reparations. I really, really, truly hope that Black America decides that they need political authority, because money alone, and I don't care how much money it is not going to sustain your great, 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 great grandchildren. It's just not. So, we need political power so you can set up systems to protect those generations that are 7 generations down the line. During that exchange of an older generation and a younger generation, there was truth in the fact that the older generations have failed and the older generations have failed. I mean, there's obviously white degeneracy is responsible for that failure, but at the same time, they just didn't put into place systems that we could pass from generation to generation to generation that had the power and authority to protect us and to help prosper our people. And Black majority states will do that. All we have to do is maintain it. So, and the way you maintain a majority, obviously, is you have babies. So, we have prosperity. We can afford to have a lot more babies and keep growing our population. So, on that note, I'm gonna end the night. Good night, everybody. Alrighty, in the stream. Peace. Yes, sir.